Gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
Thank you. The title of this bill, the Show Up Act, consists of the Stop Home Office Work Unproductive Problem Act. And I understand that in Washington, this really is a Washington problem. There is always a search for the perfect acronym over the actual meaning of the language. This title does some real violence to the English language. I don't know what an unproductive problem is. I certainly don't know what a productive problem is. I wonder whether the person who wrote that was working on telework or they wrote it at the office. To me, it makes no difference. Somebody should have said, well, that doesn't really make any sense for a title for federal legislation. But in any event, the point is that members of Congress, of everyone, should know that we're able to be very effective, often being two places at the same time. You might be at your district office, you might be at a meeting, a town hall meeting in your district, but you call into a meeting with your chief of staff and your legislative staff, or you call in to have a meeting with subcommittee staff, or what have you. I don't understand the sudden effort to demonize technology and all of the advances that we've made. I don't take this to be serious legislation. There was no hearing on it. There seems to be no effort to convince anyone that it's serious, and I hope we can do better in the days ahead, and I will yield back my time.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thanks, Chairman. First of all, Jamie, well, you're both Jamie. The gentleman from Maryland, I would just want to say to you, you know, we've talked when you were up here and I was down here about what you went through 2 years ago and your persistence in being here through that, and now your persistence in being here through this. There's a picture of me and my family from August 27th, 2011 that sits in the front part of our house where I have a very full head of hair taken August 27th, and I remember that specifically because it was my 2-year-old son's birthday, and I'd started treatment 2 weeks prior, and about 2 weeks later, I was left with this Kojak kind of looking hairstyle, and but I was cancer-free 45 days later. We're praying for you and pulling for you, and you're going to beat this, and we're glad to see you here.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And it suits you well. My doctors have promised mine will come back.
Well, mine came back, but sort of in an absent-minded professor sort of look. So I knock it down with
that's my
clippers.
look.
Yeah, exactly. That's your look. That's right. Well,
Recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They complain about delay at the IRS, and then they oppose funding to assist the overwhelmed workforce at the IRS, which is staggering under the weight of all of these obligations. So, you know, this is the first time I've heard that telework was the source of the problem, but apparently that's what it is this week. Of course, we haven't had a real hearing, so we've had no witnesses on it. So somebody has apparently just dreamed that up. It's just been linked to the debt ceiling. Interesting that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted to lift the debt ceiling 3 different times under Donald Trump, who increased the debt of the United States by single-handedly by more than 20%. All of the debt of the United States under one president, more than 20%. Well, look, let's get back to the issue at hand. Members of Congress make very strange opponents of telework policy. Not because we don't work hard, because I think we do work hard, but we use telework all the time. Members of Congress might be in their district office working, they might be at a town hall meeting working, they might be here on the floor, they might be in a committee meeting, a subcommittee meeting, they might be meeting with constituents somewhere else, and I dare say the vast majority, if not all of us, engage in telework. And we wouldn't say to them, get back to work and stop teleworking. We understand that that's part of an overall telework policy. If people have employees who they think are abusing telework, well, they've got a problem with that employee or they got a problem with their supervisor. But it's, to my experience and knowledge, as someone who I admit may have been a little curmudgeonly in the way we're hearing some of the members are today. When the COVID-19 crisis started, the employees who are super productive at work will be super productive at home. In my case, that's almost all of them. In fact, I think it's all of them. If you've got an employee who blows off their assignments at work and doesn't turn it in, they will do the same thing if they're working from home. That's a question of supervision. So the real issue is why all of a sudden they want to turn against a decade of progress on telework policy and start affixing to it all of these other problems. And for that, I don't understand other than people seem to want to blame the federal workers for everything. Those workers belong to all of our districts. They're all across the country. 80% of federal workers are not in Washington, Maryland, or Virginia. They are all over the country, working everywhere from military bases to Indian reservations to public health service corps, to you name it. These are our people, these are American citizens, and they deserve something a lot more than the implied contempt of suggesting that if they use telework, they're not really working. I'm happy to.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of my colleagues seem to betray no understanding at all of what federal telework policy is. To say that the workforce is not going to the office and it's time to get back to work simply suggests they don't know that every agency, every commission, every department makes its own decisions about this as part of the complete workplace policy, going job classification by job classification, defining when it makes sense and when it doesn't make sense. That's the way that it works. But they want to have a broad brush, one-size-fits-all straitjacket policy where they just decapitate a decade of progress using the pandemic or the end of the pandemic as the excuse for doing that. To repeat, this is not a Washington problem. The vast majority of the federal workforce is spread out across the country. The hardworking people we see in front of us today who work for the clerk of the U.S. House of Representatives and for the House are just a small example of the workforce located in Washington, which is a tiny minority of the federal workforce, which is all over America. So that flexibility has been given to federal workforce supervisors all over the country to deal with. And they would clearly try to elevate what I think is a frivolous talking point over the cost savings that have been created because of telework policy. They would elevate it over the increased job performance and job satisfaction that is being demonstrated in studies around the country, and they would elevate it over the clear success of telework within the private sector. Oftentimes my colleagues will say, well, we've got to be more like the private sector. Well, it's the private sector that's been leading the way here. The federal workforce has been very much in the rear guard doing it. But in any event, remember that they're conflating two completely different things. One is the federal telework policy that has evolved over the last decade, and the other is the pandemic. And it's true that the pandemic response was made far more efficient because there was an infrastructure in place in order to make telework possible. But those pandemic policies can be reversed without destroying all of the policies that have developed over the last decade. And there are an incredible number of unintended consequences that are exacerbated by the fact we have not had a single hearing on this question, which is of fundamental importance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. We strongly oppose this bill, which is an assault on all the progress we've made over the last several years in telework policy. Telework has strengthened private and public workplaces across the land, enhanced productivity, increased efficiency, improved the morale and satisfaction of the workforce, reduced traffic congestion, and made positive environmental changes. When the chairman says it's time to return to work, I believe this is a misnomer because people who participate in telework are working. They're already working, and so they don't need to return to work. This bill would take a sledgehammer to federal telework policy and law, which the sponsors seem completely oblivious to, and you can hardly blame them because the leadership brings this measure forward without the benefit of even a single hearing in the Oversight Committee, which means Congress has not heard from the Office of Personnel Management, it's not heard from any of the federal agency chiefs, it's not heard from any federal workers or their collective bargaining representatives. It hasn't heard from any of the stakeholders other than secondhand, I guess, through hearsay, the mayor of Washington, D.C., who, not surprisingly, seems to be resistant, at least according to that report, to telework policy. But this is an arbitrary effort to roll back all of the progress that has been made under legislation and administrative rules over the last decade without any participation at all of the key stakeholders. The bill falsely equates the development of telework as part of a balanced federal workplace policy by OPM and the agencies, with the sudden and near complete shift to virtual work in certain sectors because of the pandemic. And those are two completely different things. This conflation produces nothing but confusion, and the bill is a wrecking ball against telework policy, which has been a critical success in so many workplaces. Colleagues, the workplace is changing because of extraordinary new technology and a new focus on productivity and efficiency, as opposed to industrial age assembly line seating and command and control work relations. Before the pandemic, hybrid and remote work were already growing far more prevalent across professions, particularly for jobs performed in an office setting. The pandemic accelerated these dynamics, not only in the federal workplace, but even more dramatically in the private sector. But from fiscal year 2019 to 20, as we entered the pandemic, federal telework doubled from roughly 500,000 people to more than 1 million. Practically overnight, traditional barriers to telework, such as technological obstacles and management resistance, began to disappear. Federal agencies implemented sweeping new guidelines as an essential tool for the continuity of government operations. This was the pandemic, of course, will not last forever. Indeed, the president announced that he plans to end the public health emergency on May 11. So the federal government will not maintain a pandemic-level telework posture in perpetuity, but we cannot ignore the lessons that we've learned over the last several years. As OPM put it in its 2021 annual report on the status of telework, there is no going back. Enhanced demand in the national workforce and among federal employees will continue as workers and supervisors report greatly enhanced productivity and focus from flexible work practices that reduce time wasted in endless in-person meetings, water cooler gossip sessions, and the proverbial BS sessions that overcome so many people's offices. According to a survey by the Conference Board, 82% of companies are going to offer hybrid work options to employees going forward. And the number of private companies willing to let at least some portion of their workforce go fully remote has tripled to an astonishing 36%. In another survey, 63% of employees rated the value of 2 to 3 days being able to work from home as equivalent to a pay raise. To remain competitive with the private sector with which we compete, the federal government must offer reasonable telework options. OPM says it well, observing that we must appreciate the sea change in the American labor market. Telework saves money, it helps the government recruit top talent, it reduces traffic gridlock, it makes environmental sense, and it ensures a continuity of operations at agencies that Americans rely on every single day. It is a lifeline for people who have disabilities or are immunocompromised, and it offers dramatically expanded opportunities for people living in more rural areas to enter and sustain a career in the federal service. So, we cannot enter a time machine and simply wish away the utility of telework in recruiting and retaining new generations of federal workers. We should embrace telework as part of a balanced workplace policy to promote employee satisfaction and overall mission outcome. OPM Director Kiran Ahuja offers a clear-eyed vision for the future in her annual report, saying federal agencies must continue to embrace workplace flexibility, such as telework, to remain competitive for top talent. Decisions about telework, however, must be driven by delivery of mission. We all work for the American public, and how we best serve them needs to be the paramount consideration. So that means telework does not make sense for every worker in every office or every activity. If you're guarding the Capitol, obviously you need to be present. If you are researching groups that were involved in the insurrection against the Capitol, you might be able to work part of that time virtually. Processing paper tax returns at the IRS may indeed require in-person work, but I will note that although people are blaming the problems with IRS responsiveness on telework, that does not make sense to me. Telephone work is something that can be done from the office, home office, or somewhere else, which is why we have been, on our side of the aisle, invested in increasing staff at the IRS, because our constituents are so frustrated with being left on the phone and not getting answers returned about when they will be getting their IRS refund. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, we added 5,000 new positions for people on the phones to respond to our constituents. I know that some of our colleagues across the aisle have opposed additional funding for IRS positions, and that is surely a far more likely culprit than whatever telework policies are in place over at the IRS. So the Biden administration's telework guidance seeks to strike a balance between getting people who need to be in person back in the office safely and helping agencies design their post-pandemic telework plans to build off the prior successes of this policy. And I
Yield to the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you much. Mr. Horowitz, following up on that, when did the SBA start using the Do Not Pay program to check the eligibility of applicants for PPP loans?
Following recommendations by SBA, OIG, the PRAC, and GAO, they started in 2021.
In January 2021, at the beginning of the Biden administration.
They said they were. It actually, I'm not sure it exactly started then. I mean, one of the issues has been getting them to implement what they said, but they did make efforts to start, and they did subsequently start doing that.
Great. Well, when we passed the CARES Act in 2020, and we created the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, which you lead, the CARES Act included specific language directing the PRAC to create a user-friendly website to give the American people an overview of how pandemic relief funds were being spent, all the way down to the project community level. But guidance released on April 10, 2020 by President Trump made it nearly impossible to effectively track pandemic relief funding past the first distribution. And Mr. Chairman, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert the administration's April 10, 2020 guidance into the record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. Horowitz, how did this guidance affect the PRAC's ability to identify and prevent pandemic relief fraud?
So in the CARES Act, Congress said that the PRAC needed to launch a website within 30 days. We did. Go to pandemicoversight.gov. You can see how the money's been spent. You can get to your local zip code if you'd like. We were challenged at the outset because OMB leadership decided to use what was already existing reporting tools in usaspending.gov, which we did not believe was sufficient. GAO did not believe was sufficient, and SBA and others, IGs, didn't believe was sufficient to meet the requirements of the CARES Act. The memorandum that went out that you mentioned put that in place, and it limited our ability at the outset to get the data we needed. For folks who followed our website from 2020 forward, you will see gradual additions to the website. Indeed, SBA wouldn't give us the information, this is an SBA agency issue, until September or October of 2020. We couldn't get much of any data from them because they were litigating FOIA lawsuits.
Gotcha. So do you think that that guidance met the language and the spirit of the CARES Act requirements for tracking pandemic relief spending all the way to the ground?
The public should know where money went. Congress needs to know where money went. You can't figure out whether a policy worked, whether it's been defrauded, who's accountable, if you don't know where the money went.
Mr. Darrow, following the 2008 financial crisis, President Obama signed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act to stimulate the economy and to get us out of the Great Recession. I think that was a $787 billion program, if memory serves. Do you think that that Trump administration 2020 guidance we're talking about effectively incorporated lessons that were learned from Obama's successful implementation of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act?
Not to the full extent that they should have been. The Recovery Act reporting required reporting from recipients, and the Recovery Act Board created that. So you had much more timely reporting than what you had under the guidance that Mr. Horowitz just talked about, which is using usaspending.gov. So, you know, they could have taken and some of those lessons, I think, so.
Gotcha. So, well, Mr. Horowitz, then, did you at all express your frustration with this undermining of the CARES Act determination that the public have complete accountability and transparency?
At the time we were meeting with, PRAC leadership was meeting with OMB and expressing the need to have better reporting portals than what existed with USA Spending. There are many issues with USA Spending. IGs have written about those that need to be fixed. GAO has written report after report about that. Those need to be fixed. If you want to find the best information that's out there, it's actually for the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was the $150 billion in the CARES Act that went to the states. The reason that's there, that information there, is because the Treasury IG, working with the PRAC, created the recipient reporting portal. We couldn't do that. It cost us money. They cost them money. We couldn't do that for, you know, trillions of dollars. But that's what needs to be done.
Well, I'm proud that we included those provisions in the CARES Act precisely to ferret out fraud, to try to prevent the waste and abuse. But it obviously requires leadership at the presidential level, at the very top, a commitment to making sure that everything is accountable and transparent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Mr. Chairman, thank you kindly. Our committee's purpose is to ensure that government is effectively delivering on its promises to the American people. And as the new ranking member, I'm eager to work with you and the rest of the committee in carrying out this shared responsibility in a thorough, serious, nonpartisan, and even-handed way. When I heard that our first hearing would spotlight pandemic relief programs, I was pleased because I thought it would follow up on everything the Democratic majority had been doing in the 117th Congress since COVID-19 began. I was hopeful for an opportunity to consider together how we can identify schemes of fraud and self-enrichment, ripping off the taxpayers, and continue to strengthen the structural efficiency of critical government programs that help families and businesses across America meet the challenges of the pandemic. Just as the political system and the campaign finance system have recently been proven shockingly vulnerable to imposters, hustlers, conmen, big liars, outright fraudsters, and fakes, some of the programs developed to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic have proven vulnerable to the relentless, deceitful, and fraudulent designs of criminal predators when they, too, decide to exploit the generosity of the American people. The traditional language of waste, fraud, and abuse does not quite capture the confidence games and organized criminal artifices and schemes that have targeted and exploited relief programs built on the solidarity and goodwill of the American people. The House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus, which was chaired in the last Congress by then Majority Whip Clyburn, in which I served on, led the effort to identify and combat these criminal actors. The subcommittee conducted no fewer than 7 hearings focused on rooting out fraud in relief programs. I will never forget how, under Chairman Clyburn's leadership, in our first week or two of existence, the subcommittee recovered an improper $10 million Paycheck Protection Program loan. Less than 3 months later, we helped secure the return of $109 million from a nursing home chain that was not using the loan as Congress had specifically intended. In March of 2021, we exposed how the Trump administration's reckless mismanagement of small business relief programs and refusal to implement basic anti-fraud controls led to nearly $84 billion in fraudulent loans. Just months later, we issued another report highlighting how the Trump administration awarded $95.7 million in pandemic food box program funds to 3 companies that all raised severe red flags. Then again, in April of 2022, we showed how Trump White House officials overruled career Department of Defense officials to approve a $700 million national security loan to a single company in violation of legal requirements, and so on. We used the spotlight and bully pulpit of a small subcommittee to expose and reverse colossal frauds taking place against the American people. While I remain optimistic that this hearing can meaningfully explore ways to ensure that taxpayer dollars go where intended, I confess I'm troubled that some of our colleagues seem to want to cherry-pick facts and deploy distorted figures to attack the underlying legitimacy of the programs themselves, the programs that were a lifeline and salvation for millions of businesses and families across the country. Recall that while the former president denied, trivialized, and dismissed the COVID-19 pandemic, it was Congress which acted responsibly and swiftly and in bipartisan fashion to create and supercharge programs that saved countless businesses and families from bankruptcy and ruin. These programs included expanded unemployment insurance benefits and the PPP program, which empowered families and businesses to avoid economic collapse. As a result of our actions, the COVID-19 economic recession was the shortest on record. The programs were by no means perfect. Antique government IT systems, many running on obsolete software, collapsed and were incapable of adapting to the scope of the crisis. States entered the pandemic at a 50-year low for unemployment insurance system funding, and UI claims burgeoned from 211,000 to 6.6 million, a 3,000% increase over a three-week period in March of 2020. People unsure of how they would pay their housing or medical bills panicked as they waited hours on phone calls for customer service representatives or reached endless busy signals in unemployment insurance purgatory. My home state of Maryland was no exception. In the one-year period from March 2020 until March 2021, my district office received 1,400 anguished constituent requests for help with unemployment. This is in contrast to one constituent request we received in all of 2019. Congress asked agencies and states to do the near impossible, and they did their very best. Expanded UI benefits kept an estimated 5 to 6 million people out of poverty in 2020 and 6.7 million people above the poverty line in 2021. The Center for Budget and Policy Priorities estimates that expanded benefits may have saved the lives of as many as 27,000 people in high-risk occupations who may have died from COVID had they not had access to benefits. Organized criminals and fraudsters took advantage of these circumstances by exploiting weaknesses in our IT systems. This problem was compounded by critical decisions made by the Trump administration that hamstrung pandemic relief anti-corruption oversight from the very outset, crippling the government's ability to detect fraud. Despite specific legislative instruction from Congress in our pandemic relief bills, the Trump administration regularly told agencies to ignore data reporting requirements. But congressional Democrats and the Biden administration have worked diligently from the start to recover funds stolen by organized criminal groups and other fraudsters, help states modernize their IT systems, and build new structural capacities to detect and prevent fraud. Under President Biden's leadership, departments and agencies across the government moved swiftly to strengthen program integrity and bolster efforts to prevent, detect, and pursue fraud, which festered under the lackadaisical stewardship of the prior administration. In the days preceding this hearing, Republicans have claimed that Democrats on this committee and in the Biden administration neglected to conduct meaningful oversight of these programs. The record demonstrates these assertions are baseless. Democrats have systematically ferreted out fraud, waste, and abuse in pandemic relief, although we all can certainly be doing a much more effective job, and that's what this hearing should be about. As the work of the 118th Congress commences, I urge all of my colleagues across the aisle and on our side to remember the crucial role this committee must play in eliminating fraudulent schemes by imposters in order to protect the integrity of the programs that we adopt and that America needs. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, is recognized for whatever questions he cares to address to the panel.
Thank the chairman. Ranking Member Raskin, you weren't proposing that we go back when you extolled the virtues of allowing people who weren't citizens to vote because they own property. You're not suggesting to go back to those rules, are you?
No, I was just trying to explain the history of it, because for most of our history and in most of our states, non-citizens have been granted the right to vote, just like non-citizens.
If they owned property?
Well, no, not exclusively. Like, there was a period called declarant alien suffrage before the Civil War, where the rule in most of the Midwestern states, like Minnesota and the Western states, was if you declared that you were on the pathway to citizenship, they would allow you to vote, either in local elections or local, state, and federal, depending on that.
If these provisions that were passed by the local DC elected officials went into place, is it true that an illegal immigrant who's a felon could vote in DC?
This I don't know. You might be more versed in the legislation than me. I don't know. Most of the jurisdictions that have it, it's for non-citizens who are lawfully present. For example, in Maryland, a bunch of local jurisdictions in Montgomery County allow it because there are a lot of foreign diplomatic people and embassy personnel and people work at the World Bank and the IMF, and they've always been allowed to vote in their local school board elections and stuff like that.
But it would allow illegal immigrants to vote in DC?
I just can't answer. I don't know. All non-citizens. So I assume if they were willing to dare to put their name on a public list like that, it sounds like under the DC proposal they could do it.
Do you have an estimate of how many illegal immigrants are in DC?
I do not know that.
Mr. Comer, Chairman Comer, do you have an estimate of the number of illegal immigrants in DC and who might be able to vote because of this?
The Washington Post thinks 50,000. That's what the Washington.
50,000, okay. And isn't it true that felons can vote under the DC rules that are?
I'm advised yes.
It seems to me like we could be in a situation, unless it's expressly prohibited, where illegal immigrants who are felons can actually vote in local elections. That seems pretty darn inclusive. Is that something you support, Ranking Member Raskin?
George Santos is in Congress, man, so it's a big country. And, you know, put it this way, they cannot vote in D.C. in federal elections. So they would not be able to vote for Eleanor Holmes Norton or to run for the non-voting delegate position. It's only in local elections, as I understand it.
Chairman Comer, what's Mayor Bowser's position on the legislation that we're disputing here today with these two resolutions?
She vetoed the voting rights. She vetoed the criminal code. She vetoed the criminal code. She just didn't sign the voting rights. So she didn't support either bill. And the unions, police unions are supportive of both of our resolutions and opposed to DC's bill. So.
Why do you think the police unions, who presumably they vote in DC as well, and support home rule, why would they be opposed to this?
They don't believe that this legislation will do anything but increase the crime rate, which is increasing every day. They think it's too lenient. I'm sorry, too lenient. That's why the police union's opposed to it. And then, you know, talking about the courts, the jury trials and stuff, Congress does have a constitutional role to oversee D.C. legislation. And we fund the judiciary in Washington, D.C. That's funded by Congress. So, you know, we do have a say in this. And I think that if you listen and you know, the Washington Post, the mayor, the law enforcement union, they're all opposed to what the D.C. Council has done and supportive of what these two resolutions are.
Mr. Raskin, you're not suggesting that what we're doing here by reviewing what the D.C. elected officials have chosen and passing a resolution to countermand it, to undo it, you're not suggesting what we're doing here is unconstitutional, are you?
No, I don't think it's unconstitutional. But that's why people want statehood. I mean, I think most people on the panel represent states that used to be jurisdictions that could get kicked around by Congress routinely on matters, and they don't even, you know, get to speak for themselves. So I just think as a matter of basic democratic civic respect, we should allow them to have their laws. These are, you know, some of these provisions in the criminal justice code provision, as I showed just looking at one, carjacking, are far more stringent than those in states that we represent. The non-citizen voting thing also, as I said, is existed
I
in a lot of places.
understand your preferences.
These are not my policy preferences, by the way. My only preference is for us to stay out of it and let them have.
I understand that's a preference of yours.
Yeah.
But Chairman Comer makes a great point that this is our constitutional authority and prerogative here to review what they've done. In fact, what we've done to let them go ahead and elect folks and vote on these things is more than the Constitution granted them. It's not prohibited in the Constitution to let them do this, but it's certainly reserved, and until the Constitution changes, and I know you would prefer statehood, but we don't have statehood. So in the absence of statehood, we have the Constitution as it stands, and this is our prerogative to vote on this. And I support these two measures, and I support the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, recognized for questions. Recognized for questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really glad that, at first I was a little bit unsure why we were considering both of these at the same time, but I'm really glad that we are because of some of the comments that I've heard in this debate. So first of all, a question for Mr. Raskin. How long have we been given this mechanism of home rule?
The DC Home Rule Charter was adopted in the modern period in 1973 when Congress extended it. It did exist in the 19th century and was revoked as black voting rights were taken away, and it was part of the anti-Reconstruction period.
So we have had this power since the 1970s, since 1970.
Before that, from the very beginning, Congress has had the power since the Organic Act was adopted in 1801, which is when Congress accepted the cession of lands from Maryland and Virginia and created a city. What was interesting is the lands were actually given in 1790, and people in D.C. continued to vote in Maryland or Virginia so they wouldn't be disenfranchised. And some people think of it as a kind of accidental disenfranchisement.
But we're not considering whether we're eliminating home rule today.
Well, it depends on who you ask, you know. I mean, the people in D.C.
No, we're not considering,
overturning
it
the
is not
charter.
overturning home
No.
rule. So what we are doing in these two resolutions is operating under a power that we've been given, that we already have. And it is up to us to determine the appropriate use of that.
Could I just make one point about that?
Just a moment.
Yep.
So do you know how many visitors visit Washington, D.C. from around the world, around the country?
I got to be forced to guess that one, too. I would say 200 million a year.
It's not that high.
It's not that high.
But it's 19.1 million visitors on average yearly. About 270,000 of those are from other countries. So the vast majority of people visiting Washington, D.C. are our constituents from around the country. So I want to pivot just a moment to the crime part of this, the crime resolution. That would be HJ Res 26. We've gotten two letters here, Mr. Raskin, from the National Fraternal Order of Police and a letter from the D.C. Police Union asking us to support the resolution of disapproval. Does that not impact you, in your opinion, at all?
Well, for me, that's easy, because for me, it's a question of a principle of political self-determination. I'm a lot more interested in what the police unions are saying about banning semi-automatic assault weapons nationally.
Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time.
Yeah.
Mr. Comer, I want to talk about the Voting Rights Act. This is where these two things, I think, uniquely intersect. So the Local Resident Voting Rights Amendment Act makes no exception for foreign diplomats or agents voting in D.C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to assume that perhaps there are more foreign diplomats here in Washington, D.C. than any other major U.S. city, given the status of our nation's capital, the presence of foreign embassies, the State Department, et cetera?
Yes, definitely Washington and New York City, I would assume, would be the top two, by far.
Is it your understanding that our diplomats serving elsewhere abroad are given the opportunity to vote in local elections representing the United States?
I haven't seen where they are, but I could be wrong on that. I've never read that they were. I would assume no.
Can you think of a single positive reason why we would want individuals who have sworn allegiance to another country, in some cases hostile countries, like Iran, China, et cetera, to have a say in any elections, local or otherwise, in the United States of America?
No, in fact, this issue comes up a lot in Kentucky. People want us to stand up to our adversaries around the world, bring our jobs back, do something about foreign adversaries stealing our technology and intellectual property. And so this is a big issue. And let me say this, no state has allowed non-citizen voting since 1926. That was something I wanted to bring out as well.
So let me just put a pin in that for just a moment and turn to the crime issue. We've heard if the citizens of Washington, D.C. don't agree with the crime policy, they can just vote them out. Okay? Unless they're foreign agents who are utilizing this mechanism in the interest of creating chaos and disorder in our capital city. Is that not correct?
That's right.
Well, I'm very concerned, particularly on the crime side. This resolution eliminates the accomplice liability for felony murder. I just did a quick check of the Washington, D.C. Unsolved homicides from 2022. There were 122 that were unsolved. Do you think that eliminating the accomplice liability for felony murder makes those solving those cases more or less likely?
Less likely.
And do you think that if we reduce some of these penalties, it overall makes the city of Washington, D.C. more safe or less safe?
Less safe.
And the Fraternal Order Police says that more than 500 officers have left the department. Does that make Washington, D.C. more safe or less safe for our constituents visiting?
Less safe. And I think in all of our districts where I've read just about, there's a shortage of police officers, and I think what their opinion with respect to criminal policy matters.
Yes. I just want to say that I think we need to give our law enforcement officers all the tools necessary to be successful. I agree with our law enforcement that we must not embolden criminals. We must not sideline justice for any sake. Public safety is a #1 priority, should be a #1 priority of our Congress. I appreciate you bringing this resolution. I want to yield some time to my colleague, Mr. Norman. Mr. Chairman, if I can. I'll yield to Mr. Roy, Mr. Chairman.
I would only add, there was a point earlier about the GDP of Washington, D.C. being bigger than, I believe, 17 states. I think is what the gentleman from Maryland said, or something along those lines. I would only note that an enormous percentage of the GDP of the city of Washington comes from federal government and government-related expenditures and issues related to the federal government almost directly, as opposed to significant industry and so forth. And then a good portion of the GDP related to any industry that's here are related to lobbyists. I yield back.
Thank you to the witnesses. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, is recognized for questions.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for questions.
I thank the chairman. Try to be brief. Mr. Comer, this is the United States Congress, right? The United States of America.
Yes, sir.
Is D.C. a state?
No, sir.
Under the Constitution of the United States, was D.C. contemplated to be the capital seat?
Yes, sir.
Is it the capital seat of the
Yes,
United
sir.
States? Do we therefore have a particularly unique interest as the Congress representing the people of the United States in ensuring that the capital of the United States is functioning properly and is being managed in ways that we think appropriate as Congress, both in terms of crime and in terms of those who are voting here in the capital seat of the United States?
Yes, sir. We have a constitutional role to do that.
What if people want D.C. to be a state, and my friend from Maryland and I have sparred over this and oversight and had some good conversations about it, maybe even a judiciary too, I can't remember. if some folks want it to be a state, that is a debate that has been ongoing, but it is nevertheless currently not a state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So to my friend from Maryland, I would ask you a question that in '93, in the law review piece in which you advocated for non-citizens voting in local elections, you stated it would be difficult to allow non-citizens to vote in state elections because the U.S. Constitution categorically makes all persons enfranchised in state legislative elections into federal electors, and alien participation in national elections present. I get kind of what you mean there, but can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, I mean, when I looked at the whole question and what Lincoln, how Lincoln got elected and how, it was controversial because people were saying that the immigrant vote counted, it just seemed to me that there are very, powerful countervailing considerations against allowing that to happen. But at the local level, if I've got a Canadian neighbor, presumably he and his family have the same interests in efficient garbage collection and good schools as everybody else does. So I think that has always been left up to local communities to decide who should vote in local elections. And the logic of that seems to me to be fine.
Would that be consistent with the logic that D.C. should be a city and not a state?
Well, I mean, that obviously presents a different question. And, what you posed to Chairman Comer, the words District of Columbia did not appear in the Constitution or Washington, D.C., nor was the geography of the capital city set in the Constitution. It just says in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, that Congress shall exercise exclusive legislation over the district that is to become the seat of government in land yielded by the states. And so it could have been Philadelphia, it could have been Annapolis, it could have been New York. Different parts of the country were vying for it, and there's, of course, nothing freezes it today. The question for us is whether, we think that simply living in the capital city and breathing the same air as members of Congress entitles you to disenfranchisement and not having representation in Congress. And I don't think any of us would consent to that proposition for people that we represent.
Well, again, without going through the D.C. statehood debate, I mean, those states are states in our union, right? And therefore have that enfranchisement that was considered in forming the union from states
for
up through
13
the
of
union.
them.
But with respect to the district, the argument is that we have 435 of us here to decide what is in the best interest of the nation, including having a capital city seat of government. People can live here, and they could choose to live in that structure. I think the question before us right now it's a pretty simple one, is whether the capital city, the national seat of government, should allow people who are non-citizens to vote. I think that's the question. And I think the question is a reasonable one that, to respond to the ranking member, I've had many constituents ask about it. I've had many constituents raise the issue and raise the question and concern about it. I've had many constituents and people who live in D.C. raise the issue about the safety and crime and issues of concern here in the District of Columbia. It's not a unimportant issue, I think, for the vast majority of Americans who want their capital city to be safe. They want their capital city to reflect their values as well, and believing that it's important for it to be citizens who vote, and particularly given the lack of exemptions for diplomats and other individuals that are here in the city. But I guess I would just, for time's sake, I'll probably just move on from that position, but I would just remind us that at the end of the day, we have a duty here. And the one last question I'd have for Mr. Comer is, do you believe that regardless of the outcome of this vote, that the appropriations process and the power of the purse is another important avenue to consider with respect to how taxpayer dollars are used with respect to the business carried out by the capital city of the United States of America?
Absolutely, 100%. Yes.
I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, and Mr. McGovern, it's good to see you. I've come to oppose these two resolutions, which we've had no hearings on, that seek to overturn and nullify laws duly enacted by the representatives of the 713,000 citizens who live in Washington, D.C. The framers of our Constitution observed that Newton's third law of motion acts in politics as well as in physics. Every action creates an equal and opposite reaction. And the people of Washington dared to upset the apple cart in the last two Congresses by challenging their political disenfranchisement, their complete lockout from voting representation in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, and all of the political discrimination that is routinely waged against them. The only community of tax-paying, draftable U.S. citizens who have no voting representation in the Congress of the United States. And now today, they're starting to pay the price, at least if the majority gets its way. Now, Washingtonians have a real and old-fashioned political grievance, the kind of grievance that the framers of our Constitution understood well: disenfranchisement, taxation without representation. And this is a real grievance, not an imaginary one, like a fictionalized stolen election, and they chose to act to redress their grievance. After more than 2 centuries of having no voting voice in Congress and having their laws subject to interference by other people's representatives, after more than 2 centuries of taxation, military service, and conscription without representation in the body that decides on war and everything else at the federal level, the people of Washington simply had enough. And it's true that not everyone noticed because they acted nonviolently. Even though they live right nearby, they didn't come and storm the Capitol and beat the daylights out of 150 Capitol police officers, breaking their arms and legs and ribs and jaws and noses, leaving many of them permanently injured and disfigured and traumatized. They didn't try to overthrow the government. They didn't threaten our lives, and they didn't get anyone killed. Indeed, on January 6, 2021, hundreds of Washingtonians serving as Metropolitan Police Department officers or Capitol Police officers and many others defended the Capitol with their bodies and their lives, while out-of-state insurrectionists and coup plotters and cop haters descended on the Capitol to attack us. Washingtonians acted to save the very Congress in which they still have no voting representation at all. You talk about patriotism, that's patriotism. But if they didn't try to violently overthrow the government and install a dictator, what did they do that's gotten everyone in the majority so upset with them that they want to overturn their local laws for the first time in more than 3 decades? Well, it's simple. They exercised their rights under the First Amendment, the 9th Amendment, and the 10th Amendment by speaking, assembling, organizing a statehood constitutional convention, and then submitting a petition for redress of grievances and for admission as a state to the Union. They did what 37 states have done successfully before them. They tried to get Congress to use our powers under Article 4 to end their second-class status and disenfranchisement by admitting them on an equal footing with the original 13 states. And this is apparently what has set the majority off. In the last 2 Congresses, in 2020 and 2021, the House voted to approve Washington's petition for admission to the Union as a state, bringing Washington that much closer to the plane of equality in the Union. D.C. statehood did not make it through the Senate in either case, but that provisional defeat for the people of Washington is apparently not enough for the new majority, which shrewdly understands that most statehood drives take many years and that D.C. statehood is picking up a lot of momentum. So the new majority has been constructed with votes of a lot of MAGA members, like Representative Green, who told us in the Oversight Committee the other day that the major civil rights issue she sees in Washington today is the discriminatory mistreatment, not of Washingtonians, but of MAGA insurrectionists who are in jail for assaulting officers, interfering with a federal proceeding, and engaging in seditious conspiracy, which means conspiring to overthrow the government of the United States. The people of Washington are now apparently being forced to pay the price for stepping out of line and simply demanding equal rights. The majority wants to teach them a lesson for talking about statehood and opposing insurrection. And they want to turn the clock back on D.C.'s home rule power and relive the glory days when Washington was run like a colony by some racist Dixiecrats out of the House District Committee. Yes, that was my party in power then, and it was wrong then, and it's wrong now. Today, it's the GOP that's determined to put the people of Washington in their place. And make no mistake, it's not just these 2 laws that showed up today without any hearing at all, without any analysis by the committee. They will be attacking Washington not just for its local voting rights policies and criminal justice code, but for its gun safety policies, its defense of abortion rights and LGBTQ rights, its decriminalization of marijuana, and dozens of other issues potentially headed to the House floor if we really want to go down this road of becoming the super DC City Council. My friend Chairman Comer mentioned carjacking and complains of the DC Council's revision of the local criminal justice code. But if we're going to get into the details, let's see how that works. Well, armed carjacking in Washington, D.C., under the legislation we would be repealing today, would get you a sentence of up to 24 years. In Arizona, the most you could get would be 10 years. In Georgia, the most you could get would be 20 years. In Kansas, which has no carjacking statute, you could get 20 years, 20.5 years for armed robbery. In Kentucky, there's no carjacking statute at all, but first-degree armed robbery, which would get you a max of 20 years, 4 years less than you could get in the District of Columbia under the offense that the chairman just cited. Do we really want to sit as a super state legislature micromanaging the laws of this jurisdiction? It just makes no sense to enter into a policy analysis of the district's particular laws any more than it would make sense for us to do that to Kentucky or Massachusetts or Oklahoma. Is this really how we want to be spending our time? In 2016, 86% of residents of this city voted for statehood, and wherever these people stand on particular policy issues, I can assure you that by an overwhelming margin, they want Congress to stop trying to control them and micromanage their affairs. And I believe, although the mayor does indeed side with you on the substance of the particular laws, she has said she does not believe Congress should intervene to overthrow the local will of the people of Washington, D.C., as expressed through their local government. The D.C. population is larger than that of 2 states. It pays more federal taxes per capita than the people of any state, and they pay more in hard dollars than the people of 23 states. And you might look to see exactly where your state fits on that. The D.C. has a gross domestic product larger than the GDP of 17 states. Its bond rating is higher than that of 32 states. So the majority today seeks to use an arcane procedure that's only been used 3 times since D.C. got home rule back in 1973. The last of these resolutions was over 3 decades ago when Congress disapproved a D.C. law related to building height restrictions. The final point I want to make is that there is a powerful logic to the dynamics of statehood in American history. We were designed as a constitutional republic on democratic principles, and when the Northwest Ordinance was adopted, Thomas Jefferson was very clear that no community of free citizens was to be controlled and lorded over by other people's representatives in the federal government. Everyone would be on the eventual path to statehood, self-government, and political equality and freedom. That's why 37 of 50 states, nearly 75%, came into the Union after the original 13. Despite every manner of objection, opponents said that this state was too big or too small. It was a foreign republic like Texas, or it was formerly part of another state like West Virginia or Vermont or Kentucky or Tennessee and many others. They were too Catholic, they were too Mormon, they were too immigrant, they were too racist, they were too far away, they were not contiguous, they were too poor, they were too rich. In every case, the logic of political equality, freedom, and democratic self-government has prevailed over partisan sniping and griping like that. And I would say, for their patriotism and their contributions to America, we owe the people of Washington, D.C. a lot more than our contempt and derision. We owe them statehood, but they certainly don't deserve more political tyranny and gratuitous insult while they wait for Congress to do the right thing. I hope everyone believes in the democratic principles of our Constitution and will join me in rejecting this radical attempt to interfere with D.C.'s duly enacted laws. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you both for your testimony. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record letters from the D.C. Police Union and the National Fraternal Order of Police expressing support for H.J. Res. 26. Hearing no.
Just several questions for Ranking Member Raskin. Do you support allowing non-citizen staff at the Embassy of the People's Republic of China the right to vote in local D.C. elections?
I have absolutely no say in it. And if they ask me for my advice, I would say that people who represent foreign governments shouldn't be able to vote in local elections. It's obviously a minuscule number of people. I can't imagine that would affect a school board election there. But if, I would leave that up to the people of Washington, D.C. Remember, it's about local non-citizen voting. It's not about federal. They're not represented in Congress anyway, but even the non-voting delegate position would be immune to this. So I think we're in search of a horror story here.
But we do have a say in this. Do you support allowing non-citizen staff at the Embassy of the Russian Federation the right to vote in local D.C. elections?
I have opposed Vladimir Putin's massive social disinformation campaign against American democracy. I've opposed all contacts that the Trump administration had with the Putin administration, and I'm opposed to Russian subversion of democracy all over the world. So if they ask me my advice, I would say vote against that.
What, Ranking Member, what protections are in place to ensure that foreign nationals that are here that may be enfranchised for local elections, that those voting lists aren't commingled when it comes to, say, presidential elections?
That's a great question, and if we had a hearing, we might be able to find out by asking the head of the Board of Elections to come in and to see how they've separated them. But there are lots of jurisdictions in the country which do allow local non-citizen voting in school board elections and so on, because they want people to be involved in their kids' education. So we could ask how they divide the voting lists.
Well, voting is a core tenet of what it means to be a citizen of this great country, and this so-called voting rights law actually dilutes the rights of the American citizens and devalues what citizenship actually means. This is a country, and this isn't about geographic expression. The bottom line is allowing non-citizens here legally or illegally to vote in our domestic elections is a violation of our sovereignty and the sovereign rights of Americans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you, and Mr. McGovern, it's good to see you. I've come to oppose these two resolutions, which we've had no hearings on, that seek to overturn and nullify laws duly enacted by the representatives of the 713,000 citizens who live in Washington, D.C. You know, the framers of our Constitution observed that Newton's third law of motion acts in politics as well as in physics. Every action creates an equal and opposite reaction. And the people of Washington dared to upset the apple cart in the last two Congresses by challenging their political disenfranchisement, their complete lockout from voting representation in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, and all of the political discrimination that is routinely waged against them. The only community of tax-paying, draftable U.S. citizens who have no voting representation in the Congress of the United States. And now today, they're starting to pay the price, at least if the majority gets its way. Now, Washingtonians have a real and old-fashioned political grievance, the kind of grievance that the framers of our Constitution understood well: disenfranchisement, taxation without representation. And this is a real grievance, not an imaginary one, like a fictionalized stolen election, and they chose to act to redress their grievance. After more than 2 centuries of having no voting voice in Congress and having their laws subject to interference by other people's representatives, after more than 2 centuries of taxation, military service, and conscription without representation in the body that decides on war and everything else at the federal level, the people of Washington simply had enough. And it's true that not everyone noticed because they acted nonviolently. Even though they live right nearby, they didn't come and storm the Capitol and beat the daylights out of 150 Capitol police officers, breaking their arms and legs and ribs and jaws and noses, leaving many of them permanently injured and disfigured and traumatized. They didn't try to overthrow the government. They didn't threaten our lives, and they didn't get anyone killed. Indeed, on January 6, 2021, hundreds of Washingtonians serving as Metropolitan Police Department officers or Capitol Police officers and many others defended the Capitol with their bodies and their lives, while out-of-state insurrectionists and coup plotters and cop haters descended on the Capitol to attack.
I don't even know how to comment on a lot of that. I mean, I assume you stand by the tweet. We just thought it was some lowly staffer that tweeted something out and made a mistake, but I assume you stand by the statement on your official statement that today's hearing was to amplify white nationalist conspiracy theories?
Actually, it's not what it says, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to read it.
I just read it off the tweet.
It says, "Good morning to everyone except oversight members who are using today's hearing to amplify white nationalist conspiracy theories instead of a comprehensive solution." So it specifically excludes everybody who doesn't participate in that. There are members on this committee who have indulged in that kind of rhetoric. But if they are willing to say now that they renounce the great replacement theory, they don't want to be associated with it, then I'm very happy to say we will withdraw that tweet and you will never see a tweet like that again.
It appears to me that the two sides couldn't be any different on border security. We believe border security is national security. It's my analysis of my friends on the other side's defense of an open border is that anyone who would suggest we need to secure our border is a racist or a white supremacist.
No one has said that, and I disavow and renounce and denounce that sentiment. There are legitimate differences that people have about this, but my only point about it, Mr. Chairman, and with your indulgence, is that people are getting killed because of the great replacement theory. And I gave you several examples of that. There are people loaded up on hate who go in who actually believe that there's a deliberate effort to replace the native population of the United States and that there's an effort to bring people in to replace them. That's what people were chanting in Charlottesville, Jews will not replace us. That's what its meaning is. And so it would be great if people would just say, we don't believe that, and we would like to turn down the temperature on this and work together for meaningful solutions.
We believe that people are getting killed because of the fentanyl that's coming across the border every day. We believe that crime rates are increasing. We believe that human trafficking is increasing because of the lack of security on the southern border. This hearing was a fact-finding mission to hear from Chief Patrol agents on the front lines of Biden's border crisis. This wasn't another, I forget what the White House said it was this morning, trying to politicize. This was, I think, a substantive committee hearing, gathering facts from people on the front lines. I don't know why Secretary Mayorkas was so hesitant to allow people to come forward. Committees of jurisdiction in the House of Representatives are going to continue to invite people on the front lines of the Border Patrol to come and testify, because we want to support you all. We appreciate your service to our country. Those of us on the Republican side, we've made many trips to the border. There's no telling how many meetings the members that represent the border states have had with Border Patrol agents, and they're begging us for help. They're begging us to change the policy, to force this administration to change the policy to make their jobs easier and their life safer. We heard testimony from two great law enforcement professionals today that the cartels are taking advantage of the crisis at the southern border, leveraging chaos by overwhelming Border Patrol agents with large groups and task saturation tactics. So that's what I saw when I went to the border. We knew they were utilizing drones. They were sending large groups in. The Border Patrol would apprehend them and take them to process, and knowing that no one was left in that area, they would send drug runners across the border with the fentanyl. Happens every day. We heard testimony that the number of encounters of illegal border crossers went from unprecedented to a situation so bad that the situation is now indescribable. We learned that many migrants decided to illegally enter the United States because they believed that President Biden would let them in. They believed that the law had changed. We've heard testimony that President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy was effective in El Paso. We heard testimony that Border Patrol has had to divert resources to respond to cartel tactics, crossing large groups or putting migrants in peril, leaving other parts of our border unguarded, what I just mentioned earlier. And we learned that the Tucson sector, 52% of 700 pounds of fentanyl seized in the field was backpacked across the border by smugglers in between ports of entry. These are just a few of the facts that we learned today. And I want to thank the witnesses again for appearing. We appreciate your service. We want to work with you if there's ever anything that we can do to make your jobs easier, make your lives safer, and secure our southern border, to help secure our southern border. We want to do that. This is a priority for the majority in this House of Representatives. And I appreciate the substantive testimony today and look forward to working with you in the future. With that, I now declare this committee hearing adjourned. To the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chief Chavez and Chief Modlin, for being with us today and for your service and your testimony. We've got to stop the flow of fentanyl into our country. It's a matter of life and death. Chief Chavez, the vast majority of fentanyl coming into the country is seized at ports of entry, not from migrants traveling across the border on foot in between ports of entry. Am I right about that?
Thank you, sir, for the question. We have seen the large amounts of narcotics that have been seized at the ports of entry. However, for us, between the ports of entry, the fentanyl specific, we have also documented cases for Border Patrol where we have seen some at our checkpoints. For example, here in December of just this past year, we seized the largest liquid fentanyl seizure in coordination with the task force of Nueces County, which was, I don't know if you saw it on the news, it came out, it was about largest fentanyl seizure. It was 25 pounds, 3 gallons of liquid fentanyl that was seized in coordination with our task forces under the license plate reader program with Stogart and partners. Now, fentanyl, again, is a very dangerous drug, just as Chief Mullen had mentioned. So for us, it's something that's of high concern.
Gotcha. Well, can I follow up on that? And congratulations on that seizure.
Thank you, sir.
That's a big deal, and we thank you for your service. The statistics I'm looking at say that over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at the ports of entry or at vehicle checkpoints, and not between. Although there are significant cases, as you point out, that are taking place between. Who would best be able to speak to us about what's taking place at the ports of entry? Because I understand both of you are sort of in the intermediate points. Is that right?
Yes, sir. So I think I would probably refer you to our Director of Field Operations. They work under CBP, but they are the ones that have command and control of our ports of entry at CBP.
And they're the central force interdicting fentanyl today across the border.
They're the ones that have oversight of all ports of entry, who would be the ones to be the proper witness for that.
Got you. And they're not here today?
They are not, sir. Thank you.
Okay. What's even more puzzling to me in terms of the political rhetoric is that 86% of the people convicted of fentanyl smuggling in 2021 were American citizens, not foreign nationals or unauthorized immigrants, right? But U.S. citizens who are on the payroll of the smuggling operations of the cartels. Is that the same as your understanding, Chief Chavez?
I know that in some cases where we have arrested or interdicted and arrested folks for drug smuggling, it has been American citizens, but I don't have the statistic to my knowledge at this time whether the majority have been American citizens.
Okay, well, and I'll share with you the statistics that we got from the CBP about that. But let me ask you this. Will the operational security of our border be strengthened by the 300 additional Border Patrol agents and 500 support staff that will be added as a result of the latest funding bill that we passed in December? Is that going to help?
Sir, any type of funding, any type of support that we can get from our congressional representatives to assist us with the type of support to enforce this type of, or to try and prosecute any type of drug smugglers at the border is going to assist us.
Gotcha. Chief Modlin, let me come to you for a second. As a Border Patrol chief, is it part of your responsibility to try and determine and assess the underlying causes of migration in the Western Hemisphere? Or are you just on the operational side?
Thanks for the question, sir. So I think it's a complicated question. So the nature of the work I do, yes, that is part of it. However, what we focus on, what my primary responsibility is to execute on policy and law and just to secure the border, regardless of who comes across it, whoever's trafficking, be it a foreign national or a U.S. national. It is just to interdict whatever crosses and then place it in the proper pathway, sir.
Gotcha. So you're not really interested in the why of how they got there. You're just interested in stopping the people who are showing up at the border.
So, sir, I would not say I'm not interested in the why. That's I'm sorry, I'm at the beginning of my statement about the complexities of it.
Yeah.
So we have incredibly robust intelligence shops that look at this because the why will generally tell us where the traffic is likely to come next and then where we can best deploy our resources to mitigate that.
Great. All right, well, maybe we'll get to hear from some of those people that are involved on the intelligence side to try to analyze what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just reviewing some materials that showed that both the states that the gentlelady from Colorado and the gentleman from New York represent had non-citizen voting in the 18th, 19th, and in the case of Colorado, up to the 20th century. So I think, you know, if they're talking about giving away the sacred right to vote, their states have done that before, and it's got a kind of interesting history to it. I mean, to me, it's basically irrelevant because it's not our decision to be making. It's up to the people of D.C., just like it's up to the voters in Colorado and it's up to the voters in New York. But the history of it is intriguing because when the country started, as I'm sure the gentlelady's aware, there were race qualifications for voting, there were gender qualifications for voting, and it was only through social struggle that those were removed. But at the beginning of the Republic, all that mattered was the property qualification, the wealth and property qualification for white men. And if you were a white man, regardless of your citizenship status, you had the right to vote. And that lasted basically up into the Civil War, but it became a bone of contention between the North and the South because the northern states were continuing to defend alien suffrage, and the southern states opposed it. And in fact, if you look at Article 1 of the Confederate Constitution, the very first thing it does, it says you must be a citizen of the Confederacy in order to vote there. They didn't want non-citizens voting. Why? Because the immigrants were overwhelmingly anti-slavery. And it was very clear in the debates in Congress about this that the southern states wanted to get rid of it, which is why the Confederacy banned it. After the Civil War, non-citizen voting spread around the country. But the point is, when we're talking about local non-citizen voting, who's going to vote in your school board or town council elections, that should be decided locally. And my colleagues who are the ones determined not to make the District of Columbia a state should be the first ones to say, if it's just a local government, let them decide who's going to vote on matters of garbage collection and who their teacher is going to be. The jurisdictions that have done this, like Los Angeles, have wanted to make sure that parents in local public schools get the right to vote, regardless of their citizenship status. Most of the non-citizens, of course, are lawful residents, people with green cards, permanent residents, and they want them to be engaged and involved. In any event, if my friends really support home rule and local self-determination, they will allow the people of Washington, D.C. to decide that. And with that, I'm going to yield 4 minutes to my...
As for the electricity going out, that's never happened in my 6 years in Congress. But before we close, the ranking member and I are going to have very brief closing statements. I yield to the ranking member.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for your endurance and patience today. I hope you don't feel as bad about the day as you seem to look right now, but it's going to be over soon. I want to start with a simple point that I hope will be sympathetic to you, and I began the long day with this. It's even more important now that we have members who are actually threatening witnesses with arrest and prosecution for clearly imaginary offenses, or at least offenses that might make sense in their minds, but I don't quite know what they would be. But Twitter is a private First Amendment protected media entity, and you make your own decisions like Fox News makes its decisions. And I might get kicked off of Fox News, or they might not cover me, or Wall Street Journal or MSNBC. I've got no constitutional right to go there. So I think there's just a fundamental legal fallacy and logical fallacy that pervades most of the questioning today. And my friend, the chairman, and my friend, Mr. Jordan, certainly know that under our First Amendment, there's a state action requirement. There is no state action here. Now, there's an attempt to perhaps jerry-rig some state action by claiming, well, it was really the FBI that committed whatever offense was there. But what do we have in terms of what we found today? Well, today's witnesses, each and every one, testified that no U.S. government official directed any of them to censor, remove, or take down the New York Post story. That was their mistake. 2, today's witnesses all testified that the Biden campaign did not direct Twitter to take action against the New York Post story. And 3, the whole hearing was predicated on the idea that the FBI directed Twitter to take down the New York Post story to protect Biden, but once again, not a single witness testified that the FBI even communicated with Twitter about the New York Post story. So to me, this has been a wild cyber goose chase all day. It has turned up absolutely nothing. But there was one serious point made by our witness, Ms. Navaroli, who said that the violence and the chaos that was wreaked upon this institution, not far from where we sit today, on January 6th, the attempt to topple a presidential election and install someone who had not been elected as president, was facilitated by Twitter and other social media entities. And at Twitter, at least, the brass there specifically rejected the pleas of employees to take seriously all of the signs and clues of coming violence in the insurrectionary action that took place. That's a serious problem that we're going to have to deal with at some point at a serious hearing, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I will conclude by reminding my friend, the ranking member, that you've gone through quite the transition at the beginning of the hearing. You, as well as many of your colleagues, said this was a conspiracy theory. After listening to the witnesses, now you say it's a simple mistake they made in suppressing the laptop story. Twitter is a private company, but they enjoy special liability protection, Section 230. They also, according to the Twitter files, receive millions of dollars from the FBI, which is tax dollars, I would assume. And that makes it a concern of the Oversight Committee. The reason that we've had this hearing is because the laptop has been mislabeled by many in the mainstream media as being Russian disinformation, and that started with Twitter, as well as being tampered with, and you had several people, including Mr. Goldman, that implied that it had been tampered with, even though CBS News and other credible media outlets.
You mean mainstream media outlets?
CBS?
Yeah.
You don't think CBS is credible?
No, I thought you were just calling the mainstream media.
No.
Okay.
CBS News. CBS News has done a forensic audit that shows that the hard drive is legitimate and it was not tampered with. So these are misconceptions that are out there, and they started because of the suppression of the laptop story. The reason the laptop's important is because there's evidence on there that should concern every American about potential corruption, as well as evidence that would suggest that there's a possibility that this administration could be compromised because of the millions and millions of dollars that they've received from our adversaries around the world. We believe that's worth investigating. We believe national security is important. We had a hearing yesterday on our border. We believe there's a crisis at the border, and it threatens our national security. We had a hearing today. We believe that we need to make sure that this administration is not compromised because of the millions of dollars that they've received from our adversaries around the world. That much of that evidence is contained in the laptop. So I think this was a very successful hearing. I appreciate the witnesses' time. I know it was a very long day, and again, we've never had the electricity go out before. But again, we appreciate your sincere testimony. And with that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days.
Mr. Chair, I apologize to interrupt. It's come to my attention that I have to seek your unanimous request in order to submit some additional documents.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Apologies.
With that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. This legislation, which promises to be the first of many, we know that I think tomorrow criminal justice reform comes up. I know that the MAGA wing of the Republican Party doesn't like Medicaid-funded abortions in Washington, D.C. They don't like the stricter gun safety laws that the people of Washington, D.C. Have passed. They don't like their progressive legislation protective of the LGBTQ community and so on. And so we're headed now for a mini culture war between the dominant MAGA wing of the Republican conference today and the people of the District of Columbia, who find themselves in an odd situation because they want to be admitted to the Union the way 37 states have been admitted to the Union after the original 13 were. And that means, by the way, that 3/4 of the states, nearly 75% of the states, came in after the original 13. They appealed to Congress to use our powers under Article 4 of the Constitution to admit new states. They have exercised their powers under the First Amendment and under the Ninth Amendment and under the 10th Amendment to organize a new statehood constitution and to petition for admission to the Union. Now, we haven't, our muscle memory is weak here because it hasn't happened since Hawaii and Alaska. But my friends, Thomas Jefferson thought that this was the destiny of communities under the United States of America. We would not be a colonial power that would continue to lord over people perpetually. On the contrary, when he talked about the Northwest Ordinance, he said, as sufficient population formed and as commitment to democratic principles were realized, these new communities would be admitted as states. And I think as a matter of basic civic respect and self-respect, we owe the people of Washington our attention when they are asking for admission to the Union. These are people who pay more per capita in federal taxes than anybody in the country, more in hard dollars, I believe, than the people of 18 or 20 states. They've served in every war that America's ever fought. They're subject to the military draft. It's just that when Eleanor Holmes Norton, the distinguished professor of constitutional law from Georgetown University, comes to this floor, she comes as a non-voting delegate, and there's no representation and no voice over in the Senate. Well, that's an offense to basic democratic principles that we teach children in second grade. So we should be passing statehood again in the 118th Congress, the way we passed it in the 117th, the way we passed it in the 116th, and we should get the Senate to focus on it. But short of that, the very last thing we should be doing is rolling back the rights, the limited rights that the people of Washington have to exercise. My colleagues have put some stuff on the floor, so I want to answer it. The distinguished gentleman from Georgia invoked a couple of crimes in Washington, D.C., including one in the metro. He didn't talk about the hundreds of crimes that were committed here at the Capitol, in Congress, in Washington, D.C., because he viewed the events of January 6th as akin to a, quote, normal tourist visit. And now he dares to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about keeping Washington, D.C. safe. He seeks to associate Washington, D.C. with crime. And indeed, he and his colleagues constantly try to link images of crime to what they call Democrat-controlled cities. So I did some research last night just to clarify matters. The 7 states with the highest murder rates in 2020 all were states that were majority for Donald Trump in the 2020 election. The murder rate in the states that voted for Trump was higher in aggregate than the murder rate in the states that voted for Biden in each year from 2000 to 2020. So I would invite the gentleman not to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about crime rates, because the murder rate is worse in the red states than it is in the blue states. 5 of the 10 cities with the highest murder rate through the first half of last year were in states that voted for Donald Trump in 2020. All those cities have higher murder rates than Washington, D.C. Among the top 10 is a city in the state represented by the sponsor of the disapproval resolution, Mr. Clyde. Now, the Speaker rose to talk about both yesterday's resolution and today's resolution. He also gave the people of Washington, D.C. a lecture about diluting the vote when he rejects their admission to the Union as a state. In other words, he's trying to squelch and nullify their statehood drive that would give them real political equality in the country, and then he says the people of Washington, D.C. are diluting the vote. Well, he's blockading the vote. He's preventing the vote for people in Washington, D.C. And then he joins the chorus denouncing crime in Washington, D.C., which is suddenly of concern to them. I had not heard them mention that before. Well, it turns out that Bakersfield, California, has one of the highest crime rates in America, recently described as one of the top 10 deadliest cities in America for its size, and its crime rate is higher than that of Washington, D.C. And yet, we're going to take this opportunity to kick around the people of Washington, D.C. Why? Because they're vulnerable, because they don't have voting representation in the House, and they have no voting representation or voice in the U.S. Senate. That's a scandal from the standpoint of democracy. But instead of trying to solve that problem, my colleagues instead want to use the people of Washington, D.C. as a whipping post, as a piñata, something to kick around. And I just think that that's outrageous, and it's wrong. You know, on January 6th, when we were attacked at the Capitol and in this chamber, there were hundreds of residents of Washington, D.C. who worked for the Capitol Police, who worked for the Metropolitan Police Department, who worked for other police forces, who came here to defend us. They came to defend the Congress that they are excluded from. You talk about patriotism, that's patriotism. And these people have a real grievance, a valid grievance, not an imaginary, fake, counterfeit grievance like a presidential election, which they still claim Donald Trump won, even though their arguments were rejected in more than 60 federal and state courts. And Trump lost that election by more than 7 million votes, 306 and 232 in the Electoral College. I'm glad you're nodding over on that side of the aisle, because these facts are indisputable. And yet still, they indulge the follies and the fantasies and the pathologies of Donald Trump. That's what they do instead. And they try to kick around the people of Washington, D.C., who defended us as patriots on that day. And there are veterans in Washington, D.C., and we'll submit these for the record, who have demanded their voting rights and demanded admission as a state. And yet they dare to lecture the people of Washington, D.C. about what to do with their democratic rights. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. If you Google carjacking in Kentucky, what will come up is just a few months ago, 2 people were carjacked in different incidents at gunpoint in Louisville, which I think is in the state of Kentucky. And since we're talking about state laws, that's what should be relevant. So carjacking is obviously a problem across the country. The conceit of the other side seems to be that they care more about crime and public safety in Washington, D.C. than people who live in Washington, D.C. We just got lectures from 2 different members from New York about the terrible conditions in New York. Well, if that's what their concern is, then they should run for the New York State Legislature and change the laws that are involved if they can persuade their fellow citizens that they've got it right. If they can't, then maybe they should reconsider what their agenda is. But in any event, if you want to micromanage the laws of Washington, D.C. and rewrite this 275-page act that was passed to revise the criminal code, which they hadn't revised in a century, with the input of federal and local judges, prosecutors, public defenders, D.C. Council, then move to Washington, D.C. and run for the D.C. City Council. These bills, these resolutions of disapproval come to the House floor without the benefit of a single hearing in the Oversight Committee. They've not had a hearing where the members of Congress could be heard on this, where we could have a single witness, where we could have a single fact introduced, much less have the members of the D.C. City Council who've sent a letter petitioning for respect for democratic self-government in D.C., much less have they had the right to be heard, much less has the mayor had the right to be heard. They keep invoking the name of the mayor of the District of Columbia, who said she does not want Congress to be overturning the laws of the District of Columbia, even if she opposes those laws. Well, that's a principled position in favor of democratic self-government. I dare say most of the members of this body would say, even if they disagree with a law passed by their state legislature in their state and signed by the governor, the Congress should not selectively overturn that law. But that's precisely what they're proposing to do to the people of the District of Columbia, and I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
We hope that is coming shortly. We now recognize Representative Raskin for his testimony.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Plaskett, dear colleagues, our framers were Enlightenment thinkers who wrote us an Enlightenment Constitution. They wanted government to operate on the basis of facts, science, and common sense, not ignorance and superstition. They wanted America to usher in an age of reason. With the separation of powers, the framers constitutionalized Newton's third law of motion. checking every action with an equal and opposite reaction. And Congress in Article 1 was given the central role of legislating and making progress for our people. The oversight function is not specified in Article 1, but the Supreme Court has always said that it's implied, something necessary and proper for the legislative function. As Madison famously said, those who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. Dear colleagues, your subcommittee could conceivably become part of a proud history of serious bipartisan oversight stretching from the Teapot Dome investigation to the Boeing investigation, to the Watergate hearings, to the tobacco hearings, to the Select Committee on the January 6th attack. Or it could take oversight down a very dark alley filled with conspiracy theories and disinformation, a place where facts are the enemy and partisan destruction is the overriding goal. Millions of Americans already fear that weaponization is the right name for this special subcommittee. Not because weaponization of the government is its target, but because weaponization of the government is its purpose. What's in a name? Well, everything is here. The odd name of the weaponization subcommittee constitutes a case of pure psychological projection. When former President Donald Trump and his followers accuse you of doing something, they're usually telling you exactly what their own plans are. By establishing a select subcommittee on weaponization, they're telling us that Donald Trump's followers, who obviously control the subcommittee, will continue weaponizing any part of the government they can get their hands on to attack their enemies, defined as anyone who stands in the way of their quest for power. To be clear, that's not an exclusively partisan operation. They've proven that they will weaponize the government not just against the other party, but against anyone who refuses to bend to the will and whim of one Donald Trump, whether that's a lifelong Republican state election official like Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a foreign head of state like President Zelensky, a political movement like Black Lives Matter, a once close personal friend and ally of Trump's like his personal lawyer Michael Cohen for many years, or even a sycophantic Trump cabinet appointee and lifelong Republican like Attorney General William Barr, if these people break from the habits of lying and lawlessness that define life as a camp follower in the cult of Donald Trump. But if the weaponized MAGA campaign isn't exactly partisan, it is entirely political because it's got an overriding electoral focus, and you know what it is. It's all about restoring Donald Trump, the twice impeached former president, to the office he lost by 7 million votes in 2020 and tried to steal back in a political coup and violent insurrection against our constitutional order on January 6, 2021. You disagree? Well, please don't take my word for it. As our chairman might say, just listen to what Chairman Jordan himself had to say 6 months ago at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Dallas, where he was predicting GOP victory in the 22 elections and promising that oversight of Hunter Biden's laptop and the claim that the federal government is treating moms and dads, like the ones in this room, like terrorists, would be the centerpiece of the GOP's work in the House when they got it back into power. Relaxing with a friendly interviewer, Chairman Jordan gave the game away entirely. Quote, "All those things need to be investigated just so you have the truth," he said. Plus, that will help frame up the 2024 race when I hope and I think President Trump is going to run, and we need to make sure that he wins. We need to make sure that he wins. This call to arms for the 2024 presidential election was met with wild applause from the CPAC audience. I urge every member of this subcommittee to go and watch the interview. Now, of course, a serious bipartisan committee focused on weaponization of the government would zero in quickly on the Trump administration itself, which brought weaponization to frightening new levels across the board. Consider just a few examples I have time for, illustrative of dozens I can provide the subcommittee. One, in a 6-week period in 2020, Donald Trump fired or removed 5 different departmental inspectors general simply for doing their jobs and not caving into Trump's coercive political demands to cover up different forms of administration wrongdoing and misconduct. April 3rd, 2020, Trump informed Congress he was firing Intelligence Community Inspector General Michael Atkinson, who had received a whistleblower complaint in August 2019 about improper demands made by Trump to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. In May 2020, Trump fired Steve Linick, IG of the State Department, later claiming he had no idea who he was and saying that he fired him only at Secretary Pompeo's request. That Inspector General was investigating Pompeo's decision to bypass Congress in sending billions of dollars in arms to Saudi Arabia. I don't have time to get into the details of the others, but May 20, he fired Mitch Bem, the transportation deputy IG. He relieved of duty Glenn Fine, acting IG for the Defense Department. He removed Christy Grimm, the acting Inspector General of HHS. Second, breaching the traditional separation between the President and Department of Justice criminal prosecutions, Trump and his obliging sycophantic attorney generals, like Jeff Sessions and William Barr, repeatedly pressured career prosecutors to go hard or go soft in particular cases, always seeking to reward Trump's friends or to punish his enemies. If weaponization of the Department of Justice has any meaning, this is it. Consider the egregious case of Gregory Craig, a White House counsel under Obama, who was targeted by the DOJ for alleged FARA violations and finally indicted on a single count of making false statements. He was acquitted unanimously by the jury in less than 5 hours, and one of his lawyers observed that the Department of Justice had hounded his client without any evidence and without any purpose. Former U.S. Attorney Jeffrey Berman said that Greg Craig never should have been prosecuted. Consider the case of Michael Cohen, the president's former lawyer and confidant for many years. In August 2018, he pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations over large hush money payments he arranged before the 2016 election to keep porn star Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal from talking about sexual affairs they had with Donald Trump. You guys remember this one? Well, after Barr became Attorney General in February of 2019, he worked to kill further investigations related to those payoffs and suggested that Mr. Cohen's conviction on campaign finance charges itself be reversed, even though 6 months had already passed since Cohen had entered a guilty plea. Amazingly, after Cohen was imprisoned for a year and then being transferred out of prison to home confinement during COVID-19, Barr and the DOJ intervened to block his transfer because Cohen would not immediately accept as a condition of his ankle bracelet home confinement not to engage in First Amendment activities, specifically writing and publishing a book about Donald Trump or saying anything in public on TV or in the social media about Donald Trump. Cohen had already been home for 2 weeks when this unconstitutional demand from DOJ appeared, and when he and his attorney dared to ask questions about it, 3 federal marshals showed up with handcuffs and shackles, and he was returned to the Otisville Correctional Institute. There he spent 16 days in solitary confinement before they were able to get his case before a federal district judge who immediately found that Barr's purpose, quote, in transferring Cohen from release on furlough and home confinement back to custody was retaliatory in response to Cohen desiring to exercise his First Amendment rights to publish a book critical of the president and to discuss the book on social media. Can you think of a more egregious example of weaponizing the Department of Justice for nakedly political purposes than imprisoning and putting in solitary confinement the president's own former lawyer simply because he wanted to exercise his First Amendment rights? Consider the John Durham investigation. At the urging of Republicans, including the good chairman, the John Durham Special Counsel investigation was set up in 2019 by Barr to try to find wrongdoing by intelligence or law enforcement agencies in the origins of the Mueller investigation. And we've heard some of the murmurings about this today. After 4 years and millions of dollars spent, the Durham investigation closed as a total flop without unearthing anything like the deep state conspiracy that Republicans have been denouncing around here for years. It couldn't find anything of substance to it. Yet Barr and Durham kept pressing in clearly abusive ways. I hope your subcommittee will investigate. One former DOJ prosecutor, Robert Luskin, a defense lawyer who represented 2 witnesses before the Durham probe, told the New York Times he was shocked. "This stuff had my head spinning," he said. When did these guys drink the Kool-Aid, and who served it to them? Amazingly, when prosecutors participating in this wild goose chase actually came into possession of evidence of a real offense from Italian government officials of a potentially major financial crime committed by Donald Trump, Durham was suddenly deputized to investigate it, and the whole investigation mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Trump's enablers now want this subcommittee not to examine the Durham debacle as a case study in dangerous weaponization of the justice function, but rather to pick up the baton from the defeated and demoralized Durham team and to keep the wild goose chase going today. Third, the former president had no qualms about literally weaponizing our nation's law enforcement and military against First Amendment activity for his political purposes. I commend to you the debacle that took place on June 1st, 2020 in Lafayette Square, where they mobilized an interagency law enforcement troop and then unleashed them on horseback with pepper spray and batons, billy clubs, rubber bullets against a totally lawfully present crowd. Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. I'm not suggesting that any of the investigations that have taken place during the last 2 years have been perfect. I'm sure they could have been improved in some ways. That's a legit thing for you to ask. But it's one thing to engage in systematic oversight driven by a commitment to facts and the truth, and something radically different to set up a platform for a series of hit-and-run partisan attacks that are just vindictive, vendetta-driven, and meant to frame up a presidential campaign in 2024. And some of the new rhetoric we've been hearing can be dangerous, as the ranking member was pointing out. After the execution of a perfectly lawful judicial search warrant in Palm Beach in August of last year, politicians and media figures began denouncing the FBI, the whole FBI and FBI agents in vitriolic terms. And since then, the FBI and DHS have observed an increase in violent threats posted on social media against federal officials and facilities, including a threat to place a dirty bomb in front of FBI headquarters and issuing general calls for civil war and armed rebellion. And we've heard those calls before in this chamber. On August 11th, last year, a person wearing a technical vest and armed with an AR-style rifle and nail gun attempted to forcibly enter the FBI Cincinnati field office. When officers responded, he fled the scene and a pursuit followed. During a prolonged standoff with the FBI, the man fired multiple shots at Ohio State Highway Patrol. Mr. Chairman, the public is skeptical about this strange new venture with the strange new name that's being launched, because so many of the members involved have done everything they can to block the January 6th committee's investigation of the worst insurrectionary domestic violent attack on an American election in the American Congress in our history. And the public wonders whether members who refuse to comply with congressional subpoenas themselves should be issuing congressional subpoenas to other people. Oversight must be organized around a comprehensive search for the truth that will lead to progress, and not around revenge, which will lead us as a country to chaos and ruin. I hope the subcommittee will find a way to embark upon a truly bipartisan agenda with all members participating and agreeing on a common agenda, and I wish you well and Godspeed on behalf of this difficult venture that you are about to proceed on.
I thank the gentleman. I can assure the gentleman from Maryland that we respect the FBI agents, particularly the ones who have come to us, the dozens who have come to us, and we will focus on the facts, something I felt was not exactly presented in the proper way.
Reserve.
I just want to correct just a few of the major distortions that we just heard from the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana. First of all, carjacking, as I understand it from this act, and I'm willing to stand corrected, is not legal in the District of Columbia. On the contrary, it could be punished by up to 24 years. I think the gentleman from Louisiana misunderstood my colloquy with the chairman of the committee, because it's in Kentucky where carjacking is not a statutory offense. If you were to charge the people who were carjacked recently in Louisville, you would have to charge them under armed robbery because there's not a carjacking statute. Washington, D.C. has one and has a penalty of up to 24 years, which is more than you could get in Kentucky for armed robbery. The second point is he said that crime was out of control in Washington, D.C. Well, the crime rate is higher in Bakersfield, California, which is represented by the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, and a major city, New Orleans, in the gentleman's home state, quote from, this is from Fox News, closed 2022 with sky-high homicide rate not seen in decades. Horrific. New Orleans was given the grim distinction of murder capital of the U.S. in September. But we don't need to have some kind of race to the bottom Olympics in terms of which state or which city has the worst crime rate. We should get together to deal with the problem of gun violence, which is why I invite our colleagues to join us and more than 90% of the American people who support a universal violent criminal background check. But they oppose it. They are locked in the stranglehold of the NRA, and they won't back this, despite the fact that all the police unions they cited today about D.C. support a universal violent criminal background check. Why don't they do something about semi-automatic assault weapons on the streets of our cities and towns across America? They won't do it. No, they would rather use crime simply as a political club to try to take away other people's democratic rights. Mr. Speaker, it is scandalous the way the majority purports to stand up for local self-government and home rule when they want to trample all of the democratic rights of the people of Washington, D.C. Let's not sit as a super city council of 535 members doing the municipal minutia of the people of Washington. Let them govern themselves. We should be on the pathway to statehood for them, but at the very least, respect their right to home rule. Nobody cares more about public safety in D.C. than the people of D.C. Nobody cares more about the condition of their communities than the people who live in them. That is a basic precept of democratic ideas. I hope my colleagues will respect that, and I hope everyone will vote to reject this continuing series of disapproval resolutions against the people of Washington. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady from the District of Columbia has just made a very powerful point, which is that on a whole range of offenses under the newly revised D.C. Act that they want to overthrow now, the criminal law is tougher in Washington, D.C. than it is in the distinguished chairman's home state of Kentucky. On carjacking, on first-degree murder, on involuntary manslaughter, the people of D.C. have chosen tougher penalties. But the gentlelady didn't arrive to denounce Kentucky as soft on crime or weak on crime and say the whole United States Congress has got to turn itself into a super legislature for Kentucky and strike their laws down. That's up to the people of Kentucky. They don't even have a carjacking statute. You've got to use armed robbery there, which gets you up to 20 years in prison. In the District of Columbia, they have a specific carjacking statute that could get you 24 years in prison. But that is the beauty of the federal system, which I thought our colleagues supported. The idea that people decide at the local level whether they want tougher laws, as in the District of Columbia, or weaker laws, as in Kentucky. That's up to the people of the states to go offense by offense. But I'm afraid that my friend and colleague, Ms. Norton, is taking them a bit too seriously because they're not really interested in scrutinizing the actual criminal justice policy. They just want to kick the people of Washington, D.C. around. They want to lord it over them. So we had President Biden here this week inviting both parties to work together for continued acceleration of this great economic rebound we're in, with 12 million new jobs, with us finally addressing climate change, with us getting prescription drug benefits to the people of America. He invited us to participate in a bipartisan national renewal, and what does the majority come back with? They want 535 members of the United States Congress to act like a super city council lording over the people of Washington, D.C. It is unjust and unfair to the people of Washington, and it is beneath our dignity as a Democratic Congress to be acting in this way. I reserve.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman,
Now we're going to move to closing statements. At this time, I yield to Ranking Member Raskins.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Before I close, may I seek unanimous consent to submit several letters from immigrant stakeholder groups and 2 articles?
Without objection, so ordered.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long day, but very productive day, and I want to start by thanking Chief Modlin and Chief Chavez for your really exceptional testimony today. I wanted to close with just a few points, Mr. Chairman. Well, one is a point about the language that we use and the logic of our arguments, because over the course of the day, I've followed as people have made arguments about noticing an increase in the number of arrests and apprehensions. And sometimes it's said, well, there have been a lot more arrests and apprehensions under the Biden administration, therefore the situation is getting worse. Of course, our side says there's more arrests and apprehensions under the Biden administration, so things are getting better because the officers have been given more funding and support and they're able to do enforcement better. But in any event, whatever we think about it, we should be consistent with it. If we think that the number of apprehensions and arrests going down means that that's good news because the problem is less, it should be good news under both Trump and Biden. If we think it's good news that the number of arrests and apprehensions is going up, it should be good news under both. This should not be a rhetorical exercise, but all of that to me underscores the importance of our actually working together to try to solve these problems. And I think what we've learned from our witnesses today is that we need to be listening to the people on the ground. We need to be avoiding the ideological polemics as much as possible and responding to what people on the ground actually say is needed in order to improve the situation. With respect to that, in the omnibus last year, there was $72 billion for Border Patrol operations. And I just want to say that Washington is known as a place where there is a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of oratory, there's a lot of fancy language, but then there's also votes. And votes really is the lowest common denominator where the rubber hits the road. And I was proud to have supported the $7.2 billion for Border Patrol operations, for hiring and for southern border reinforcements, $65 million for 300 new Border Patrol agents, $60 million for new CBP personnel at ports of entry, where 90% of the fentanyl is coming in, and so on. So I think that speaks volumes about our seriousness about being willing to work together and to put the needs of the country and the possibility of consensus about immigration above pure politics. And the final point I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, is about a point that several members, including yourself, made, taking umbrage at the invocation of the great replacement theory, the central dogma of extreme white nationalism in America today. And I'm not sure if the members took umbrage at the suggestion that the great replacement theory is the central dogma of extreme white nationalism, or they took umbrage at the fact that they were being associated with it. And I would love to get to the bottom of that. But just to be clear, I can cite to you chapter and verse from numerous mass murderers who attacked racial minorities and cited the great replacement theory as their justification for doing it, starting with Peyton Gendron, who assassinated 10 people at the Top supermarket in Buffalo and repeatedly cited the great replacement theory as his motive for engaging in the shooting. We can also look to Robert Bowers, who was the mass murderer who killed 11 Jewish worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Cleveland, who also posted online before his crime that he was objecting to a Jewish nonprofit which he said likes to bring invaders in that kill our people, and then echoed numerous claims of the Great Replacement Theory. The Walmart mass murderer who assassinated 23 people in El Paso said, "I am simply defending my country from cultural and ethnic replacement," and so on. So I think it's beyond question that this has become an article of white extremism and violent white national extremism in the country. Now, you can hear about this in more mainstream contexts like Fox News, and you do hear very distinct echoes of the Great Replacement Theory being uttered by politicians. But if what our side heard today was that people don't want to be associated with the Great Replacement Theory, then we say hallelujah to that. And all we need is a word renouncing or denouncing the Great Replacement Theory, and you will never hear from us again any implication that people on that side support it. But all we have to go on otherwise are prior statements that people have made. But I would love nothing more than to have every member of this committee together. You and I could issue a statement together on behalf of the entire committee denouncing the Great Replacement Theory, which has proven to be such a danger to our people and such a poisonous intoxicant for people who are going out and acting on it in lethal ways. With that, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting together a good hearing here, and again, thank the witnesses for their participation. I yield back to you. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I feel like our dialogue is getting somewhere. I was very moved by the comments of Ms. Mason, the comments that followed hers, but I think the burden of their statements was simply that politicians try to get the media to do their will all the time. And I cheerfully concede to that proposition. In fact, we proved that in the last hearing when we showed that Donald Trump on numerous occasions tried to get Twitter to take down people's material that he considered offensive. A famous actress called him a PAB. I won't spell it out in the interest of modesty, but he didn't like that, and then the White House repeatedly called Twitter to say, take it down. He tried to get Disney to take down the comments and to admonish and castigate certain late-night comedians who he didn't like. So if the point is, as my friend from South Carolina was saying, well, this goes way beyond Twitter and Facebook, certainly it does. This problem goes way beyond it, and that's why the majority needs to think long and hard about going down this road, because determined efforts by politicians and state actors to influence the entire media system, which is what we're talking about now, sweep far more broadly than just Twitter and Facebook. And if we're going to confront this problem of people using their public offices and state power to try to intimidate, then let's do it in a comprehensive way. Let's take an example, Mr. Chairman, that you'll recognize immediately. Over the weekend, you appeared on Newsmax, and you boasted that you had told AT&T, a private company, that they needed to restore Newsmax to carrying DirecTV or face the consequences. To quote you verbatim, quote, "I'm very upset that DirecTV doesn't have Newsmax on there. I've been in constant communication with the leadership of AT&T and DirecTV. I've strongly encouraged them to meet with your CEO, Mr. Ruddy, to get this worked out, or else. Now, I have no opinion about whether or not AT&T should carry Newsmax. Apparently, it was purely a business decision, according to the Wall Street Journal, and I'll ask unanimous consent to introduce this editorial by the Wall Street Journal called "The Right's Wrong Attack on DirecTV over Newsmax. A commercial dispute isn't about censoring conservatives."
Without objection.
So we can submit that. There was also a letter written by 42 of our colleagues, including the chairman, directly to AT&T, demanding that they carry Newsmax. Now, and the premise of it was there was some kind of left-wing conspiracy or so on, and the Wall Street Journal completely debunked that, saying political coercion of business is as distasteful from the right as it is from the left. But if threatening official coercive pressure like this, follow our orders or else, applied against not just private social media entities, which is what they're proposing in this bill, but against any media entity, it would transform politics in America in the meaning of the First Amendment. But if we're going to do it let's do it. And the First Amendment says if this is going to apply to the internet, if it's going to protect Twitter, arguably, which is the conceit or pretense of this bill, it should also protect AT&T against getting coerced into making a deal it doesn't want to make and spending millions of dollars it doesn't want to spend with Newsmax. So it is hard to see why, if you actually believe this bill is improving the First Amendment, we shouldn't block all government officials, not just executive branch, but us too, legislative branch, not just with respect to the internet, but with respect to all media, from trying to force private media entities, whether it's Twitter or it's AT&T, to include a particular speaker or indeed to exclude a particular speaker. Mr. Chairman, that logic is partially echoed in your bill, which sets the policy of the Congress that employees acting in their official capacity should not promote the censorship of any lawful speech or, presumably, the compelled speech of private actors. But your amendment, in the nature of a substitute, rolls back the scope of the original bill so that the actual prohibition would only apply to online social platforms. I'd like to take it back so it applies to all forms of media content, and AT&T will get the same protection that Twitter would get putatively under this legislation. That's my amendment, and I submit it to the committee for its consideration. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
1.5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. So the question seems to be about, we have nothing allegedly in the cupboard, nothing to offer. Well, I think there's plenty to offer. How about stop spending money we don't have? How about stop dumping trillions of dollars into the economy, jamming up inflation? How about ending all of the subsidies and all of the federal expenditures that are undermining the American people's ability to create wealth and create jobs? The gentleman talks about the amount of debt that was increased under President Trump. How about the 43 to 45% of our entire debt that was increased under Nancy Pelosi as Speaker? Because those are the actual facts, and this is the body that has the power of the purse. This is the body that starts all of the spending. We know where the spending starts. The fact of the matter is, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to talk about creating 12 million jobs. First of all, this body doesn't create jobs. Government doesn't create jobs. The American people create jobs. And the fact is, our labor participation rate is still far behind pre-COVID levels. We're basically playing catch up to the utter destruction that was levied against the American people by government, against the American people, shutting down this economy, locking our kids into corners, setting our kids back generations in terms of their academic performance, and criticizing 3-page bills. Well, I'll tell you what, it's a far cry better than the 4,100-page, $1.7 trillion omnibus bill jammed through by the Democrats in December, destroying this economy. I reserve.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Maryland.
That's Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much. I'll go as quickly as I can because I know we got votes, Mr. Chairman. Having participated now for several hours, it's clear to me what the legislation is really about. It's not about Hunter Biden's laptop, because we determined at the February 8th hearing that there was no coercive pressure being brought down on Twitter by the FBI or the Department of Justice or anybody else. All of the majority's own witnesses testified to that effect. So what's this really about? Well, it's about how right-wing politics operates today. And I don't want to tar everybody with the same brush. Some people have stayed away from Donald Trump in the GOP, which is why I'm not talking about Republicans, but I'm talking about right-wing politics, and it operates on the basis of propaganda, disinformation, and big lies. And I don't want to take the time to go through all of them, but let's start with the paradigm big lie. The big lie that Donald Trump actually won the presidential election in 2020 when Joe Biden beat him by 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. And so that spread all over the internet. Now, there are a lot of people, including me, who wish that Twitter and Facebook and the other social media had acted to take down the big lie long before they did. But they didn't do it. They waited until January 6th when the big lie exploded into a violent insurrection unlike anything we've seen in American history before. A president inciting a violent insurrection against his own vice president, against the Congress of the United States. And after 150 of our police officers were wounded, injured, came back with broken noses, broken arms, broken legs, broken fingers, heart attacks, strokes, and so on. And in the meantime, please call up my amendment, if we could, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
I was just trying to go fast there.
Amendment number 2 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 140 as offered by Mr. Raskin of
Without
Maryland.
objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Raskin is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So to complete the thought, it took the violent insurrection itself before Twitter decided to take down Donald Trump's account for incitement and glorification of violence, okay? Now, what's this hearing really about? It's about the fact that whenever someone gets taken down, way too late from my standpoint, but gets taken down for something like inciting a violent insurrection or glorifying violence, then there's a huge movement to say, censorship. Twitter just censored Donald Trump. And they say, well, he violated our terms of service. We're a private entity. They say it's censorship, and then a big campaign is waged to force them to put him back on. And we've seen that with respect to people who lie about a whole bunch of different things across the board. This amendment is very simple. All it does is to say that we have a rule of construction clarifying that nothing in the bill shall be construed to restrict or amend the right of any private entity to develop, maintain, or enforce its own terms of service. And that could include them enforcing their terms of service as they see it. Lots of my colleagues have said today, oh, well, that's just private speech. When I asked several of them directly, well, Elon Musk is now just removing journalists from the Twitter account, from their Twitter accounts since he purchased the platform because he disagrees with them. Well, they're fine with that because that's private. Well, then let's be clear across the board that private media entities, internet, social media entities, have the right to develop and enforce their own terms of service. That's the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I hope we can move it quickly.
Now in order to consider amendment number 4 printed in the House Report 118-4. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Mr. Cloud of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The intent of the Rein-In Act is to ensure that the executive branch is taking into account inflation in our country before they issue new regulations. Our country has seen the rising inflation over the last 2 years, and inflation is affecting all of us. It's affecting our families, especially those with lower incomes who don't have as much of a cushion to deal with what we're seeing as they face increasing costs, especially in gas and in groceries. But as we consider the cost of inflation, we should also consider the cost of debt servicing in what we're doing, because too often we as a government don't do the same thing that we expect our families to do, and that when someone goes to purchase a car, for example, or a house, they have to include the cost of interest that they're going to pay on those kind of things. We regularly ignore that as if it wasn't an important part of what we spend on, when in fact it's about $600 billion of spending annually. This is why I offered my amendment to the Rein-In Act. My amendment would amend the bill to direct the Office of Management and Budget and the Council of Economic Advisors to incorporate inflationary impact of debt servicing costs into the reports that they create. Rising interest rates have the same effect on costs of spending on the national result as well. We see rising interest rates have the same meaning for our countries as the families that we encounter. But in order to accurately account for what we're spending, we cannot ignore the cost of debt servicing or the real cost that will be accrued with new spending. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget released a report today that estimated net interest will total $10.5 trillion over the next decade. As lawmakers, we have a duty to be honest about the effects of our actions, and this amendment will keep us honest about the true effects of our spending. I encourage support of my amendment and the underlying legislation as well, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. And ask if the gentleman would be willing to yield for a couple of questions, because again, there was no hearing in committee, so I'm not sure I understand this. This might be a great idea, but I want to try to figure it out. It requires that any inflationary estimates prepared incorporate the inflationary impact of debt servicing costs, which seems perfectly logical to me. But is there a reason to think that the current inflation rate, as defined by the U.S. government, does not incorporate the inflationary impact of debt servicing costs?
Yes, it's been regular practice with CBO. I've been working to get this done for the CBO as well since I've got here in Congress. It's the common practice among all the entities that we look for wisdom and advice and guidance on budgeting and spending, that the cost of debt servicing is not counted into their projections. And
and that's true across the board in terms of all of the economic indicators that we read about, whether it's the
the information that we get to take into account, like when we're evaluating a bill and what we think the 10-year projected cost is, yes, typically it does not include the debt servicing cost.
Okay, to reclaim my time, and thank you for your kind answers, sir. You know, this really is why we have hearings in Congress, because it feels like we're just posting a lot of graffiti on a wall here. I don't know how the inflation rate is calculated. I don't know whether the import of this amendment would be to double count debt servicing costs, because I don't know which government agencies actually incorporate debt servicing costs and which don't. One thing I do know is that if the gentleman has the greatest amendment of the year, it's still basically irrelevant because it does nothing. In other words, it's not going to do anything to bring down anybody's debt servicing costs, which I agree are huge. Unlike, for example, what the Biden administration has done in terms of student debt by acting dramatically to bring it down, even though there are people from across the aisle who are in court today, I believe, trying to get that thrown out and trying to bring everybody's student loan debt back up. That's real economic action. In any event, what this is about is pure symbolism. In other words, they're asking for a reporting bill that will only apply if there's $1 billion plus impact. And the good gentleman comes forward to say, well, make sure, Mr. President, when you're doing your calculations, you include debt servicing costs. Well, I don't know. You could take it or leave it. It doesn't do anything for people who are staggering under debt the way that the Biden administration is trying to act, for example, to deal with the problem of student debt, or the way that we've acted to try to help people who are suffering under mortgage debt. That's real economic action. So with that, I'm just going to have to consider it carefully given the information we have. But I will end with a plea for the good chairman of the Oversight Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky. We have to have hearings on these bills so we know what we're talking about, because I feel like we're dancing in the dark here. I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, I would once again point out that we spend approximately $600 billion a year in interest payments, yet we do not count the cost of what the debt servicing will cost in anything we do. Now, that's in short order expected to eclipse our military spending, which is our #1 constitutional priority for our federal spending. So whatever we want to do up here, if we do not begin to count the real cost of what we're doing, we will be off. And right now we are having to deal with a debt ceiling issue because the previous Congress decided to spend without considering the cost of what it was going to take and to push us toward the limit. And so we are cognizant of the fact that we are spending. We're going to monitor our spending in a way that we leave a better country for our kids and for our grandkids, and this is part of making sure that we are actually counting the real cost of what we're doing as we take each step. And I would like to yield a minute to the distinguished chair of the Oversight Committee, my good friend Comer from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. Often when inflation is considered, people fail to consider one of its important effects. That effect is on how much more it costs taxpayers to pay interest on our federal debt. Those interest payments are high, and they spike higher when interest rates rise.
The Congressional Budget Office estimated that the federal government would pay $400 billion in interest on the federal debt during fiscal year 2022. And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget projected at the time that for every 1% increase in interest rates, those annual payments would rise by $38 billion. Remember, that's for fiscal year 2022, when the federal debt and interest rates were lower than they are now. My colleague amendment makes sure the impact on the federal debt service costs will not be overlooked in the inflation impact assessments the bill requires. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I just repeat my puzzlement from before. Perhaps if Mr. Cloud would yield for another question, well, what is the inflationary impact of debt servicing costs? Have there been any economic studies on that?
What we're trying to do is to make sure that the debt servicing cost is included into these studies we're getting. You know, eventually I have a bill, for example, to do it with the Congressional Budget Office, so we'd like to see that as well. This would make sure that we're getting this done in the REINS Act with the OMB and the Council on Economic Advisors. And so it's common sense. To me, this should be bipartisan. We should really be counting the cost of what we're actually spending. This isn't really meant to be a controversial bill, except for those who don't want to really know what we're actually spending.
Reclaiming my time, I would just say, I think you raise a very interesting point. I would love to know the answer to whether or not it's actually incorporated today and what the inflationary or deflationary effects are of debt servicing costs. And obviously, this bill and this amendment would not have any impact on what those debt servicing costs are, but I don't see much of a problem of adding this language to the hortatory nature of the legislation. Happy to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. From Texas.
Yeah, and if I would just add, it may not change what we're doing, but it would change the knowledge of what we're doing here in Congress. And the fact that we continue to spend money without even knowing how much money we're spending, I think is a problem, and certainly not the due diligence that we should have as members of Congress, being diligent with the public trust that we've been given. And so us having the real cost estimates before us is going to be very valuable as we go forward to understand exactly what we're doing as we begin to evaluate legislation, and for the administration when they're dealing with regulations they're proposing.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Chair, I'll just close on this one with this thought. The majority comes forward with a plan to say we want to know an estimated inflationary impact of an executive order, and then we have a series of Christmas tree amendments saying, and make sure you include the cost to rural areas, make sure you include the cost of
debt servicing. Time has expired.
I would like the overall cost. Thank you. Yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. If the gentlewoman will the gentlewoman would suspend. The chair understands that amendment number 5 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in House Report 118-4. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Ms. Jackson.
I now recognize the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Jamie Raskin, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
And thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the distinguished ranking member of the subcommittee for her leadership on refuting this legislation. After 2 years of rooting for economic failure and blaming President Biden for everything, for post-COVID global inflation, for the instability caused by supply chain breakdowns and the phenomenal failure of Donald Trump's mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic. After all that, after all the whining and crying about inflation, Republicans finally have the chance to take center stage right now with their proposed solution to the problem of inflation. And the world's been waiting with bated breath. Would it be what Richard Nixon did, wage and price controls? Would it be what Herbert Hoover, that Republican, did, total laissez-faire? Whatever happens, happens. Well, the long wait is over. The GOP has now debuted their big plan for dealing with inflation in America with H.R. 347, something called the Rein-In Act, which stands for the Reduce Exacerbated Inflation Negatively Impacting the Nation Act. It's a bill for a mandatory reporting requirement related to executive orders that might apply to 2 or 3 executive orders a year. You got that right. A reporting requirement related to a handful of executive orders every year is the GOP's response to inflation after barnstorming the entire country, claiming that they had some kind of solution. Now, you might think it's the most brilliant thing since the invention of Social Security, which they opposed, or Medicare, which they opposed, or you might think it's the dumbest thing since Donald Trump's last $1 trillion corporate tax giveaway, but either way, it will have zero effect on inflation or deflation in the United States of America. Nothing. It's not going to have any effect at all. Now, I know our friends in the GOP are interested in this session of Congress in tortured, inscrutable, incomprehensible acronyms, and so they can have the Rein-In Act, which they seem very connected to, but I want to suggest a better title that will still conform to their acronym. Let's call it the Running on Empty Initiative based on No Ideas None Act. How about that? The legislation was hatched without any hearing, and it shows it has no legislative meaning and no potential economic consequences. Even as reporting bills go, it's pathetically weak, as it doesn't even require publication of the report. They came up with a reporting requirement that didn't even require the report to be published. Look, executive orders are not the cause of inflation, and there is no economic research suggesting they are. The most conservative economists in the world will tell you that inflation is a complex global phenomenon connected to prices, supply chains, supply and demand curves, and unemployment rate. Since 2020, inflation has risen worldwide, exacerbated by supply chain delays caused by the pandemic, and then Vladimir Putin's filthy war of aggression in Ukraine, which some of our friends over there support. President Biden has created something like an economic miracle out of the chaos handed to him by Donald Trump. After signing his massive tax giveaway, Trump's failed state dysfunctional response to COVID plunged America into its most severe economic contraction since 1946. Someone dispute that. The unemployment rate rose to 14.8% under Donald Trump, the highest on record since the Bureau of Labor Statistics began collecting data in 1948. And in 2021, Biden and the Democrats got to work. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which fueled a strong, equitable economic recovery with historic reductions in unemployment, in poverty, and economic hardship. Real GDP increased by 5.7%. The unemployment rate decreased to 4%, surpassing all forecasts. Wages increased by 5%, with the highest increases going to lower economic income earners. So, Democratic policies have allowed the U.S. to absorb the shock of rising inflation engulfing the globe since 2020. That's serious economic policy, what President Biden and the Democrats are engaged in, and they have a silly little symbolic messaging bill for a couple of notations they didn't even want to publish originally within the process of offering executive orders. Meantime, 30 seconds.
One more minute to Mr. Raskin.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman is
We
recognized.
created 12 million new jobs in America. How many million jobs do they want to erase over there in their desperate, sudden pursuit of inflation? You know, they raised the debt limit 3 times under Donald Trump. Now they talk about the debt limit all the time. They raised it 3 times, and they contributed under Donald Trump 25% of all the debt in the United States from George Washington to Joe Biden. 25% of the debt under one president, Donald Trump. And they did that. And now they dare come talk to us about inflation. And the bill that they advance is one to have some people pass some more paperwork around. Come on, give me a break. Give us something better than the running on empty initiative with no new ideas at all. We recommend a no vote. What real economic action requires is precisely what President Biden is already doing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 166, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in favor of amendment number 3, which will require inflation impact assessments to be published on the Office of Management and Budget's website, not just reported to Congress. This simple, straightforward amendment will ensure that the American people who bear the brunt of inflation's impacts will be better informed of the President's inflation-inducing actions. Without my amendment, the real-life consequences of Joe Biden's spending spree in the White House will not be seen by those impacted most. This will provide transparency for the administration to answer to the American people. Thanks to Joe Biden's reckless spending agenda, America will spend $10 trillion more over the next 10 years than we were estimated to spend. While the federal government continues to spend trillions of dollars it doesn't have, inflation has hit a 40-year high and our nation is now mired in a recession. Instead of addressing these major economic concerns head-on, the Democrat solution to inflation is to keep on spending. The GOP majority has been empowered to hold the Biden administration accountable and demand transparency by revealing just how much Biden's executive orders are costing American families and small businesses. This excessive spending has real consequences. American families will pay an $8,581 inflation tax over the next year. Currently, 20 million Americans cannot pay their electric bill. We have seen a 4.3% decline in real wages since Biden took office. Americans have lost more than $2 trillion in retirement savings. Gas is nearly $4 a gallon again. And Americans are paying more for everything because of left-wing extremist policies. House Republicans are working to reduce inflation by fundamentally changing the way we vote on appropriations bills and putting an end to reckless spending omnibus packages passed on Christmas Eve without any time to actually read the bill. Multi-thousand-page bills spending trillions of dollars, about 24 hours or less to read it. We are working to cut wasteful spending, get to the bottom of fraudulent payments made by the federal government, support American energy production, and oppose tax increases proposed by the Democrats. Economic strength and job growth result from policies that unshackle job creators, allow American ingenuity, and provide certainty. I want to again thank my colleague, Chairwoman of the Republican Conference, Elise Stefanik, for her leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and vote in favor of the underlying bill. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek
I'm claiming the time in opposition, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's recognized.
You're very kind. Thank you. I want to just clear up a couple things. First, I heard the very distinguished gentlelady from Colorado mention job creators. I assume she was responding to President Biden, since 12 million new jobs have been created under President Biden, whereas millions of jobs were lost under the prior president, who may be a favorite of the gentleladies. I also wanted to make just a brief semantic point because the gentlelady was making a grammatical error that I heard some of her colleagues make before. I believe she referred to a Democrat solution. I heard another member talk about a Democrat member and a Democrat plan. I just wanted to educate our distinguished colleagues that Democrat is the noun. When you use it as an adjective, you say the Democratic member, or the Democratic solution, or the Democratic plan. And so I assume it's a good faith grammatical error the first few times. But after people are corrected several times and they continue to say it, it seems like it's an act of incivility, as if every time we mentioned the other party, it just came out with a kind of political speech impediment like, oh, the Banana Republican Party, as if we were to say that every time we mentioned the Banana Republican member or the Banana Republican plan or the Banana Republican Conference. But we wouldn't do that. So out of pure political courtesy, when it's an adjective, refer to the Democratic Congresswoman or the Democratic member. Having said that, I'd like to say that I favor the Boebert amendment. I think it's really the Raskin amendment because none of them apparently caught the fact that their reporting requirement wasn't to be published until I told them. I actually read the bill and I said, you know, there's no publication of it. So this amendment follows through on the fact that I pointed out to them that their bill didn't even call for publication of the inflation information, which they thought was so essential. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to support the Boebert amendment because I think I'm the genesis of it. And with that, I'm happy to yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do just want to take a few seconds to respond. That was great. You know, we are addressed as MAGA extremists, extreme MAGA Republicans, and I would like to make just a clarification point. It's ultra MAGA. That's what we prefer. Yes, and but also, Mr. Ranking Member, reclaiming my time, Mr. Ranking Member, I am very happy that you have moved on from pronouns to adjectives. And you know, when you guys start acting democratic, I'll be sure to call you Democratic Party. Madam Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, Chairman Comer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. The Rein-In Act already ensures both the President and Congress receive the inflation impact assessment the bill requires. My colleague's amendment guarantees another vital recipient gets these assessments as well. That recipient is the American people who are bearing the brunt of Bidenflation. Once the White House assessments are posted on the Office of Management and Budget's website, plain as day, as my friend's amendment requires, the American people will be able to know and judge better for themselves how their president is impacting their daily lives. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized.
I would like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado will be postponed. Is that right? Now, in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in the House Report 118.
The amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Mr. Yakum of Indiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment is a simple one. It would require that the president's inflation analysis include not just a top-line estimate, but also a breakdown to the CPI's 3 major subgroups: food, energy, and all items less food and energy. Americans are navigating inflation rates not seen in generations, and their dollar isn't going far enough because wages aren't keeping up. It's no wonder that a recent Gallup poll found that 50% of Americans say they are worse off financially than just a year ago. And that's a level not seen since the Great Recession. Let me be clear. We have this generational inflation thanks to 2 years of runaway spending. I'll grant that the pandemic caused massive disruptions to our economy, supply chains, and our way of life. It was going to be a bumpy ride coming out of that. However, policies like the American Rescue Plan that were ran through Congress without a single Republican vote threw gasoline on the fire and supercharged inflation. With one hand, the government was giving away money, and with the other hand, they were taking it right back, and then some, due to inflation. And yet, Americans have essentially been told not to believe their lying eyes. They were assured that inflation would merely be, quote unquote, transitory, even as it spiraled higher. They were told it was all Vladimir Putin's fault, even though energy inflation averaged just over 21% in 2021, the year before Russia invaded Ukraine. Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, yet again, without a single Republican vote. The only problem with the Inflation Reduction Act is that it doesn't actually reduce inflation. Everyday Americans experience inflation has made one thing abundantly clear. Not all inflation is created equal. Energy and food inflation are particularly harmful. There is no more kitchen table issue than food inflation. There is no more readily available reminder of the toll of inflation than the price at the pump. Energy and food inflation impact every single American and hit those living paycheck to paycheck especially hard. Seniors and others on fixed incomes have watched helplessly as costs have risen beyond their ability to keep up. My amendment will ensure that the President keeps food and energy costs front and center before signing an executive order by breaking out inflation analysis down to CPI's three main subgroups: food, energy, and all items less food and energy. An overall inflation figure is not enough. Last month's inflation reading showed a 6.4% year-over-year rise in top-line inflation. But let's drill down one level deeper. Food inflation was 10.1%, and energy inflation was 8.7%. This has been the story for the last 2 years. Energy inflation has outpaced overall inflation for 24 of the last 24 months, and food inflation has outpaced overall inflation for 13. The top-line number simply doesn't tell the entire story. Drilling down one level deeper in inflation analysis will increase transparency for the American people. It will focus attention not just on inflation, but on the type of inflation. If the President wants to sign an executive order that, for example, bans new energy production, the American people deserve to know how that order will impact energy inflation. I urge my colleagues to support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I'm rising to claim time in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
And thank you kindly. I thank the gentleman for introducing his amendment, which would add yet another reporting dimension to this already wasteful bureaucratic paperwork exercise, when what the American people need and deserve and are getting from the Biden administration is real, tangible action to bring down prices in America. What are we doing? Well, here's one of the things we're doing for older people who disproportionately depend on prescription drugs and people battling illness right now. We've dramatically lowered the cost of prescription drugs in the Medicare program for millions and millions of Americans. We just heard someone on the other side of the aisle, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, call this price fixing. Well, here's an example of the price fixing that President Biden and the Democratic majority are engaged in. We fixed the price for people who are paying thousands of dollars for insulin shots. We fixed it by putting it down to $35 a month, and they oppose it. Talk about inflation. What about inflation for diabetics? They don't count. We're not interested in inflation for diabetics, just for large corporations, the people who got more than $1 trillion in a tax cut from the last president. That's what we care about? We don't care about millions of people who have diabetes in the country. We're spending thousands of dollars a year to pay for their insulin shots. Well, we cut that inflation down to $35 a month. And we get a lecture from them about how that doesn't count. The Biden administration is trying to cut hundreds of millions of dollars from people who have to pay under a staggering student loan debt today. And they're fighting us on that. They don't care about that kind of inflation. They don't care about the pocketbooks of people who are staggering under student loan debt. 43 million people. We're talking about billions of dollars. 43 million people will be assisted by the student loan debt executive order and initiatives taken by the Biden administration. But that doesn't count for them. You know, we started this series of amendments by talking about the fact that they have this self-imposed political speech impediment. They can't correctly pronounce the name of our party in its adjectival form. But you know, I thought of a solution to this because I was reading a great book by H.W. Brand about Franklin D. Roosevelt called Traitor to His Class. And in the book, he's got a bunch of Roosevelt speeches. And you know what President Roosevelt called our party? Not the Democratic Party, much less the Democrat Party. If you can't pronounce it, do what Roosevelt did. He called us the democracy. The democracy. He said, the economic royalists, the corporate plutocrats, say you invest in the wealthiest people in society, some of the wealth will trickle down on everybody else. But the democracy says you invest in the great working middle class of America, we will all rise and prosper together. That's the doctrine of the democracy. If you can't pronounce the name of our party, just call us the democracy. That's what we are today, because we defend the right to vote, and we defend free and fair elections, and we stand by the results of elections. And we defend not only the country and our democratic allies all over the world, as in Ukraine, we defend this body, we defend this chamber, we defend the capital of the United States, and we defend the interests of the working majority of Americans. So the American people are not asking for more reports and more bureaucracy, they're asking for action. And that's what the Biden administration and Democrats in Congress are giving them. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. Perhaps no part of Biden inflation has been more painful than its impacts on food and energy prices. One can hardly imagine kitchen table issues greater than those. Biden inflation is causing food prices to skyrocket, as well as the prices for energy to cook it, and the prices of gasoline needed to get to the market. And the list goes painfully on. My colleague's amendment makes sure that when the President is considering major executive orders, he will be informed in a crystal clear way of the inflationary impacts his orders may have on food and energy prices. It's my hope that will bring some relief to our constituents at their kitchen tables. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Biden administration brought Trump's unemployment rate, which was skyrocketing, down. We went from 14.8% to less than 4%, creating 12 million new jobs. And now President Biden is bringing down the soaring inflation rate he inherited because of the massive disruption in global supply chains caused by the lethal recklessness of the Trump administration in mismanaging the pandemic response. So we're saying let's finish the job. Just as we brought unemployment down, we're bringing inflation down. We are making the American economy work for the American people through strategic investments like the Infrastructure Act, a $1.2 trillion investment in the roads and the highways and the bridges, the ports, the airports, broadband across the country in the rural areas. President Biden is fighting for investment in the American people. And that's what the Democrats are fighting for, not a bunch of reports. We don't need this legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
From Colorado, I had gently suggested that perhaps our colleagues on the other side of the aisle could stop referring to Democrat congresswomen with Democrat plans and Democrat bills. Democrat is a noun. The adjective is democratic, so it would be the Democratic congresswoman, the Democratic bill, and so on. I said it grates on our ears the same way as it would grate on your ears if every time we invoked the name of your party, we said the Banana Republican congresswoman or the Banana Republican member or the Banana Republican conference. That we would consider a breach of civility and decorum. So we would prefer to go back to something else. And yet the gentle lady from Colorado said, if I understood it correctly, that she would continue with her deliberate mispronunciation of the name of our party in its adjectival form. And by the way, she took the opportunity to raise the whole question of MAGA, which I had not mentioned, and she said, and when you call me MAGA, don't call me MAGA, call me Ultra MAGA. So when the minority leader referred to the extreme MAGA element, which appears to be driving the train over there, he should have called it the Ultra MAGA element out of deference to the gentlelady from Colorado, and I certainly will be able to honor her wishes in the future as she chooses to be described as Ultra MAGA. And with that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman, 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I believe our colleagues are coming clean. They opposed the American Rescue Act, which was absolutely essential legislation to get the country out of the Trump economic wreckage during the last administration. We had 14.8% unemployment, the highest unemployment rate since the Department of Labor started keeping statistics. And today it's down to 4% with the creation of 12 million new jobs under the Biden administration. And so they shift the subject from unemployment, which they used to talk about, to inflation. Well, they raised the debt limit themselves 3 times under Donald Trump, who contributed 25% of the entire debt of the nation between George Washington and Joe Biden. 25% all came from the Trump administration, but they're looking for something to try to pin on Biden. So rather than acknowledging that Putin's war in Russia and the disruption of the global supply chains caused by the coronavirus pandemic created a global inflation, and America's doing much better bringing it down than anybody else, they decide just to try to demonize and vilify Joe Biden. Why? Because the cabinet is empty. The cupboard is barren. There are no ideas over there, as the distinguished minority leader said. They're not offering any ideas, some reporting requirements, and they're doodling on that. Should it be $1 billion or $1 million or $100 million? Who knows? There's been no hearing on it, so they're making it up as they go along on the floor of the House. We can do much better, as we did in the 117th Congress, to get America moving again. I reserve.
I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup and Mr. Ruiz, for this important hearing. The COVID-19 pandemic came to America in 2020, of course, when Donald Trump was president. And that president's policy failures, magical thinking, and total recklessness caused, according to his own special advisor on COVID, Deborah Birx, the unnecessary death of hundreds of thousands of Americans. Now, apart from the urgent question of how to improve our pandemic response from the debacle that he presided over, is the question of how the COVID-19 pandemic began. This, too, is a critically important question to answer to help us prevent and prepare for future pandemics. Answers must come from objective, fact-based investigations informed by doctors, scientists, and public health experts. At President Biden's direction, the intelligence community is also taking sweeping action now to understand the origins of the virus and to bring all relevant facts to light. Whatever the origins of COVID-19, whether it is bats or bureaucrats, no finding will ever exonerate or rehabilitate Donald Trump for his lethal recklessness in mismanaging the crisis in America, which cost us more than 1 million lives. Indeed, if COVID was actually the product of a lab leak or the worst bioweapon of mass destruction ever invented, as some have argued, and obviously we don't have the scientific evidence to say any of this yet. It would not only not remove Donald Trump's culpability, it would only deepen his culpability in the most profound way. Now, why do I say that? Because over the course of the crisis, beginning in January of 2020 and lasting through the spring, on more than 42 different occasions that we have identified so far, President Trump openly praised and defended the performance of Communist Party Secretary and Chinese President Xi in his handling of COVID-19 and boasted of how closely they were working together and boasted of Xi's openness and transparency. On January 22nd, 2020, when the first case of COVID was identified in the U.S., Trump stated, I quote, "We have it totally under control." When asked if he believed the U.S. would, quote, "know everything we need to know from China," he said, and I quote, I do. I have a great relationship with President Xi." January 24th, he posted on Twitter, quote, "China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi." March 21, in a briefing, he assured us China has been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. He added, "The United States greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well." March 27th, he posted on Twitter, "Just finished a very good conversation with President Xi of China, discussed in great detail the coronavirus that is ravaging large parts of the planet. China has been through much and has developed a strong understanding of the virus. We are working closely together. Much respect." Because of time, I'm just giving the committee a tiny taste of Donald Trump's fawning, starstruck, sycophantic embrace of everything the Chinese government was telling him in 2020, but I will happily offer a lot more for any colleagues who think that the hunt for the origins will somehow absolve the last administration for telling Americans that COVID would magically disappear at Easter time, or everybody should just take hydroxychloroquine, or refusing to wear a mask, or never developing a national plan to defeat the disease. Whether it was bats or leaks or bureaucrats who caused it, Donald Trump was the biggest apologist in the United States of America for President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party. He could have directed the intelligence community to lead a COVID-19 origins investigation back in March of 2020, 3 years ago. He did not. He wasted precious time minimizing the risk of the virus and lavishing his praise on President Xi. He could have taken the origins of the pandemic seriously and held the CCP accountable. He could have pushed back against the CCP for interfering with the WHO's investigation into its origins, and he could have asked our intelligence community to intervene. He did none of those things. And everyone should remember that. Let's take the politics out of it, and let's get to the bottom of what happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland, recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from
I inquire as to the time remaining.
A minute and a half.
All right, gentleman reserves.
The gentleman from Maryland has the right to close.
Gentleman from Maryland has the right to close.
So the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Maryland, my friend from Maryland, talks about increased bureaucracy, the increased bureaucracy of informing the American people. My goodness. My goodness. I've never heard that from my friends on the other side of the aisle, increased bureaucracy. I mean, all they do around here is infuse more government into our lives with every single thing they do. He talks about the medical situation and price fixing. He doesn't call it price fixing, but that's what it is. It's price fixing. More bureaucracy, taking more drugs off the market, more life-saving research off the market, but they're good with that. Talks about 12 million new jobs, but doesn't talk about the fact that in one of the reporting periods, 1 million jobs were created, but then it was only months later to find out that only 10,000 were created. Oh, and that first report right before the election. Interesting how that happened. Doesn't want to talk about that or the workforce participation rate. Doesn't want to talk about, talks about lowering inflation. You can talk about that all you want to, but people that pay for things don't experience it. So you can say it's true, but the reality is that it's not true. All these years, he's saying it's been unnecessary to do this. My goodness, my good friend from Maryland is a member of the legislature. You'd think he'd want to preserve the power of the legislature instead of handing it to the executive branch, which is what this place has done for years upon years. Now we have a chance, and my friend wants to hand yet more power to the executive branch instead of preserving the power of his branch that he serves in. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Maryland.
Amendment number 13, printed in House Report number 118-4, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 166, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman. As we all should know by now, this bill requires the President to consider, for any major executive order, the impact of the executive order on inflation. I mean, the President is the President of the United States, and the well-being of every citizen should be of the President's concern, and I believe it is. When the American people have been suffering this inflation for years, it makes sense to require the President, no matter which party, to at least consider the impact of his actions on the American people, because they don't have any choice in the matter till the next election. This amendment requires for executive orders that are found to have an impact on the consumer price index, we got to have some measure, right? And most people recognize the consumer price index, which is a detailed description of that impact, so that we can all be on the same page, so that we can all reference the same data point. Folks, this is common sense, and it's reasonable. The way this bill is currently written, I support the bill. The statement prepared by the President must simply include whether it has an impact on inflation. And maybe the impact is to lower inflation. That would be awesome. I think we're going to have to wait a couple years until we get a president that actually does that. But okay, so be it. We'll accept that. Even this legislation under a new president that lowers the cost of inflation by executive order. But the current bill doesn't talk about the extent of the impact, which is what this amendment seeks to remedy. This amendment requires that statement to provide actual information to the extent of the impact regarding the consumer price index. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek?
Claiming time in opposition, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Thank you kindly. I'm afraid I remain unilluminated as to what that amendment will do. Apparently, the purpose is to require a more detailed or technical description of the projected impact when an assessment required by the bill finds that there will be some inflationary effect. Again, this sounds like it's simply adding more bureaucracy, more paperwork with no return on investment for the taxpayer dollars that it would obviously take to conduct such an analysis. I mean, here we've gone for more than 2 centuries with apparently no economist arguing that what we really need to stop inflation is more reporting in the process of issuance of executive orders by presidents of the United States. And suddenly, somebody had a great epiphany over there without even a legislative hearing that what was really needed was just for the President of the United States to append an inflationary statement to executive orders at the rate of $1 billion, perhaps to be amended to $1 million, or who knows, it's 50 million or 100 million. But it doesn't make any difference because there's no data behind any of it. There's no analysis behind any of it. You may as well spin a wheel and pick a number at which a report is going to be compelled by the majority here for the so-called REIN-In Act, which stands for the Reduce Exacerbated Inflation Negatively Impacting the Nation Act, which could go by other titles, including the Running on Empty Index, No New Ideas, None Act, since basically they're scraping the bottom to try to figure out something to say about inflation because the administration is actually bringing inflation down. Now, we notice they don't talk about unemployment, which used to be their mantra, jobs, 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 But when Joe Biden came back and created 12 million new jobs after the last administration destroyed millions of jobs with their lethal recklessness in the mismanagement of the coronavirus pandemic, and Joe Biden turned it around in this administration, they stopped talking about it. But they did notice that there was global inflation going on because of the disruption of the global supply chain and because of Vladimir Putin's filthy imperialist invasion of Ukraine, which some of their members actually are cheerleaders for. There was a real problem with inflation, and the administration has steadily been bringing it down, which is why it doesn't have quite the political salience it used to. But the world was waiting with bated breath to determine what would their actual plan be. And alas, their whole plan is a reporting requirement, nothing to do with Congress and Congress being able to do anything, but a reporting requirement for the president when he issues executive orders. I think the public is gravely disappointed by this complete collapse of any real commitment to the one issue they thought they had organized their conference around. I reserve.
Gentleman reserve. Minutes remaining as well.
2 minutes.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for recognizing me. I don't know that there's much left to say on the substance of this amendment. I did hear my colleague from Pennsylvania make some sort of disparaging remark about Maryland and about how he didn't live in Maryland, where apparently we don't understand the value of money. Well, the land where we actually are standing today used to be part of Maryland. It was ceded by Maryland to Congress for the purposes of creating the District of Columbia. And when our capital came under attack by violent insurrectionists and those who were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and who were determined to overthrow the 2020 presidential election, there were hundreds of police officers who came from Maryland to join the Metropolitan Police Department and the Capitol officers in defense of the capital of the United States. So I take umbrage at any insinuation that the people of Maryland need to take a backseat to anybody in terms of the defense of the principles of this country. So I would thank Mr. Perry for a correction about that, and I'm happy to reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, let me just say this. There was no disparaging remarks about Maryland, only the fact that people in Pennsylvania understand the value of $1 million or $1 billion, and they want to know how it's being spent in Washington, D.C., and it's their government. It is the citizens of the United States. It's their government, and it is their tax money. And this amendment seeks to provide that transparency so that they know the effect of executive orders coming out of the White House, how it affects their wallet. And they should know that. And we should all be for that. And so with that, if you want to discuss the Inflation Reduction Act, look, you can call any bill here anything you want to. You can call it the, kittens are beautiful and the sun's going to shine today. But here's what I know. In central Pennsylvania, where I live, the good citizens that I represent are paying $5, $6, $7 for a dozen eggs. They're paying $6, $7 for a pound of hamburger. They can't afford to drive to work, and they can't afford to pay their energy bills, and they're having a hard time paying their mortgage. That's inflation, sir. That's inflation to the good gentleman from Maryland, and part of that is caused by the White House's edicts that impose things on the American people. They want to know, and they have the right to know what that is so they can inform their vote. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the prices of housing are too high. The prices of groceries are too high. That's why the administration is working concretely to lower prices and why inflation is coming down now across the board. And so what do we get from the majority today? They want a reporting bill about the inflationary impact in executive orders. Nothing even about what Congress is doing and how Congress is behaving and contributing to inflation. They want to somehow add a technical reporting requirement for executive orders and think that that's accomplishing something. Well, the administration is lowering the cost of student debt despite the fact that they're doing everything they can to stop it. The administration is acting to lower housing prices across the country, and we have moved to lower prescription drug prices and health care across the country, and they've been fighting us every step along the way. And instead, they come back with this reporting bill, which will do nothing to help the fight against inflation. Happy to yield back to you.
The gentleman yields. The question on the amendment is offered by...
I thank the chair. The underlying bill requires the president to have prepared for the American people and consider the inflation impacts of all major executive orders. This provides transparency to the American people of the economic impacts of such executive orders. At the Rules Committee last night, the minority raised concerns that these requirements would apply to a limited number of circumstances. Now, this amendment actually appeases these concerns by lowering the threshold at which an executive order is considered major for the requirements of the bill from $1 billion to $1 million. This reduced threshold will ensure the president is required to assess the inflationary impacts of significantly more executive orders than the underlying bill would require, which actually increases the amount of transparency provided by this bill. I'm sure the minority would agree with increased transparency. They asked for it just last night. They asked for it just in the last debate over the last amendment. I'm sure we've all heard from our constituents about the impact of inflation. This amendment allows us to expand our efforts to address their concerns. And while some of my friends on the other side of the aisle might say, well, we need a different index or we need an additional index, here's what the American people don't need. They don't need some report of progress or you name whatever you want to name it. What they know is this. When they go to the store, everything they're buying costs more. It's unaffordable. When they go to the gas station, try and fill up their tank, it costs them more. When they go to the lumber yard, when they go to the bank, when they try and buy a new home, everything costs more. They don't need some index to tell them that the cost of living is going up and something is causing it. And one of the things is this, regardless of which party is in power in the executive branch, executive orders actually, well, maybe they would actually reduce the cost of inflation. We need to know that too. So we just want to know what the answer is regardless which way, and this amendment would provide for that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose is the gentleman from Maryland?
Rise to claim time in opposition, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you kindly. So now we move from the ludicrous to the absurd to the sublime. Yesterday, they wanted a report from the president upon issuance of an executive order for executive orders having an inflationary impact or having an economic impact of $1 billion. Today, they've cut that by, well, they've gone to 1/1000th of that. Now they want a report for every $1 million. The gentleman points out that I observed yesterday that it would apply only to a handful of executive orders, which is absolutely right. I wasn't arguing or I wasn't concerned, as he said, that it applies to too few cases. I was just reflecting about how silly the whole exercise was. They didn't even seem to understand how few executive orders it would apply to, just like they forgot to put into the legislation a requirement that it actually be published, something that was remedied yesterday in the Boebert Amendment. But in any event, now they want an inflationary estimate statement when there is an executive order that has $1 million economic impact, which by my quick calculation here is 3/100,000th of 1% of the $26 trillion U.S. economy. It's a fraction of the budget of the Oversight Committee itself. We may as well be saying we should register what the inflationary impact is of the majority and minority budgets in the Oversight Committee. So obviously this is an exercise in futility and silliness. They are finger painting on their own legislation, which itself is not based on any legislative process, based on any hearing, and it obviously does nothing to reduce inflation. But that is what this administration has been working on. And of course, they don't talk about unemployment anymore, which they used to talk about, because President Biden's administration created 12 million new jobs, whereas the last president destroyed millions of jobs. But the economy has come roaring back under the Biden administration, just like the Biden administration is actually bringing inflation down. Example, check out the Inflation Reduction Act. Everybody who is on insulin in America under the Medicare program is now paying only $35 a month. Now, we know that they opposed that. We know they wanted to repeal that provision. I think they still do want to repeal that provision, but that was very concrete action to lower prescription drug prices for diabetics within the Medicare program, and they've been lowered across the board within the Medicare program. That's the kind of specific programmatic action that the Biden administration has undertaken, not a silly reporting bill which some days is applying to $1 billion, some days it's applying to $1 million. There's no rhyme or reason to what they're doing. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chair and would just offer this. Look, I'm not from Maryland. I don't live around the Beltway here where everything's just fine. I live up in Pennsylvania where $1 billion or $1 million is a lot of money to hardworking people that get up in the dark at night and head out to work. $1 million is a lot of money, and they'd like to know where we're spending it here. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, the chairman of the committee.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Perry Amendment. My colleague's amendment extends the bill's coverage to executive orders with annual impacts of $1 million or more. This makes sure inflation assessments will be prepared for most executive orders. This is not an undue burden on the president. Even at President Biden's relatively blistering pace, he has issued only 107 executive orders over more than 2 years. I submit that with today's sky-high inflation continuing and with no clear end in sight, it's important that the inflationary impacts of most of President Biden's executive orders should be assessed. If my colleague's amendment is adopted, they will be. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I inquire to the time remaining.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 2 minutes remaining.
Gentleman reserves.
And gentleman from Maryland has 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Maryland is yielded time.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for his excellent leadership on this bill today on the floor. The distinguished gentlelady from Colorado posed a question that I've been hearing my Republican colleagues utter over the last several days. Who decides what is true or false? How can we know what is true or false? And the gentlelady confided her fear that the federal government would end up defining what's true or false. Well, my. That's an absolute assault on the Constitution of the United States, because we have an entire federal judiciary which is based on people getting up in court and swearing an oath under God or the Constitution to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And the whole point of what federal courts do is to determine what's true and what's false. And yet now we have an entire political party which is organizing itself around this radical moral agnosticism, claiming that there's no way we can know the difference between whether an election is on Tuesday or whether an election is on Thursday, as Vladimir Putin wants to tell us through his sinister propaganda put out by the Internet Research Agency. The whole judicial system is based on the difference between truth and lies. In fact, the administrative system, you want to get Social Security, either you're 65 or you're not. That's a matter of positive fact. You qualify for Medicare or you don't. Truth or fact. Yes, our system operates on the basis of truth or fact. Don't throw up your hands and say, oh, well, we can't know what the truth is. We can't know what lies are. We don't want bureaucrats telling us what that is. That's what democratic government is. That's how we operate, by our commitment to the truth. And that's why we all swear an oath here to uphold the Constitution. That's why people go to court and they swear an oath to tell the truth. Now, they take their shocking nihilism about what's true and what's false, and they convert it to this entire Congress. And it all starts, of course, with January 6th. And before that, the presidential election. All starts with a big lie. Donald Trump's big lie. Well, they say, well, who knows? Maybe he won, maybe he didn't. You say Joe Biden's president, we say Donald Trump's president. Nonsense. 60 federal and state courts rejected every claim of electoral fraud and corruption that they put forward. 60 federal and state courts rejected every claim. They don't have a single court that ever ruled in their favor. Donald Trump lost that election by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. So then their big lie now has to stretch all the way over January 6th. We have to disbelieve the evidence of our own eyes, of our own ears. We saw them come and descend upon this chamber, this Congress, wounding and injuring 150 of our police officers, breaking people's noses, breaking people's fingers, putting people in the hospital. And already they're back on the news with big lies saying, no, 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 it was a tourist visit. Like these real tourists up here who have to come and watch representatives in the United States Congress say there's no difference between truth and lies. Real tourists who are not beating the daylights out of our police officers. Now, so the lie now extends to January 6th. Who knows what really happened? Yeah, we all saw it. We saw the Vice President of the United States getting chased out of the chamber with people yelling, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence." We had a bipartisan committee for a year and a half with more than 1,000 witnesses, 100 subpoena witnesses under oath, most of them from the Trump White House, and the Trump family and Republicans testify about Trump's plan to overturn the presidential election and get Pence just to install him in office, and yet they're agnostic about, well, the truth and lies. Who knows what really happened? Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Well, they've got a perfect bill for you then. We call it the Putin Protection Act. That's what it is, the Putin Protection Act. Distinguished gentleman from New York explained Putin spent millions of dollars in 2016 to pump propaganda, electoral sabotage into our political system. He did. Every security agency in the country told us that. We got a bipartisan report from the Senate saying it. They're agnostic about it. When it comes to Putin, they see no evil, they hear no evil, none of it. No, but we know that it happened, okay? That's Putin's plan. Why? Putin cannot beat America politically. He can't beat us economically. He can't beat us militarily. Putin can't beat us philosophically. There's one thing he's got, the internet. Why? Because we're a wide open country. And so he says, let's take advantage of it. Let's go on their social media platform. We'll put people who oppose Putin on the internet in jail, which they do. If you send a tweet against Putin, you're going to jail. You put out a tweet against his filthy imperialist war, which some of them support in Ukraine. If you put out a tweet against that in Russia, you're going to jail. But he says, let's take advantage of America's openness. We'll take advantage of them, and we're going to put out propaganda. We'll lie about when the election is. We'll say it's on Thursday when it's on Tuesday. We'll tell people to go vote next week, whatever. And that's the genesis of this whole thing. We have our security agencies who alert social media, and they say they're putting up fraudulent information on your platform. And now they come forward and they say the Democrats are trying to, what? Tell the truth. Not Democrats, the government, our paid federal government agencies are trying to tell the social media when foreign malign actors like Russia and China and Iran are trying to interfere in our elections. That's what this is about. Putin Protection Act. They want Putin and Xi to run free over our platforms, and then they want to fine federal government employees thousands of dollars if they alert our government to what foreign malign actors are doing. And the whole justification for it is their silly obsession with Hunter Biden's laptop and this New York Post story, which was taken down by Twitter for one day, 3 weeks before the election as an exercise of their private decision-making. Then Elon Musk buys Twitter, and he fires 6 journalists because they disagree with him. They've got no problem with that because, of course, it's a private entity. They can do whatever they want. If they want to fire journalists, they fire them. If they want to take a story down for an hour or a day, they can do that. And then they want to turn that into the basis for handcuffing the entire government of the United States so we can't protect ourselves against Vladimir Putin and President Xi. Give me a break. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
My amendment makes minor enhancements to this important piece of legislation that were brought to our attention after our markup. First, this amendment makes a few technical drafting edits. Second, this amendment clarifies the enforcement section of this legislation with a conforming edit to ensure that the U.S. Office of Special Counsel has the specific authority necessary to carry out the enforcement provisions this legislation establishes for senior government officials. With this technical change to Special Counsel's enforcement capabilities, we are ensuring that the real penalties we have introduced for senior officials can be carried out. We must ensure that senior officials will not escape accountability when they engage in government censorship prohibited by H.R. 140. This will help deter government employees. Further, this amendment clarifies that OSC can enforce a civil monetary fine of up to $10,000 against senior officials, as clearly intended by the text we reported out of committee. I ask for my colleagues' full support of this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized.
You know, this is a technical amendment. It doesn't make much of a difference to what is already a bad bill, but it is interesting to me that this amendment was allowed to come to the floor, and so many amendments from the Democrats, which actually made meaningful substantive changes to this bill, were not allowed to come to the floor. Now, we've heard a lot over the past 2 months of this Congress about how the Republican majority is going to do things differently, that they're going to have open rules so that everybody can offer amendments on the floor. But what is clear is that the open rules, I suppose, only apply to the Republican Party. They don't apply to the Democratic Party. And what is upsetting about that, at least for me personally, is I had an amendment that I had also offered in the Rules Committee last night to include an exception not just for child trafficking, child exploitation, human trafficking, drug trafficking, but also for foreign interference in our elections, so that our law enforcement could actually do the work that is needed to protect our democracy, to protect our elections. And this is not some fanciful idea that this bill is actually addressing a non-existent problem where the FBI is not actually even censoring people. No, that amendment had to do with 2 charged indictments of Russians in 2016 for interfering in our election. There's actual evidence to support that amendment, and yet my Republican colleagues did not even allow it to come to the floor. With that, I'd like to yield as much time as necessary to Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Goldman, thank you. I just want to echo the very important point you just made. We have a whole sequence of trivial amendments that have been added by the majority, and they refuse to consider what I think is the central amendment that this legislation would need in order for it not to be an utter disaster for America if this legislation were to pass. Now, they concede implicitly by their legislation that there's a problem with saying we're not going to allow any government officials to get in touch with the social media because they create an exception for certain things, for child pornography, for human trafficking, and for drug dealing. And I agree with all of those. But are those more important and more grave than the national security interests of the United States itself? What about assaults on our elections, which go right to the heart of national security? What about assaults on our energy security structure? What about assaults on our power structure? Not only did they not build that into their bill, they will not even allow us to put it on the floor for an open vote among all of our colleagues in Congress. And why won't they do that? Well, because if there's a national security exception to their Putin Protection Act, at that point, the exception swallows the rule, because the rule is let's let Putin and Xi and every autocrat, theocrat, dictator on earth run amok on our social media and not allow our government officials to say anything about it. That's the effect of this legislation. Thank you for yielding, Mr. Goldman. I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate this. This bill protects the First Amendment rights for American citizens. My colleagues would like us to believe that by protecting an American's right to say whatever lawful speech they want, we're empowering Russia and China. That's just not true. I reserve the balance of my time. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I think this amendment and the chairman's comments are very telling. Of course, nobody objects to protecting the free, lawful speech of any American from the federal government. That is the First Amendment. But what this bill does is it creates a tremendous barrier to our law enforcement, intelligence community, and national security apparatus from protecting Americans from all sorts of illicit, malign activity that occurs on social media. And so by preventing us from bringing our substantive, thoughtful amendments to the floor for a vote, what this bill is ultimately doing, the net effect of it, even if it's not the intent of it, is that it is allowing foreign actors to interfere in everything that happens in our democracy, including our elections. Now, why does this matter? Why would it matter? Well, because we all know the special counsel definitively proved that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win. And the Trump campaign welcomed that interference and used it for their benefit. If you disagree, go look at Special Counsel Mueller's report. That is what's called conclusions based on evidence, not what this bill is. And for that reason, we oppose this amendment as well as the underlying bill itself.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kentucky has no time left. The question is on.
Thank you, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Raskin for his 5 minutes.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. The stabilizing braces have evolved significantly from their original intended use, which was allowing disabled gun users to fire an AR-style pistol. Today's braces are largely used to exploit a loophole in the regulatory structure to allow owners to turn their weapons into short-barreled rifles, efficient weapons of war, without triggering traditional ATF oversight of this kind of weapon. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of the people who use these so-called wrist stabilizer braces. Please play the video if you would.
You see a gun like this and you're like, how the heck is a barrel with that length a pistol? Well, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about SB Tactical and their stabilizing braces for pistols.
The end here, which is a rubber type of configuration. It's adjustable. If you want to run your arm through it and do so, you can, and tighten it down to your forearm, which of course is what the braces were originally intended for. However, with the ATF rulings now, you can occasionally accidentally fire from your shoulder.
Today on Sunday Gear Review, I want to talk to you about this SB Tactical HKPDW arm brace. It does help some people, right? So you can slide your arm through that and undo it and all that stuff. But we all know what these are actually used for, and nobody is wondering about that.
And we're going to just see, does it really feel like a stock, even though it's not a stock?
back to this brace. It changes the game, like I said. It gives you 4 points of contact with the occasional shoulder. Got it loaded up? Let's see the difference.
Now you've got a very shorty boy, right? So you can put this guy obviously in a briefcase if you wanted to, in a backpack.
Mr. Wilcox, why are short-barreled rifles more dangerous and strictly regulated than other kinds of firearms?
Short-barreled rifles are more easily concealable than long-barreled rifles, but have more destructive power than traditional handguns. For example, common ballistic vests worn by police protect against handgun ammunition, while rifle ammunition, like those fired by short-barrel rifles, can penetrate it.
And what's the difference between a short-barreled rifle and a firearm with a stabilizing brace, as we saw brandished in the video there, and as we see on the poster behind me?
When it comes to usability, I think next to none.
There really is no difference in the power and potential violence of the weapon, and there's very little difference in the weapon's design. Look, our colleagues know that gun violence is the leading cause of death among children in the United States of America today. They know that more people proportionately die of gun violence in America than in any other industrialized country on earth, whether we're talking about Canada or Germany or France, United Kingdom, Japan, Israel, you name it. They know that the states with the highest rates of firearm deaths are the ones with the weakest gun laws, and the states with the lowest levels of firearm deaths have the strongest gun laws. But they say that all of this chaos and destruction is just the necessary price we have to pay because of the Second Amendment. All those thousands of people gunned down at church, in school, at the Walmart, in parks and grocery stores are just the human sacrifice we've decided to pay as a society for our Second Amendment. My colleagues, this is a lie. Our colleagues advance a completely flawed theory of the Second Amendment, which leads them to oppose even reasonable common sense gun safety rules that the Supreme Court has approved and which the vast majority of Americans endorse. Our colleagues embrace what's called the insurrectionist theory of the Second Amendment. Our colleague, Mr. Gates, says the Second Amendment is, quote, about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary. Our colleague, Chip Roy, says the Second Amendment was designed purposefully to empower the people to resist the force of tyranny used against them. And Congresswoman Boebert says the Second Amendment, quote, has nothing to do with hunting unless you're talking about hunting tyrants, maybe. Well, this theory is completely debunked and destroyed by the text of the Constitution itself and by Supreme Court precedent. And yet their theory of the Second Amendment is killing Americans. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union and suppress insurrections and invasions. The Republican Guarantee Clause tells the U.S. Congress to guarantee a Republican form of government to the states and to protect them against domestic violence. There's 6 other provisions in the Constitution, including the Treason Clause, that debunk what they're saying. And we're going to have to get through their false notion of the Second Amendment in order to save human life. Thank you. I yield back.
Ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Raskin.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We oppose H.R. 5 because we stand with the school boards and the PTAs and the parents and the teachers, the students, and 13,000 school superintendents whose letter opposing this legislation I now ask unanimous consent to submit for the record.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
We stand with local governments against this outrageous power grab by MAGA Republicans in Washington who are supporting book banning, suppression of historical facts about slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and racial violence, and favoring top-down micromanagement of our local schools across America. Is there really a problem for parents like us with finding out what's in our public school libraries? Well, before you pass a massive new federal law and a massive new unfunded mandate for our local governments, why don't you take the time to make a phone call? That's what I did. I called up the person who runs the school libraries for Montgomery County, Maryland, which has more than 1 million people there, and I learned from Andrea Christman, who oversees all the media centers for our county, that the entire catalog of 2.2 million books is online, freely available, and current as of today. And anybody can go online and find it right now. So if all the info is out there, as local governments want it to be, then what is this about? Well, it's about book banning, of course. 2 years ago, more than 1,600 books were banned in the United States of America. Here are three of the key books that the right-wingers have been going after. Khaled Hosseini's Khaled Hosseini's The Kite Runner, about the dangerous fanaticism, authoritarianism, and abuse of the Taliban, a right-wing religious fundamentalist movement all about censorship and repressing women's control over their own bodies and their own fertility. The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood's extraordinary dystopian novel about a right-wing misogynist movement which uses high technology and depraved religious ideology to control not only the minds of their followers, but the private and public lives and the fertility of women. And of course, George Orwell's 1984, because they have no sense of irony. They're always trying to censor this one. Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman's time's expired.
we need more politicians reading books in
Gentleman's
America and fewer politicians trying to censor books in America.
You may continue.
It is amazing to me, thank you, Mr. Chairman, it's amazing to me to see politicians who oppose a universal violent criminal background check and who defend assault weapons after the massacres at Columbine, after Parkland, Florida, after Sandy Hook in Newtown, Connecticut, after Uvalde, after Santa Fe, Texas, that they are now going to keep America's children safe by banning The Handmaid's Tale in 1984. We can do better for the children of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Full committee. Mr. Raskin from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. COVID-19 was a catastrophe for our country as Donald Trump presided over an historic debacle of a public health response. And you don't need to go to the American Medical Association or the American Hospital Association or American Nursing Association to conclude that Trump's lethal recklessness and lying led to hundreds of thousands of unnecessary deaths. You just have to go to Donald Trump's own COVID-19 advisor, Dr. Deborah Birx, who said that by undermining mass testing, not more aggressively coordinating vaccination and treatment, not seriously implementing mask mandates, the administration failed to save at least 130,000 lives, and probably a lot more than that. She testified we probably could have decreased fatalities into the 30% less to 40% less range, which translates into the lives of several 100,000 Americans. That's Trump's own COVID-19 advisor. Beyond the million-plus Americans killed in this plague, the public health orders closing our public schools set our educational process back dramatically and undermined the academic, athletic, emotional, and intellectual progress of millions of children across the country. No one can seriously dispute that. And as an educator and a father, I've been horrified by what this plague and the nation's catastrophically ineffectual response to it have done to learning and education among young people. But was it the fault of the governors, Republican and Democratic, who closed the schools in the middle of this emergency? The superintendent struggling to contain this out-of-control pandemic? Was it the fault of the teachers on the front lines, at least 530 of whom died during COVID-19, according to the American Federation of Teachers? Was it the fault of the school children or young people under 18 themselves, more than 1,300 of whom themselves died of COVID-19? Or would it be the fault of the president who let the plague run loose and left the nation without a unified, serious plan for managing the crisis? A president who praised China, China's Central Communist Party and President Xi in their handling of the epidemic on 37 different occasions. Well, Let's take PPE, for example. The Trump administration knew as early as January 2020 that the U.S. would not have enough PPE for the pandemic. Instead of taking steps to bolster domestic supply chains, Trump consistently dismissed the impact of COVID, repeatedly assuring the country that China and Xi were doing a great job and had everything under control, and famously predicting that the pandemic would be over by Easter. When it became clear that he was wrong and the country desperately needed PPE, Trump put his unprepared and unqualified son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in charge of obtaining PPE. Instead of working with procurement experts in the federal government, Kushner hired a handful of 20-something friends working in finance in New York, none of whom had any significant procurement experience in order to source and distribute PPE. Ms. Mazik, you're a school nurse with the National Association of School Nurses, headquartered in Silver Spring, Maryland. So you understand the lengths to which schools went to keep kids safe throughout the pandemic. What did it mean for schools when they could not access the PPE they needed to protect the school children against the deadly virus in the spring of 2020?
The unavailability of sufficient PPE, Ranking Member Raskin, was a concern because of the healthcare workers, the school nurses who were working with students. Most immediately, with the healthcare that was happening throughout the nation, healthcare professionals were advised to use PPE. That needed to happen for the school nurses, number one.
Thank you. Well, let's look at testing. It took months for the CDC to develop and distribute a reliable test. First, the Trump administration rejected a protocol test design offered by the World Health Organization in January of 2020. But the administration didn't take any action to incentivize test manufacturing here at home, leaving us defenseless and floundering. And when there were widespread design and contamination issues with the CDC's tests, the administration failed to provide public health centers with any guidance on how to proceed. This meant by the end of February 2020, the entire United States had conducted fewer than 500 tests compared to more than 65,000 in South Korea, for example. How did schools use testing as a tool allowing them to remain open during the pandemic when they had the tests?
Schools collaborated with local health departments, local health authorities to be able to offer testing, and some of them did that testing in school buildings, some did it in centers, testing centers.
All right, Mr. Chairman, in category after category, that administration got an F, and I yield back to you.
I now recognize Ms. Malliotakis from New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting this important hearing.
I now recognize the Ranking Member Raskin for his opening remarks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. There are two problems in America that we could solve today and that would unify the American people. First is the problem of gun violence and related forms of criminal violence. And second is the problem of disenfranchisement and unresolved struggles for political democracy and equal rights in the country. No one is in favor of lethal gun violence, and everyone should be in favor of full democratic inclusion and participation. And yet, rather than working together to solve these two problems, which we could easily do, our GOP colleagues would simply use the existence of one problem to block the solution of the other while doing nothing to address either of them. When a mass shooter guns down 3 children and 3 adults, as happened on Monday in Nashville, or a mass murderer assassinates 10 people at a supermarket in Buffalo, or a racist killer massacres 23 people and wounds 22 others at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, or a gunman murders a D.C. Metro Transit employee trying to protect riders from the armed attacker, as happened in Washington last month, these acts of deranged criminal violence should be a spur to immediate nationwide bipartisan action to pass a universal violent criminal background check on the sale of all firearms in the United States of America, a measure supported by more than 90% of the American people. And it should be a spur to ban military-style weapons of war on the streets of America, in the schools and churches, and in the supermarkets and shopping malls. and this will work. And how do we know it will work? Well, America has the loosest, most permissive and liberal gun laws in the world, and we have a rate of gun violence unseen in the rest of the industrialized world. Firearm homicide rates are 22 times greater here than in Europe. We're the only industrialized nation where gun violence is the leading cause of death for children. If we took the actions that our counterparts have taken from Canada to Japan to Australia, we would dramatically lower the rates of gun death in America. The states with the strictest gun laws today have the lowest rates of gun homicide, and the states with the loosest gun laws have the highest rates of gun homicide. But alas, our GOP colleagues throw up their hands. They bewail and bemoan the existence of evil in the world, as if we were cloistered theologians rather than responsible public officials. And they say there is nothing, just nothing, that we can do to stop criminal gun violence. Our dear colleague, Congressman Tim Burchett, is a genuinely decent and beloved man around here. And even he just gave voice to this pervasive and shocking sense of capitulation and surrender among our colleagues to the monstrous problem of criminal gun violence. After Monday's mass shooting at a Christian school in Nashville, he said, "It's a horrible, horrible situation, and we're not going to fix it." He said, "Criminals are going to be criminals." But even worse than this fatalistic surrender to criminal violence in America is the decision today to use the stubborn pervasiveness of criminal violence everywhere in America as an excuse to deny people in one community their basic rights as Americans to participate in representative government on an equal basis. And that's what's happening in this hearing. The more than 700,000 U.S. citizens living in Washington, D.C. pay more taxes per capita than the people of each of the 50 states. They have fought in every war from the American Revolution forward. They are draftable. They are subject to all the laws of the country. And yet they've had no voting representation in the U.S. House or the U.S. Senate since passage of the Organic Act in 1801, although they did win the right to participate in presidential elections in 1961 with passage of the 23rd Amendment. But they're disenfranchised in Congress. The only residents of a national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own national legislature, and they're fighting a crime problem that Americans are fighting everywhere, from Washington to Louisville, Kentucky, to Bakersville, California. Yet when violent insurrectionists came to this chamber on January 6th, 2021, the people of Washington, as Capitol officers, as officers in the Metropolitan Police Department, as staffers and as citizens, rallied to the defense of the Republic and the very Congress that they cannot participate in as voting members. If anyone had an authentic political grievance against the Union, it would be them. But no, they stood up to defend the Congress and the Vice President against a violent mob of rebels without a cause and rebels without a clue who savagely attacked our police officers. And now, the very same members who have come together today to denounce crime in Washington and the response of the D.C. government that they know very little about are astonishingly many of the same members who visited violent criminals in the D.C. jail and praised them as heroes and political prisoners as if they were Nelson Mandela or Alexei Navalny. What an obscenity and what a disgrace to this institution. In any event, the people of Washington never attacked our body or our officers. They're demanding change the right way. They organized a statehood convention and a statehood referendum in 2016, and they petitioned us for admission to the Union. The House voted in both the 116th and the 117th Congresses to grant their petition for admission to statehood. The Senate failed to act in both cases. Their petition is in the mainstream of our history. Statehood admission has been a driving force behind the growth of American democracy, from a union of 13 to a union of 50 states. The vast majority of the members of the House, 307 of us, represent people living in states that were admitted by Congress under Article 4, rather than people living in one of the original 13 states that ratified the Constitution, who are represented by only 128 representatives. I happen to be one of those, but all of us have equal votes, regardless of whether we were one of the first or we were one of the most recent states to be admitted. In the process of state admissions, all kinds of objections have been raised. We said Utah was too Mormon, New Mexico too Catholic. Other candidates were thought too poor, too big, too small. Hawaii and Alaska were non-contiguous, so they were obviously too far away and unqualified. Texas was its own country, and where does it say we could admit a whole country as a state? Representatives complained that too many people in Arizona spoke Spanish, and Senator Beveridge, chairman of the Committee on Territory, said that they were likely to be traitors and un-American. Louisiana was way too French. And one of the main criticisms leveled against almost every community has been that the people there were too wild, too criminal, and too ruffian to be admitted. And of course, beneath the surface, there's always been the quicksand of racial, religious, and ethnic animosity and hatred. But the amazing and redeeming fact of American history has been that ultimately all of these irrational, non-constitutional, and arbitrary objections have been swept away in favor of the great democratic imperative embodied in the first three words of the Constitution, we the people. And the Declaration of Independence set forth the beautiful, self-evident truths that have guided us as a country, all Americans born equal, all of us having unalienable rights, including the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, government existing only on the consent of the governed, and nobody should be governed or taxed without their own direct representation. This hearing, called to malign the people of D.C. and their leaders for criminal violence that our colleagues will do nothing to stop, should instead be a hearing to examine and move statehood for the people of Washington, D.C. in the 118th Congress. And I know there will be lots of criticisms against this or that provision of D.C. law, this or that budgetary decision or policy decision, but all of it is quite beside the point. The people of Washington are an independent, self-governing community who want their statehood, and you no more have to agree with every law or government decision in Washington than you have to agree with every law or government decision in Louisiana or California or Massachusetts or New Mexico or Alaska or Texas. In democracy, people have a right to make their own decisions and even the right sometimes to make their own mistakes. Is there a state in the Union that has not made a policy mistake? I'm certain there's not a member of this committee who would want every law and policy of your state or their localities to be examined and reviewed by the representatives of every other state whenever they think it's in their political interest to do that. Have our colleagues so given up on the possibility of making real progress together on reducing gun violence in America as a whole that they would prefer to turn the Congress of the U.S. into a 535-person city council, the largest city council on earth, just to bedevil and harass the people of Washington, D.C. Let these people have their equal rights. Let them have their democracy. I thank all of our witnesses for being here today. I thank the people of D.C. for your patience and determination as we work to secure statehood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Recognizes Ranking Member Raskin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The district's police force is 5 times larger per capita than the police force in Bakersfield, California, a city with one of the highest crime rates in the United States and the home, of course, of our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. The D.C. police force is 3 times larger per capita than the force in New Orleans, which is one of the highest crime rates in the United States and is at least partly represented by Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Councilmember Allen, I was interested by your testimony where you pointed out that the lack of statehood for Washington means that the people are unable to control large parts of the criminal justice machinery. People in D.C. are not allowed to elect their own judges. People in D.C. are not allowed to elect, for the most part, the prosecutors who are prosecuting the most serious crimes. You're saying there's a lack of transparency and accountability in federal prosecutions for crimes committed in the district. Say a word, if you would, about how statehood would change that and make the people of Washington far more effective in their ability to address crime, since obviously nobody's more concerned about crime in Washington than Washingtonians themselves.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, sir. I think it's both on the front end and on the back end. I think most people probably saw the Washington Post story today, which has been talked about for quite some time, with the 67% declination rate of moving forward with prosecutions following an MPD arrest by the federal U.S. Attorney's Office. I've been talking about this issue for the last couple of years, where upwards of 60% of MPD's gun arrests don't move forward to a prosecution. We have no ability to hold the U.S. Attorney accountable. When we've even invited the U.S. Attorney into hearings to talk about public safety, they decline to come. So on the front end of that, we see a concern with the U.S. Attorney's Office that we have no accountability and no oversight. On the back end, when we look at individuals that are coming home following a conviction, we have a Federal Bureau of Prisons that leaves people entirely disconnected. And when someone does come home, there's no communication or coordination with the District of Columbia. I appreciate Congressman Norton, who introduced legislation just this week to require the Bureau of Prisons to coordinate and communicate to the District of Columbia. We are unable to be able to have that type of coordination and communication, and most often that individual then moves into another federal agency for supervision, again, not accountable to the District of Columbia. Statehood would change that.
Chairman Mendelson, you similarly point out that the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is in charge of prosecuting the most serious offenses that take place in the District of Columbia, is overwhelmed. One reason they're overwhelmed is because there are more than 1,000 cases coming out of January 6th, and they're warning that there could be another 1,000 arrests coming for people who assaulted federal officers, brought dangerous weapons into the Capitol, engaged in seditious conspiracy, and so on. You're calling for adequate resourcing of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Tell us what that means to Washington, D.C. to get federal funding into this office.
Let me start by echoing what Councilmember Allen said, which is that because these are federal agencies, the district government doesn't have the appropriate control to make these agencies more responsive or to have a better criminal justice system. So all of our felonies and most of our misdemeanors are prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney. And what we see over and over again is that they have to prioritize cases. They'll take the more violent cases. They will not prosecute the misdemeanors or the less serious felonies, or they will plea bargain to lesser sentences, which then has consequences if that person gets rearrested because that person isn't considered a dangerous offender. I would note, I think it's horrible what happened to Senator Paul's staff person, who was sentenced by a judge that was appointed by the President of the United States, who was released without notice to the district government by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and who was supposed to go into custody or supervision by CSOSA, which is also a federal agency. This is something that was horrible, and yet it's something of which we have no part because of the way our criminal justice system is structured. But in short, if the U.S. Attorney is going to be prosecuting our cases, they need more resources so that they can prosecute more cases.
And that reminds me that if you read the Declaration of Independence, one of the things that Jefferson was calling for was control in America over judges and prosecutors, saying that the king had no real interest in public safety locally. And you seem to be saying the same thing. If there are problems there, let the district control its own judges, its own prosecutors. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience. I yield back to you.
Member Raskin.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. And I was interested in the passionate statement of the gentleman from Georgia. I wish I had seen equal passion on behalf of public safety in the District of Columbia on January 6th, when 150 of our officers were violently assaulted by a mob that he came to describe as engaging in a normal tourist visit. Mr. Chairman, today's been a great lost opportunity. In the wake of the brutal violence in Nashville, which took the lives of 3 children and 3 adults, we've had the opportunity to try to unify the country around concrete, practical action in order to reduce and end the bloodshed across America that we're suffering in these mass murders. And yet, we punted on it. We decided not to do anything on it. And that's sad, because it's not red states versus blue states. Some of my colleagues pointed out that the homicide rate is higher in red states. I take no joy in that. These are all Americans. These are all our people who are dying in the epidemic of gun violence sweeping across the country. And there should be no red states or blue states, just the United States when it comes to trying to preserve the public safety of our people. And it's the same thing with democracy. Our commitment to democracy and voting rights and representation should not be determined by who we think people are going to vote for. I'm an American, and I want every American to be represented in the Congress of the United States. I want every community of tax-paying, draftable citizens like the one in Washington, D.C., to have representation. And I consider that a matter of basic civic respect and democratic pride. Now, this has been a degraded, tawdry discourse today with obsessive questioning about public urination. I hope the public doesn't see this hearing and regard all of it as an episode of public urination in which the people of Washington are the ones getting rained on. What are we really here to discuss? Well, it's not defunding the police, which has nothing to do with it. And of course, Mr. Allen pointed out they were talking about 0.5% of the overall budget, a cut, but that has nothing to do with it. This is not budgetary in any way. We're not here to talk about carjacking as much as we've heard about carjacking, and we're not here to talk about anecdotes. The anecdotes are indeed grim, lurid, shocking. Here, I'll give you a few more. Man arrested after pistol whipping, carjacking. Man in custody after carjacking woman at gunpoint. Police arrest 2 juveniles on suspicion of carjacking after pursuit. 18-year-old arrested in carjacking mother at gunpoint in front of a child. Searching for a person of interest in a double homicide. And police department lookout tweets. Conducting a shooting investigation. Please avoid the area. I've been placed on lockdown due to a shooting in the area. Terrible. All of it. We should disenfranchise the people in this community, right? The people of Bakersfield, California, where I just took all these headlines from just by going online, which is represented by Speaker Kevin McCarthy. What an absurd way to think about legislating, to read a bunch of headlines and then think that that's some kind of principled analysis of a problem. What are we talking about? The Comprehensive Policing and Justice Amendment Act of 2022. They want to build on their success in overthrowing the criminal code revision by now overturning this. And why? Well, Chairman Mendelson explained it. It's because the union doesn't like the fact that they can no longer have as a subject matter of collective bargaining, discipline of officers, which is controversial around the country. Some of my colleagues said they were surprised to see Democrats standing up so strong for democratic self-government. I'm surprised to see so many Republicans standing up so strong for whatever a union says, because this is purely a police union agenda to say that they should be able to bargain their own discipline. And as Chairman Mendelson said, you've got people who are assailants, robbers, rapists, who are able to get back on the force because they've made that a matter of collective bargaining. Now, you might agree with it, you might disagree with it. This is the choice of the people of Washington, D.C. And this is going to come to the floor now, and they're going to engage in all of this hysterical anti-crime rhetoric. They're so tough on crime. Well, except for January 6th and violent insurrection and those 1,000 cases that are clogging up the courts of the District of Columbia. But they're so upset about crime, they want to overturn this police reform legislation. Ridiculous. Everybody should vote against this. I yield back.
I yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to my friend.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on your last point, Ms. Norton. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah just tweeted, "Time to relieve D.C. government of its authority over our nation's capital city, which belongs to Congress under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. That power should not be delegated to a third party, especially to people bent on encouraging lawlessness." Well, his statement is an argument really for the statehood legislation, which would precisely shrink the federal city down to the National Capital Service area, the mall, and grant people in Washington who've petitioned for statehood their own state outside of it. And then Congress can directly govern the mall area and the federal buildings. Yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the panelists for being here today.
Very good. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sopko, thank you for your service as the Special Inspector General for the Afghan reconstruction and for the reports you've authored examining the factors that led to the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces. Your work is critical also going forward, as you were just saying. Committee Democrats strongly support the work of all the IGs, and we will continue to urge all of the agencies to cooperate fully with your efforts. In your February 2023 report, you said there were 6 key short-term reasons for collapse of the Afghan armed forces, but the very first one that you cite was Donald Trump's decision to negotiate with the Taliban for a U.S. withdrawal, negotiations that excluded the Afghan government, and then to give the Taliban exactly what they wanted, which was the commitment of the U.S. to completely withdraw all U.S. and allied forces, as well as all contractors, and the April 2021 announcement following through on that agreement. You write about how this agreement between the Taliban and the Trump administration led the jubilant Taliban to declare victory on behalf of the entire Muslim and Mujahideen nation, how it destroyed morale within the Afghan military and security forces, and how it, quote, catalyzed the collapse of the government. Mr. Sopko, did President Trump's decision to negotiate directly with the Taliban and exclude President Ghani and the Afghan government from negotiations undermine the ability of the Afghan government to negotiate a stable peace agreement with the Taliban and to defend itself and the nation against Taliban military attack?
As we say, this was one of many decisions, but you're correct. That decision itself undercut the morale of the average Afghan soldier and the average Afghan civilian. But the follow-up is, as we say in the report, we also say that the decision by the Biden administration to follow also added to that elimination of the morale of the average Afghan soldier to continue fighting.
By following that path, I gotcha.
Yes.
Did the Trump-Taliban agreement embolden what you call a reinvigorated Taliban to increase its violent attacks against the Afghan armed forces?
Yes, it did. It did. And if you talk to the Afghan generals and people who are on the ground, which we did, they'll tell you that that is exactly what happened.
Well, one of the concessions that Trump made to the Taliban was allowing the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners then being held by the Afghan government, including perpetrators of terrorist attacks, in return for the Taliban freeing, I believe it was 1,000 Afghan prisoners. Thousands of these Taliban-released fighters immediately returned to the battlefield and participated, and in some cases led the Taliban onslaught against Afghan cities, even though there was a provision saying that they were not supposed to rejoin the fight. In September of 2021, after the fall of Kabul, former President Trump lied about this deal, saying, quote, the inept Afghan government led by corrupt President Ghani released 5,000 prisoners, not the Trump administration. We know this is a lie from the language of the Trump-Taliban agreement itself, which explicitly contemplated the release of, quote, up to 5,000 prisoners by March 10th, 2020. Moreover, your report establishes that the Trump administration actually pressured the Afghan government to agree to this condition. Mr. Sopko, isn't it correct that the Afghan government initially opposed the release of these Taliban and terrorist prisoners?
You're correct.
And how did the Trump administration specifically work to pressure or coerce the Afghan government to agree to this prisoner exchange?
I believe it may have been Secretary of State Pompeo, I believe our report indicates, may have actually threatened funding to the Afghan government. I believe. I'd have to double check.
Secretary Pompeo, according to the report, threatened to withhold U.S. aid.
That's correct.
If they didn't go along with it. So just to get the picture straight, President Trump excludes the Afghan government from the negotiation, takes it upon himself to work directly with the Taliban, then negotiates a provision for the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, including terrorists. The Afghan government opposes it, and in order to coerce them to go along with it, Secretary Pompeo says he'll withhold aid. The government goes along with it, and then the disaster ensues. Now, obviously, that infusion of thousands of new fighters didn't necessarily make the difference, but it certainly made a pretty big difference. Your report tells a shocking story indeed. I thank you for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
As the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin from
Mr. Chairman, thank you. COVID-19 is the deadliest, most disruptive public health crisis we've seen in more than a century. It's already killed 1,129,573 Americans and remains the third leading cause of death behind heart disease and cancer. 5 people in my family have COVID right now, 2 sisters, 2 brothers-in-law, and a 5-year-old nephew. And yet this default on America's debt plan would actually try to claw back money that has already been appropriated for combating COVID-19 and promoting public health. So I've been to some weird hearings in this Congress, Mr. Chairman, but this one might be the weirdest because it's convened in order to accuse a federal agency of the crime of consulting with American citizens. Ms. Weingarten, you are the elected president of 1.7 million members of the American Federation of Teachers. You represent double the number of people any of us do, and definitely a lot more teachers. And I need some enlightenment right now because I'm baffled. As a member of the Select Subcommittee on COVID in the last Congress, I was involved in trying to address this plague when it started, and I remember this specific debate very precisely. So let's talk about process. No leader was more outspoken or more forceful than you were, Ms. Weingarten, in not only demanding, but developing specific strategies to safely reopen America's schools. I remember your school reopening plan developed with health and education experts released in April of 2020. I don't know if that's the one I remember. It's the first one I ever saw. It was in the middle of all the terror and panic when Donald Trump had no plan at all and was still spreading disinformation about COVID-19 disappearing by Easter and encouraging people to try quack medical cures and aggressively defending his friends in the Chinese Communist Party. In July, I remember the effort you led with the NEA, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the school superintendents to advocate for safe resumption of in-person school at the start of the 2021-2022 school year. And you gave a specific blueprint to reopen schools in November, and you continued all of this even after the CDC released its operational strategy in February of the next year. And when I went back to Google this to confirm my memory, I found nothing but a bunch of op-eds you wrote demanding school reopenings across the country, countless speeches and articles about your advocacy. Here's one I found in the New York Times about you with the headline, and I'd like to submit it for the record, "The union leader who says she can get teachers back into the schools." I don't know if you remember that one from February 8th, 2021. It's about how you were on the front lines of saying, let's get the kids back into school. So I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman. Look, my question for you is, why are you, of all people, being scapegoated today by the Republicans for doing the exact opposite of what you were actually doing during all of that time? How did you get my friends mad?
Look, maybe it's because we tried to do something that nobody else was trying to do. We asked the President of the United States, the then President, I'm sorry, Congressman Raskin, we spent every day from February on trying to get schools open. We knew that remote education was not a substitute for opening schools, but we also knew that people had to be safe. And maybe it's because I live in New York City, I live near a hospital. Every other minute there was an ambulance. There was terror. Our members were terrified, others were terrified. And what we were simply looking for was clear scientific guidance. And when we couldn't get it, We did it ourselves, and we worked with doctors and we worked with others, and we just tried to get it out there.
Okay, now all of your efforts took place without any support from the federal government.
None.
On the contrary, President Trump never produced a school reopening plan, while he did produce the worst record of per capita civilian deaths of any developed country in the world. Education Secretary DeVos never offered any guidance for a safe return to school and continued to undermine public schools in countless ways. So how did the chaos and recklessness in the Trump administration undermine your efforts to advocate for a safe nationwide reopening of the schools?
What essentially happened was that because there was such chaos and such conflicting information, and because at the beginning of the pandemic, so many of, frankly, our activists who were in schools had died, people were fearful. And so what we thought to do was, how could we make very tangible, layered mitigation so that people saw ways of reopening schools? I agree with Dr. Wenstrup that when schools had layered mitigation, they were safer than in the communities. But we were looking for that layered mitigation to keep our kids and their teachers and their bus drivers safe. And that was what we were trying to do. We knew that remote education was not a substitute. We knew that kids were not eating the way they needed to. We knew that adolescents were not developing the way they needed to. That's why we needed to do it.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I yield to the ranking member, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get complaints all the time from constituents about the Medicare Advantage plans and what's taking place in there. So that might be worthy of a hearing of our own, Mr. Chairman, and the fraud that's taking place there. Mr. Dodaro, one of the criteria that you consider before you remove an area from the high-risk list is agency capacity, specifically whether or not the agency has the people and the resources needed to sufficiently address and correct the risk. Why is agency capacity such a critical factor?
Well, first of all, 22 of the high-risk areas of the 37 are on the list because of critical skill gaps, either not having enough people or the right kind of people to implement those programs effectively. So you need the right people.
You're talking about people on the staff of the agency.
Absolutely.
Under the American Rescue Plan and the other coronavirus relief laws, GAO got $107 million to bolster oversight of the funds and programs authorized by these packages, some of the stuff you were just talking about with the chairman. My understanding is that the GOP's default on our Debt Act, however, would claw back a lot of that oversight funding money that had been provided before to the GAO. How much money would be taken back?
I'd have to provide a detailed answer for the record. I think we have perhaps around 20 million of that left of the 107. You know, a number of
but what had been reported to me was 29 million, but I wanted to check.
Well, that's
it with
about
you.
right.
Okay.
That's right.
Now, that's money that you intended to use on essential oversight of COVID-19 relief, including examining the contents and management of the Strategic National Stockpile, evaluating agency IT preparedness and response during COVID-19, assessing airline service disruptions and their causes, and investigating significantly worker health and safety conditions in the meat and poultry processing industry. This funding will help us understand what happened during COVID and how to better prepare for future emergencies. On top of that, these proposed dramatic across-the-board budget cuts would undermine GAO's ability to oversee the 37 high-risk areas that we're here to talk about today. So last month, you testified before the Committee on Appropriations and stated that, quote, Congress is basically out-resourced against the executive branch. And unless you have strong oversight and a strong GAO, it's hard to provide effective oversight. At that same hearing, you described the severe challenges that you experienced after the last drastic budget cuts took place under the 2011 Budget Control Act. So how would these new budget cuts affect GAO's ability to conduct the oversight that we're all counting on?
Yeah. Well, potentially the cuts collectively that have been discussed would have a devastating effect on our ability to support the Congress. Under some of the proposals that have been put forward, we would either have to lay off about 570 people, or we'd have to not replace people left through attrition and furlough GAO people. We'd have to shut GAO down for about a month and a half, and for providing services. So it would definitely have an impact on us and our ability to serve the Congress.
I mean, is that cutting off our nose to spite our face?
Well, we provide $145 back for every dollar invested in us over the last 5 years, and so we provide a very good return on investment. And to get the returns, you got to continue to make the investment. It'd be like pulling your money out of a CD and still expecting interest.
Yeah. So I just want to get our colleagues to focus on this point. Like, there's the level of rhetoric at which a lot of politics in Washington takes place, and then there's the level of real investment in work to make things happen. And this reckless default on our debt act would gut funding, not just for veterans and housing and nutrition and climate work and so on, but for important oversight work which saves billions of dollars to our people, and make sure that the government is working for our people. And that's just unacceptable, and it's not going to be productive. So if our colleagues really want to make government more effective and more efficient, if they really want to improve the programs and the services that we provide to our constituents, let's not undermine key oversight entities like the GAO that provide accountability and transparency to Congress and to the American people. That really is cutting off our nose to spite our face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
To the ranking member to deliver a closing statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for what was a truly enlightening and educational discussion, which I would recommend to every U.S. citizen to come check out, and certainly business school students, economics students, law students, students of every type, because this has been a fascinating and important discussion. I don't know that it advanced the campaign against ESG. I think it reaffirmed the basic principles of the free market, and to allow asset managers like the distinguished treasurer of the state of Illinois to do their jobs. Now, Mr. Chairman, I started by showing a graph demonstrating that money invested over the last decade in a large cap ESG influence fund did substantially better than investment in the Standard & Poor 500 Energy Index. And that came not from us, not from the Democratic staff of the House Oversight Committee. It came from Bloomberg News. And I would like to submit the article for the record just so we can clarify that, if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, that graph, which is quite dramatic, showing that over a decade your money would have been better put in an ESG-defined fund than just the general S&P 500 Energy Index, which I wasn't aware of. But that graph seems to support Mr. Frerichs' basic point today that ESG considerations are totally consistent with an asset manager's fiduciary duties to maximize shareholder value, and arguably compelled by it. That's certainly the interpretation I think that Mr. Frerich has offered today, that it would be in disregard of your fiduciary duties simply to try to close your eyes to environmental, social, and political concerns. For example, we talked about Norfolk Southern. If it had come to the attention of investors before the derailment, which obviously caused a tanking of the value of the stock, that Norfolk Southern was making a lot of money, but it was cutting corners on safety, and it was laying off workers to save money, but making it more dangerous on the rails, that's something that should be taken into account. I've not heard a single argument from the other side that it shouldn't be taken into account. You could say the exact same thing with Purdue. Mr. Frerichs testified, I was using it as a hypothetical. He said they actually came to Illinois. He faced the question whether or not to invest in Purdue, and Purdue was coming back with staggering profits, but he looked behind the curtain, and he didn't like what he saw in terms of Purdue getting people hooked on OxyContin, oxycodone, and he said, that's not a good long-term investment for the teachers and firefighters and cops of Illinois. And so he avoided it. He was doing his fiduciary duty. That's what it means to do your fiduciary duty. It would be at least arguably, a violation of it to disregard all of those kinds of concerns. I mean, the Massey Energy Company coal company in West Virginia was making tons of money up until the Upper Big Branch mine disaster, which killed 29 miners. If you looked more deeply into it, they had hundreds of violations with OSHA and with the Mine Safety Organization. That's something that asset managers shouldn't take into account. That just seems way off to me. But look, in the final analysis, it's all about free choice. If Illinois wants to look at the mine regulatory safety record of a particular company, I know you don't have mining there, but if you want to look at Purdue's actual record, what they're doing with oxycodone, and Utah doesn't want to look at it, well, that's your choice. You do it. Different states can define the fiduciary duty differently. In Texas, they seem to be defining the fiduciary duty as doing whatever the oil and gas industry wants or the gun industry. Look what they just did in Texas under this whole anti-ESG, anti-woke campaign. They pulled the leash on municipal governments in the state and dramatically interfered in the free market to protect the oil and gas industry and the firearm manufacturers by telling local governments that they could not make contracts with certain private banks, which the legislature deemed to be too woke on those issues if they, took policies or made statements that were considered too woke by the legislature. Okay, well, what was the upshot of this anti-woke legislation in Texas? Well, don't take my word for it. Check out a study by Wharton professor Daniel Garrett and a Fed economist, Ivan Ivanov, which found that this anti-woke sledgehammer in Texas is costing the cities and towns of Texas, meaning the taxpayers of Texas, an additional $305 million to $532 million in additional interest payments every single year. Now look, if Texas wants to spend an extra $500 million on interest payments to make a totally political, totally partisan anti-woke statement, then have at it. That's up to them. At some point, the people of Texas will wake up to it, but that's their choice. But don't interfere with the right of Illinois and all the other states to look at all of the factors that actually influence the valuation of companies. Nobody should think, by the way, that this movement is striking a blow against global elites, which we've heard a lot about today. If you're interested in that, you should join our investigation into Donald Trump and Jared Kushner, who brought home $2 billion, not million, $2 billion from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates for a company he created the day after the Trump administration ended. So don't talk to me about global elites. That's the Trump family business, trafficking in global elites and their businesses. And he collected millions of dollars in unconstitutional foreign emoluments from Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Egypt, a whole bunch of countries that patronized his hotels and his golf courses. So I don't want to be lectured to by anybody about global elites, because I was here for the 4 years of the Trump administration. Now, my friend the chairman asked the question, well, what would happen in China? Or what would happen in another authoritarian regime with ESG? Do they have ESG? Absolutely not. That's the difference between a free market democratic society and an authoritarian or totalitarian society. All that matters is what the state rulers tell you to do. Well, here the state rulers want to say everybody's got to invest in big oil and big gas, even if they don't think it's the right thing to do from a fiduciary perspective. They want to try to compel people's choices. Why don't we let the free market operate instead? In the final analysis, these decisions are being made not contrary to the gentleman's statements before, not according to morality, but according to economics. That's what we heard from the excellent treasurer of the state of Illinois today. And those are the kinds of decisions that are being made across the country. Now, Americans have the opportunity to say, we don't want to patronize businesses that are supporting China, General Xi, or Putin in Russia, or any authoritarian regime. But when they're managing pension funds, they're not making a moral decision, they're making a financial decision. And if they're withdrawing from that, they're saying it's not a good bet. That's not a good bet for the people. I know the Attorney General of Alabama said, well, you should disregard all moral criteria. I think he was asked about communist China. He was asked about Nazi Germany. He said, just maximize profit. I understand that view. Okay, that's not the view most citizens have. But a lot of the asset managers say it's not a good bet to invest in Marcos in the Philippines or General Xi in China or Orban in Hungary or what have you. But that's up to them. And we shouldn't be interfering in one direction or another. And that's the problem with this whole anti-ESG thing. It is, even though it's dressed up as a critique of political investing, it's all about promoting political investing and promoting a political agenda. But luckily, I think the asset managers see it for what it is, the businesses see it for what it is, and the people see it for what it is. And I don't think it's going anywhere. So it's going to be on to the next battle in the culture war. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start with a small semantic problem. Some people are contrasting natural immunity with vaccination. But actually, natural immunity is, natural, and our bodies will create antibodies in response to an infection, whether it's by contracting the disease or in response to receiving a vaccination. So in both cases, natural immunity is operating, and nobody is naturally immune to COVID-19. It creates an implication that somehow some people just will never get it, and I don't think there's any studies that demonstrate that. So if you can activate a natural immunity response, either by getting it or by having a vaccine, why not let COVID-19 just wash over the whole population and create herd immunity, which seems to be the subtext of some people's remarks here. It'll be cheaper than vaccination, and you don't have to run a government campaign to have people get the disease. They will just get it if you let it run wild. Well, that was precisely the strategy advocated by key Trump advisors during the Trump administration. And I sat on the select subcommittee on the coronavirus crisis where we dealt with witnesses and people who specifically advocated this. We revealed in a report last year, which I would love to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, called the Atlas Dogma, the Trump administration's embrace of a dangerous and discredited herd immunity via mass infection strategy from June 2022. Then I would ask unanimous consent to accept that report. But the administration embraced this mass infection strategy promoted by pandemic advisor Scott Atlas, a Fox News pundit with no background in infectious diseases, who amazingly was hired by the White House in the middle of the pandemic in July of 2020. So can I just ask for unanimous consent to enter this report into the record?
So ordered.
Thank you. Dr. Deborah Birx, who was then the coronavirus coordinator for the Trump White House, told the Select Subcommittee in a transcribed interview that she was constantly raising the alert about the dangers of Dr. Atlas's views on this pandemic. She warned that his wildly irresponsible herd immunity strategy was not implementable, and leading public health experts agreed at the time. Dr. Tan, why is mass infection, just letting the disease run over the population, a bad idea, even though it will activate natural immunity?
Well, the problem is that you're going to have a lot of individuals that are going to get seriously infected. They're going to be hospitalized, which is going to completely overwhelm the system. And there are going to be far more deaths if you let somebody just get infected to be infected. We see that with the chickenpox parties that used to be held, where people would know someone that had chickenpox, they would bring their children over to get infected. Some of those children would develop super infections with bacteria that landed them in the hospital with limb loss, other types of disfigurement, as well as deaths. So trying to have somebody just get a natural infection for immunity is a very risky and dangerous way, and vaccines are the safest way for you to get immunity.
It will lead to mass unnecessary suffering and death.
Correct.
And spread of the disease. Well, A systematic review published in Nature in January 2023 found that hybrid immunity was more protective than immunity after infection alone against the Omicron variant, and the effectiveness of previous infection against hospital admission or severe disease was 74%, and against reinfection, 24%. That's just having gotten it. But hybrid immunity, meaning you get the shot too, gives you 97% immunity against severe disease and hospital admission, and 41% against reinfection, as opposed to 24% without it. So that improves the odds too. So I guess my question to you is, do false and misleading claims about herd immunity and natural immunity ultimately undermine people's willingness to get vaccinated? And why is this debate so politicized and polarized?
Well, I'm a practicing clinician, so I can't comment on the politicization of it. But I can say that there already is some hesitancy with regards to receiving routine vaccinations, and with all the misinformation that was disseminated, it really fell on the COVID-19 vaccine to sort of push that to a different level.
I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize Ranking Member Raskin for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And forgive me, but I think we're at a point when we have to ask why we're doing this again. I wonder if second-guessing the elected leadership of Washington, D.C. is really the most urgent priority for the U.S. Congress today. I can think of dozens of things more urgently important to the American people, starting with the out-of-control gun violence that is taking thousands of lives and causing millions of people to live in fear and terror. From Kentucky to Tennessee, from Georgia to California, we've had more mass shootings in 2023 than we've had days in the year so far. In other words, there's a gun massacre, not always with an AR-15, but often with an AR-15, every single day. And yet, assault weapons account for only 1% to 2% overall of firearm fatalities in America. The vast toll from gun violence and our Swiss cheese-like gun laws make America an absolute outlier among industrialized nations in the world. Did you know that there are countries whose foreign ministries have issued travel warnings to their citizens about the dangers of coming to America because of gun violence? Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children under 18, surpassing car accidents, pediatric cancer, and contagious diseases. And yet, the Oversight Committee has not seen fit to call a single hearing on why these massacres are increasing in our country, or how we can work together effectively across party lines to stop this bloodbath. Nor have we held a hearing on the threat of a default, which could plunge America into a deep recession, crash the stock market, and cost our people millions of jobs. The Constitution does not allow any of this because Section 4 of Article 4 says that the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. And yet, our colleagues who were content to raise the debt limit 3 times under President Trump, a president who created 25% of all the debt accumulated between George Washington and Joe Biden, seek to play a dangerous political game with the full faith and credit of the United States, a nation which has up until this point never stiffed its creditors or defaulted on its obligations. No hearings on that. And we've called no hearings on the war on freedom in America, the shocking new efforts to ban textbooks, censor and intimidate teachers, silence scientists, humiliate and cancel LGBTQ students, and rewrite our nation's history textbooks to conform to the white nationalist ideology that a Republican senator publicly embraced just a few days ago. Nor have we held a hearing on how the Dobbs decision and the relentless attack on reproductive freedom is dramatically undermining the health care that millions of American women receive on everything from common miscarriages to ectopic pregnancies to postpartum hemorrhage to endometrial biopsy, all of whose treatments can involve misoprostol and mifepristone, which are suddenly being treated like criminal contraband across the country. Doesn't women's health warrant even a single hearing under these crisis conditions? And nor have we had a hearing on the assault on voting rights taking place. Instead, we've gathered today to hold a second hearing to micromanage the local affairs of Washington, D.C. And I fully expect some of our colleagues to announce their candidacies for D.C. City Council from Ward 6, where we sit, or mayor of the District of Columbia when this is all over, or maybe advisory neighborhood commissioner. At least the people of Washington would that have some role in this performance art. But I was watching President Trump's town hall meeting on CNN last week, and I saw two remarkable things that clarified in my mind what's happening here. First, I saw Donald Trump blame Vice President Pence for failing to steal the election for him on January 6th. As Trump emphasized on January 6th, he believed, and he continues to believe, that Pence did not have, quote, the courage to do what needed to be done. Moreover, Trump assured his cult followers that Pence was never in any danger from the invading mob chanting "Hang Mike Pence," and all the violence was Pence's own fault for not succumbing to Trump and becoming the first vice president in our history to step outside of his constitutional role and declare the president the winner against the actual Electoral College vote. You see, that's what Pence gets for not doing what he was told by Donald Trump. But we also saw Trump castigate and blame Jean Carroll, the woman he sexually abused in a department store and later lied about and defamed. Trump called her a whack job and asked what kind of woman meets somebody and brings them up, and within minutes you're playing hanky-panky in a dressing room. You see, he thinks it's her fault that he sexually abused her. And watching these two glaring cases of the GOP frontrunner for the presidential nomination in 2024 blaming the victim for his crime made me see what's happening with these hearings on Washington. They're part of an effort to deny Americans who live in Washington the right to participate in representative government, and then to blame them for their own disenfranchisement and their own lack of representation in Congress. Nearly 700,000 U.S. citizens live in D.C. They pay more taxes per capita than the residents of each of the 50 states. They fought in every U.S. war. They're draftable. They're subject to all the laws of the country. And against all odds, without the power to select their own judges or prosecutors or make their own budgets without outside interference, they've made real progress in their community over the decades. And they have nonviolently petitioned for statehood the way 37 states have done it in our history, but they still have no voting representation in the House or the Senate. They are locked out of the normal processes of congressional representation. And yet, when violent insurrectionists attacked this body on January 6, 2021, a beautiful day, according to President Trump, the people of Washington, as Capitol Police officers and Metropolitan Police Department officers and staffers and citizens and local officials like Mayor Bowser and Chief Conte, rallied to the defense of the Congress and the Republic and the very institutions that lock them out. Local residents and leaders stood up to defend us and to defend the vice president against the rampaging mob that stormed the seat of government in the name of the big lie, with the explicit goal of toppling and stealing a presidential election. Now, for their service and their sacrifice for the country, Washingtonians must endure lectures about their unfitness for democracy from other people's representatives who confuse the act of seditious conspiracy with tourism and call the convicted assailants of American police officers political prisoners. If our colleagues choose to ignore the statehood petition of the people of Washington, there's not much we can do about that kind of moral indifference and contempt for other Americans' rights. But at least spare everyone, at least spare everyone the Trumpian spectacle of blaming the victims for their own disenfranchisement and lack of fully comprehensive government. It's an insult to Washington, it's an embarrassment to Congress, and it's a shocking waste of time. I want to thank the mayor and the U.S. attorney for appearing here today, and I want to thank the people of Washington for not violently attacking Congress, even though you have a legitimate political grievance as opposed to an imaginary one. You've exercised your rights under the First Amendment and the Ninth Amendment to petition for statehood admission, and we salute your patriotic defense of the Constitution and this body and your embrace of nonviolent change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I must admit, when you kept referencing the election interference, I thought you were going to refer to the Durham report, but you never did.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to extend my sympathy to everyone here who lost family members in this nightmare. In the early weeks of the pandemic, public health experts projected that nursing homes and long-term facilities would be sharply hit by COVID, and the federal government's lethally chaotic response exacerbated staffing shortages and deprived nursing homes of protective equipment and testing kits that they needed. President Trump pledged to, quote, deploy every resource and power that we have to protect older Americans, and yet the last administration failed to nationalize the supply chain and fully utilize FEMA's capabilities to provide adequate PPE testing and resources to nursing homes and long-term facilities. Public reporting revealed that supplies were limited, did not arrive at all, or were unusable. I want to enter into the record a CNN article titled "Nursing Homes Receive Defective Equipment as Part of Trump Administration Supply Initiative." Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. As a result, nursing homes were left with scant supplies of PPE, testing, and other resources necessary to protect their residents and staff. Even more, the Trump administration took steps to relax federal oversight and infection control in nursing homes during the pandemic. Some nursing homes, left unregulated, gave hydroxychloroquine to COVID-positive patients, a treatment shown not to be useful or safe for the coronavirus. And by May of 2020, residents and workers in nursing homes and long-term care facilities accounted for roughly 40% of total COVID deaths in the United States. Dr. Grabowski, how did the Trump administration's failures to offer a national testing and PPE procurement strategy and corresponding deregulation of the nursing home industry undercut efforts to limit the spread of COVID-19 in the nursing homes?
Sure. The Trump administration pushed out the procurement to the states, which then pushed it out to the nursing homes. So nursing homes were competing with one another for testing kits and PPE, and they were competing with hospitals. And unfortunately, we put our nursing homes with the frailest and most vulnerable individuals in our system at the back of the line, where they should have been at the front of the line to get these supplies. As you noted, later, the Trump administration did send 2 weeks of supplies, but much of that was defective. I had been on TV, not as much as Mrs. Dean's on TV, but occasionally during that time period, people would see me on TV talking about PPE. Staff started sending me this defective PPE just to show me. So I had this arriving to my office at Harvard. There was a complete and utter debacle.
So instead of a coordinated nationwide strategy, the way some countries had, we had this dog-eat-dog system at the lowest levels in a race to the bottom, basically.
We should have nationalized, as you said, the supply chain. We used the Defense Production Act, you'll remember, for ventilators. We never used that for PPE. Representative Dingell already described going to China, trying to use trash bags. That's completely unacceptable.
So one of the driving factors in the nursing home infection and high death rates was the surrounding community spread of COVID. I remember when some nursing homes in my district were hit, and the people there were convinced that it was the staffers who had been taking it essentially, inadvertently, unwittingly, from facility to facility. How would the unprecedented rate of COVID spread across a given community have a direct impact on the spread of COVID within the long-term facilities and nursing homes?
It both came from the community, and then, as you suggested, it was staff working across facilities. There's a really elegant study that used cell phone data and was able to track staff moving across nursing homes and spreading the COVID virus across those nursing homes. So when we lack PPE, when we lack testing, there's really good evidence to suggest COVID was coming from the surrounding community. And as you suggested, the secret weapon of COVID was that it was asymptomatic. It was, this was not anything these staff did wrong. They thought they were okay. We didn't have testing or PPE, and so they were bringing it in unknowingly.
All right, so we had no federal strategy, and I remember in Congress we were begging for a national strategy, and then there were all kinds of conflicting signals sent out about hydroxychloroquine. This will disappear in April. This will all go away. China's doing a great job. I'm in constant touch with China and so on. What should the federal government have done, and what can we do next time in the early months of a pandemic to prevent like this rapid spread?
The federal government next time needs to own the problem from the beginning. As you said, nationalize the supply chain, ensure that every nursing home in the country has adequate supplies, personal protective equipment, rapid testing. We also need to support the workforce. Far too many nursing homes had staff shortages. Staff were getting sick. Staff left in large numbers. We lost hundreds of thousands of staff. This was the most dangerous job in America. It was, there were incredibly high death rates, and so staff, not surprisingly, went to work for in other parts of the economy. Some have come back, but not all of them. So we have a big shortage right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back. Thank you. The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution says that the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. And we've made a commitment to every Social Security recipient in America, to the Medicare and Medicaid recipients, to the veterans, to the bondholders of the United States, that we would pay their debts as we are fiscally, morally, politically, and constitutionally required to do. And yet, Donald Trump has issued the order. He said it's inevitable. Default on the debt of the United States for the first time in American history. Crash the economy. Lose 9 or 10 million jobs. And so now, in the words of Florida Representative Matt Gaetz, who appears not to be here right now, the GOP will not negotiate with their hostage. Who's the hostage? The American people are the hostage. Our government is hostage. The Constitution is hostage. So I want to introduce the MAGA Republicans who have split today, but who increased the debt ceiling 3 times under Donald Trump, who gave us a quarter of all the debt of the United States between George Washington and Joe Biden. I want to introduce them to the Constitution of the United States. The validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose?
Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Kafari, your duty under the Inspector General Act is to immediately report flagrant and serious abuses that are taking place. You were aware, at least as early as May of 2021, that the Secret Service had erased thousands of text messages that were sent before and during the January 6th violent attack on the Capitol, the Congress, and the Vice President. But you failed to notify Congress for 14 months, for a year and 2 months, that the Secret Service was refusing to comply with your requests for information. So why didn't you immediately report, as you are statutorily bound to do, these serious and flagrant failures to answer your questions about the disappearance of thousands of texts that were sent during January 6th?
Just so the record's clear, Congressman, we were not informed by the Secret Service on the date that you described in 21. In fact, at no time in 21 were we informed that Secret Service had deleted and was no longer able to retrieve text messages on cell phones owned by the Secret Service.
So when did you become aware of that?
In February, I believe, of 2022.
Well, we have documents showing that just 6 weeks after the initial request for documents from the Secret Service, you canceled requests to the Secret Service for phone records and text messages. Why did you do that?
If I recall correctly, and I mentioned during my prepared remarks here, DHS was delaying or denying us access to relevant information.
Did you report that to Congress at that point, or ask for a report to Congress?
I was working with the senior leadership of the department to free up or to pry loose information that the department was withholding from us. In fact, I met with the Secretary of Homeland Security in about September or October of 21, explained to him that we were having delays in getting information. And the Secretary saw fit to publish a memo in which he directed all the employees in the department to cooperate with our office. We subsequently received a tranche of documents from the department. They were basically emails that we had been waiting for 8 months to receive. I think there were about 700,000 emails.
Yeah. Well, what I don't understand is your office revived the request that you nullified 6 weeks after originally making it. 5 months later, in December of 2021, is what the paper trail reveals. But what I don't understand is your statutory duty to immediately inform Congress about this flagrant abuse. I mean, we're talking about the worst violent insurrection against Congress in the history of the United States, and the Secret Service is not cooperating with your request for information. Why did you not think that you needed to immediately alert Congress to that fact?
I was working with senior leadership in the Department of Homeland Security to get the records we were lawfully entitled to receive. They were also, the department was also under 4 preservation notices by congressional oversight committees last Congress. And to my knowledge, the department never informed Congress that itself had deleted the messages, nor were they ever asked.
But that's the role of the Inspector General. That's why we have an Inspector General. Look, in June of 2022, you published your semi-annual report where there was going to be a reference to the Secret Service's obstruction of this investigative path, and you removed that. Why was the reference to the Secret Service's obstruction deliberately deleted from the June 22nd semi-annual report of the Inspector General?
I believe our first notification to Congress was in the fall of 21 in our semi-annual report where we described the delays the department was doing to us and prohibiting us from receiving requested information.
Well, did you sign off on the decision to remove this reference from the report?
I don't know when that reference was.
In June 2022, there was going to be a reference to Secret Service's obstruction of questioning about the disappearance of the texts, and that was deliberately removed. Did you sign off on that deliberate removal?
I signed off on the removal, and I signed a letter specifically to the January 6th Oversight Committee and to this Oversight Committee.
But why did you remove it?
Your time has expired. I'm going to say something here. I think what's going on the border is the biggest crisis this country has to deal with today. And it's not surprising that when the number of people coming into this country is increased by a factor of 11, it would have a tremendous impact on the morale of the Border Patrol. I realize Mr. Kafari Dr. Kafari was originally appointed by Donald Trump, and some people are never going to get over that. But our focus today should be on what's going there. We could have 1 million hearings on the southern border, but today we're going to focus on the morale of the Border Patrol and what effect this increase by a factor of 10 the number of people coming across has. And I've been down on the border many times. I can assure you, if you go down there, the Border Patrol agents will tell you all sorts of things. But in any event, next we have Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to also just add, I think the questions that have been asked so far and the statements on our side have been all within the scope of the hearing. I think that we're merely pointing out flaws and issues within the witness and the witness's statements. And so I just want to just add that I think that our line of questioning so far has been very reasonable within the scope of the hearing.
Mr. Higgins.
Making an opening statement.
Chairman Stile, thank you very much. Good morning to you and Chairman Comer and to my friend, Mr. Morelli, the ranking member of House Admin. Good morning, everyone. What do you know? It's been more than a week, so it must be time for another hearing designed to inflict insult and injury on 700,000 disenfranchised Americans living in the nation's capital. Not only do our esteemed GOP colleagues want to block the statehood drive of our fellow Americans from Washington, D.C., and permanently deny them voting representation in the United States Senate and the United States House, not only do they want to roll back home rule, micromanage the D.C. Council, and blame them for the problems caused by their second-class political status, now they want to lecture them about democratic elections and voting rights while making it far more difficult for D.C. residents to register and to vote in the elections that they do get to vote for the few offices open to them, like D.C. Council, School Board, and Mayor. So while the GOP is pushing the ACE Act to empower states to clamp down on voting rights nationally, they also seek to directly impose this extreme anti-voter, anti-democratic legislation as a political straitjacket on the people of Washington, D.C. While Republicans claim to be advancing election integrity, the bill's obvious aim is to disenfranchise people and to make it more difficult to vote. And there's a history of this. In Democracy in America, Tocqueville observed that democracy in our country is always either shrinking and constricting under attack, or it's growing and expanding. And surely it's time for us to get back on the growth track and to stop these assaults on voting rights. But Republicans have thrown away the legacy of President Lincoln and now embrace the big lies and electoral corruption and manipulation of Donald Trump, who runs their party like an authoritarian cult of personality. Instead of bringing the people of Washington, D.C. into the Union on an equal footing with the people of the 50 states, they seek to bring the disenfranchisement and political marginalization afflicting D.C. to people all across America with their proposals for tactical voter suppression, election repression, and registration depression. And what's the justification for their sledgehammer attack on local elections in Washington today? There is none. D.C. already has free, fair, and secure elections for the public offices that are open to the people. In fact, D.C. has some of the most accessible and secure elections in the country. Through its pro-voter laws, D.C. has one of the highest registered voter rates in the country. And the local non-citizen voting policy identified by the chair is just for local elections, not for D.C.'s non-voting delegate in the House of Representatives. And this policy, by the way, follows up upon what was a central article of faith for the Republican Party in the 19th century, that people who come to the country as immigrants who are on the pathway to citizenship should have the right to vote and participate in local and school board elections. And I would refer to my friend from Wisconsin, a unanimous decision of the Wisconsin Supreme Court in 1863 called In Re Wayletz, unanimously upholding Wisconsin's longstanding practice of granting non-citizens the right to vote at every level of government in Wisconsin. And of course, President Lincoln, if you study the history, was a great champion of giving non-citizens the right to vote in our country, which is why a lot of people, his opponents, anti-immigrant opponents, argued that he was in public office illegitimately because of the immigrant vote in Illinois, Wisconsin, and New York. But in any event, the Heritage Foundation's election fraud cases database identifies 0 instances of voter fraud in Washington, D.C. since 1979. That's no election fraud in the nation's capital in the last 44 years. And D.C.'s very strong pro-voter, pro-registration policies are clearly conducive to election integrity and have not led to any episodes of voter fraud that I'm aware of, but perhaps the majority has some in mind. The only plausible reason for this legislation today is for people who really know nothing about local Washington, D.C., beyond Capitol Hill, to use D.C. as a whipping post, a guinea pig, and a sacrificial lamb in their effort to constrict the vote and depress participation nationally. With this hearing, our friends in the GOP have moved from the macro suppression of representation, voting rights, and political voice in Washington to the micro suppression of local voting rights to keep people from even getting to the polls to cast ballots for candidates for the few offices that D.C. residents are actually allowed to fill. This bill is unnecessary, unfair, undemocratic, and unworthy of this body. Thank you, and I yield back.
Recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Walensky, you're a graduate of Churchill High School in beautiful Montgomery County, Maryland, and the people of the 8th District are very proud of your devotion and your commitment to the public health and public education. In October of 2022, the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus, led by Chairman Clyburn, which I served on, uncovered a deliberate campaign by the then leader of the free world, former President Trump, and his associates to distort and politicize the CDC's COVID-19 public health response before the 2020 presidential election. This disinformation strategy is best described by Trump's own political appointees. President Trump's COVID-19 coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, who has famously told America that the Trump administration could have prevented hundreds of thousands of deaths from COVID had it acted effectively to address the epidemic, stated that Dr. Scott Atlas, another Trump appointee, quote, was overtly mixing public health with politics by advocating the idea that case identification is bad for the president's reelection. Dr. Paul Alexander, a Trump appointee, former senior policy advisor in CDC's Office of Public Affairs, said this: here is the issue. If the communication is left with just the statement that minority groups, sick, are at higher risk than on its face, this is very accurate. However, in this election cycle, that is the kind of statement coming from CDC that the media and Democrat antagonists will use against the president. Each time we talk about these deaths, we need to tell the nation why these deaths happened. This was due to decades of Democrat neglect. President Trump and his allies not only spread medical disinformation about quack medical cures like hydroxychloroquine and injecting yourself with bleach, but they lied to the American people very explicitly for their own political benefit. In discussing the importance of getting accurate scientific information about COVID out to the people from CDC, Dr. Martin Cetron, director of the Division of Global Migration and Quarantine, told the Senate, the Select Subcommittee during a transcribed interview, quote, there are people no longer with us that would have benefited from that kind of very clear messaging. Now, Dr. Walensky, do you agree that accurate science-based public health guidance would have saved lives that we lost during the COVID-19 epidemic?
That has been my goal. Thank you. First of all, go Bulldogs. But that has been my goal since I got here, is to provide the most up-to-date information that we have, tell people what we know, tell people what we don't know, tell people that things may change if we have a new variant, for example.
But why has that been your goal? Why is it so important to get accurate, scientifically based information out to the people?
Because that is how they make their own risk-based decisions. It is they are making their own decisions, and they are doing it based on what they hear from scientific experts, from leaders in the field, and that is how they should be making those decisions.
Right, but presumably you want them to make scientifically based decisions because that will protect their own health.
Of course.
And safety. So if the government is involved in putting out distorted information or propaganda or disinformation, it is going to undermine the public health.
And that was actually among the challenges as I came in, and in fact among the challenges that have been discussed here this morning.
Well, tell us about that. What kind of challenges in terms of staff morale and public trust did you inherit when you became the CDC director?
Look, we have an agency, I'm gifted to have an agency that works 24/7 to protect Americans. We have people who were rappelling out of helicopters to drop test kits onto the Diamond Princess. We have people who have gone door to door in Ohio during the Ohio train derailment for hours on end. We have people working in Ebola treatment centers doing infection control, and they are now seeing the vitriol splashed across the pages of the work that they are doing. Their job is to work 24/7 to protect the nation and protect health. And we do that through all of those activities and through releasing science. And when they are undermined, you see risks to their lives. You see people leaving. I think there's an estimate that about half of public health workers across this country have left the field because they've been threatened. That does not help public health in this country.
Well, and I want to thank you for your devotion to getting scientific facts out to the people in pursuit of the public health. And if Donald Trump's apologists are really worried about plummeting confidence in government and in public health, they should look at the lies and the serial manipulation of the facts that were engineered by Donald Trump and his administration in their spectacularly failed response to COVID-19. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an October 2022 report titled, "It Was Compromised: The Trump Administration's Unprecedented Campaign to Control CDC and Politicize Public Health During the Coronavirus Crisis," that was authored in the last Congress, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. And
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we meet not to lower the costs of prescription drugs, nor to expand President Biden's infrastructure plan, nor to protect the voting rights of the people, nor to protect the health care choices of women across America, because we know they're definitely not interested in that. No, we meet rather for another stop on the GOP's endless revenge tour against Democrats who dared to tell the truth about Donald Trump and his repeated sellouts and betrayals of the American people over the last 6 years. It's all about Donald Trump tightening his stranglehold over Republicans for the 2024 campaign and driving out anyone who dares to think for himself or herself. But don't take my word for it. Just read Friday's statement by the twice-impeached inciter of insurrection, sexual abuser, defamer of women, and indicted pilferer of national security secrets, war plans, and top-secret classified documents himself. On Friday, Trump posted this order to his followers and this unveiled threat to anyone who would dare to defy his control over the GOP. Quote, "Any Republican voting against Adam Schiff's censure or worse should immediately be primaried," he wrote. The Luna resolution is a weapon of mass distraction from Trump's indictment by a Florida grand jury on 37 federal charges relating to obstruction and unlawful retention of defense information for storing dozens of classified, secret, and top secret documents at his Florida resort, in his bathroom, his bedroom, and beyond, and then refusing repeatedly for more than a year to return any of these official documents to the archives and the FBI. It's amazing to me that they have to change the subject from one of Donald Trump's current offenses against America to one of his older offenses, welcoming Russian interference in the 2016 presidential campaign. Russia repeatedly intervened in the 2016 campaign to help Donald Trump, and that's not a matter of opinion. That's a question of direct positive fact. Special counsel Robert Mueller, the former FBI director, whose report is cited authoritatively by Ms. Luna, found right at the beginning of his report that, quote, "The Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion." Here's what the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence found in 2017. Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered an influence campaign in 2016 aimed at the U.S. presidential election. The Mueller investigation and the Moscow Project documented more than 250 episodes of collaboration and meetings between Russia and the Trump campaign, including Paul Manafort's repeated passing of campaign secrets, such as polling data to Konstantin Kilimnik, a Russian agent, and the infamous meeting on June 9, 2016 at Trump Tower, led by Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner, and Russian lawyer Natalia Veselnitskaya. Senator Marco Rubio, the Florida Republican, stated that the U.S. Senate Bipartisan Select Committee on Intelligence, quote, found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling in the American campaign. So, the Mueller report, if you read it, makes no pronouncement on collusion, the putative crux of the distinguished gentlelady's complaint, because as Mueller writes, collusion is not a legal offense or a legal concept, and so the whole question of Trump's collusion with Russia is in the realm of opinion. And most Americans would see a lot of collusive activity all the way up to the present day when Donald Trump refuses even to take the side of the Ukrainian people against Vladimir Putin's filthy, bloody imperialist invasion of their country, which has been filled with lies, atrocities, and war crimes. In any event, we don't censure members over a difference of opinion. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the complete ethical collapse of a once great political party. The Republican Party began as a pro-freedom, anti-racist, pro-immigrant, anti-know-nothing party. It has become an authoritarian cult of personality, taking orders from an inciter of insurrection, a bully and braggart whose rage towards Mike Pence and whose spectacular disrespect for the rule of law endangered not only our entire constitutional order, but everyone in this room. The party of Lincoln and his Lincolnites has become the party of Luna and her Luna followers. Today's madcap antics are an obvious deflection from Trump's deepening legal troubles, his allegedly criminal conduct in pilfering, hoarding, and refusing to return national security documents has caused his own Attorney General, William Barr, to say that, quote, Trump's conduct is indefensible. He's not a victim here. He was totally wrong, and there is no excuse for what he did here. Yesterday, Representative Boebert offered a resolution of impeachment against President Biden. The GOP simply has no ideas for our economy, no ideas for our country, and no idea for our people, but is on an embarrassing revenge tour on behalf of Donald Trump, who treats them like a ventriloquist dummy. I reserve.
5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Schwartzman, if public health authorities flag dangerous medical misinformation or disinformation online for private tech companies, which have their own independent processes for assessing and addressing misleading content online, does that constitute a violation of the First Amendment?
Under existing doctrine, it does not. The government is entitled to engage in speech of its own, to take its own viewpoint and to communicate that viewpoint to private actors, including social media companies. And I don't know of any court or jury that's reached a final decision to contradict that conclusion.
Well, doesn't that accord with common sense? The police can speak to the public, the fire department can speak to the public, the water department can speak to the public. Is there something that would uniquely disable public health authorities from speaking to the public?
No, that's correct. Representatives of our government are elected to speak to the public about all these views.
All right. Some of my colleagues have decried censorship during the pandemic, but posts and videos pushing unfounded, scientifically unfounded claims about COVID continue to rack up views online. For example, Media Matters found that just 18 videos with lies about COVID-19 were viewed 20 million times. These are not just extreme opinions, they are falsehoods. No credible study has substantiated GOP claims that their viewpoints are being censored online. In fact, an October 2021 internal report from Twitter found that in 6 out of 7 countries studied, tweets posted by accounts from the political right receive more algorithmic amplification than tweets from the political left. In fact, a comprehensive report completed by NYU Center for Business and Human Rights found that by many measures, conservative voices often are dominant in online political debates. For example, outlets like Fox News and Breitbart receive the most interactions on Facebook posts, more than any other media outlet on the platform. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter this report in the record.
Without objection.
Look, my friends, real government censorship in America is coming from the right. GOP-run legislatures are passing laws to stop teaching about slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow laws, white supremacy in our history. And right-wing groups are working all over the country to censor books like The Handmaid's Tale, 1984, Beloved. Even my book, We the Students, which was sponsored by the Supreme Court Historical Society, has been removed by the Texas State Board of Education. According to the American Library Association, last year alone saw the highest number of attempted book bans since ALA began compiling data about censorship in libraries more than 20 years ago. The more than 1,200 attempted bans last year constitute more than twice the already record-breaking number of attempted bans in 2021. Now, do these attempts to remove books from the library or to censor curriculum or to punish teachers for teaching about a forbidden or taboo subject, do all of these actually raise serious First Amendment problems, Professor Schwartzman?
They do, to the extent that the government is engaging in message-based or viewpoint discrimination and coercing private actors to conform with the government's view. They do raise serious First Amendment concerns.
All right. Well, why do you think the language of censorship is being used to describe totally normal activity by public health authorities to get the word out about a pandemic by people who are themselves implicated in trying to censor books and curricula and teachers?
I think that what's going on is an attempt to use the word censorship to suggest that the government is engaging in coercion of private actors, when in fact what's happened is that social media companies and others are forming independent judgments about content moderation. And yet, on the other side, as the examples you've given suggest, we see serious efforts to curtail private speech.
All right, I want to at least start to get into the whole question of free exercise of religion. The Supreme Court in the Oregon versus Smith case laid out the general test, which is if you have a neutral, universally applicable law that incidentally burdens religion, that does not violate free exercise. But if you have a law that deliberately sets out to oppress religion or violate someone's right of worship, that does. That's the Church of Lukumi Babalu I case, right? Okay, so, well, if I get another moment, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about whether we're talking about incidental burdens or deliberate efforts to restrict people's religious expression. Thank you for your indulgence. I yield back.
Go ahead and answer his question.
I would just say yes, that correctly describes the constitutional test. And what we're talking about in most of these cases are incidental burdens on religion and not direct targeting.
Yields back his time. I also want to thank the gentleman for requesting this hearing several weeks ago, and I hope that this meets some of that expectation of getting answers. Thank you very much. The distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member of the committee, my friend, Mr. Raskin, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, very kindly for recognizing me. The philosophy in my office is that everything we do is about constituent service, whether it's helping people get their Social Security checks, helping people get their passports, getting PPP loans. And when I go to vote on something like expanding America's infrastructure investment or lowering prescription drug costs, that too is in service of our people. So that ethos informs everything we do. I agree with my friend from New Mexico who said that as politicians, we can't defund the government and then rail against the government. We need to make sufficient resources available so we can actually serve our people. But I'm speaking as someone who supports funding the government to get the work done. And I've had some problems. And I want to start by referring to a constituent who's immunocompromised and applied for disability benefits from SSI in spring of last year, and she quickly got a denial for a non-medical reason. It took more than 6 months for the Social Security Administration to tell her that she had simply checked the wrong box about obtaining her records, and had she checked the correct box, she was told it would have changed the determination in her case. So she reapplied. She waited another 6 months to get her case assigned to a different examiner, and in April of this year, she contacted me for help getting a status update on where things stood, and then she got another denial a month later. She'd been unable to work since before the pandemic and now needs a Social Security determination once again, which could take yet another year. Despite being immunocompromised, she finally had to get a part-time job because she was flat out broke. She then caught COVID-19 on the job. This story about seeming bureaucratic indifference and lethargy in responding to one of our fellow citizens is not unique. My district office hears hundreds of cases like this every year from desperate constituents who've been waiting and cannot get a status update from federal agencies like Social Security, which is probably not the worst from my experience. Mr. Poist, what is causing these delays, and what can Congress do to help to remove the logjam?
Sure. So thank you so much for that question. And you know, we've got a lot of challenges with the initial disability process, and do feel deeply for that the delays that constituent waited. So a lot of problems leading into the pandemic relating to long wait times, pendings growing, led mostly by recruitment and retention challenges in our states. Again, that worsened during the pandemic. I think we got a good plan in place to reverse course here. Really, what can Congress do? That's support the fiscal year 2024 President's budget request that allows us to rebuild staffing at both the agency and in our state DDS partners. You know, staffing is probably the #1 concern in those state DDSs. I mentioned previously that we've seen record high attrition the last 3 years in those state DDSs. We're also working on a comprehensive plan for the initial disability backlog that we hope to release sometime later this year.
But I hope you do that sooner rather than later. We don't want a backlog in the plan to deal with the backlog. If we can move that quickly. And I appreciate your hard work on this. And if there's anything we can do to help, let us know. It's hard to think of anything more important to us. For passport help, my office has opened 1,000 cases in the first 6 months of this year, which is double what we opened in all of last year. And it's impossible to manage our constituents' expectations because the Office of Passport Services continues to change the processing times, and that's not an acceptable way for us to be doing business. Recently, the Washington Passport Agency, which is the passport office closest to my district, announced it can no longer help with congressional inquiries on behalf of our constituents. We're told that only in cases of life or death emergency can we work to schedule our constituents for appointments. But if the constituent is on the phone all day and randomly manages to get through to the National Passport Information Center themselves, the call representative can then schedule a local appointment even without a life or death emergency. So, Ms. Bitter, why are the congressional offices encountering such radical discrepancies in policy and inconsistency about whether and when and how we can actually help our constituents get their passports?
Thank you, sir. I'm surprised to hear that your staff received that feedback. I really appreciate it. Now that we know we can fix it, that is not our policy.
Can we contact you?
Yes.
Because I've got people working full-time on this now.
We would be grateful, actually. We work very closely with constituent services staff. We would be grateful to be in touch with your
Okay.
team.
My staff is very nice, and they're very good and
So is
serious.
mine,
and
I
we will
promise.
get in touch. All right, good. Then we'll be able to remove some of the obstacles here. I appreciate that. And I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for calling this important hearing.
Yes, sir, and I thank the distinguished gentleman for taking time not only to join us, but for his specific information that would be aimed at helping those organizations achieve a better viewpoint. Thank you, sir. The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
She is equipped and directed to take all appropriate actions to fight this crisis. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Raskin for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Comer, and thank you, Director Gupta, for joining us today. The committee is going to be facing in the coming weeks the reauthorization of your office, which plays a critical role in the executive branch coordinating a whole-of-government response to reduce drug addiction and to prevent overdoses, which touch nearly every family and certainly every community in the country. Overdose deaths have reached record levels in recent years, and while deaths remain shockingly too high, we are making progress reducing their frequency, partially because of the work of your office. Without ONDCP's coordination and oversight of drug policy and strategy, our public health and law enforcement agencies would still be working myopically in silos, and federal investments to tackle the problem, totaling $41 billion in fiscal year 2022 alone, would be drained off into waste and inefficiency. Instead, because of your office, our federal agencies collaborate to address the problems of addiction and overdose as part of a well-focused national drug control strategy. This comprehensive approach means that we can better deploy federal resources to help the communities hit hardest by trafficking and the staggering rates of addiction, including by working to keep drugs out of the hands of children and to make sure people experiencing overdoses have access to life-saving overdose reversal medication. After rising for more than 2 decades, overdose deaths in America skyrocketed to historic highs during the coronavirus pandemic when they increased by more than 30% in 2020. The rate of increase slowed to 15% in 2021 and then again in 2022. While overdoses remain far too common and a single overdose is too many for our people, we have made remarkable strides in the last year, and new CDC data show opioid overdose rates plateauing for the first time in many, many years. But we cannot continue this progress without reauthorizing your office. Democrats and Republicans should work together to address the underlying causes of addiction in our society. When we talk about the opioid crisis or the fentanyl crisis, we're really talking about many different social crises bearing down upon us, including the mental and emotional health crisis, and in many communities and regions, an economic an opportunity crisis. It does no service to our communities and our families harmed by addiction to completely blame opioid overdoses on a crisis, whether real or fake, at the southern border. We're talking about more than 40 million people in America who have substance use disorders, with many of them facing serious underlying mental health conditions. We're talking about people who lack the resources they need to treat mental illness, who face stigma in obtaining treatment, and who may self-medicate with alcohol, fentanyl, and other illicit drugs. More than 100,000 of our constituents, family members, and friends lost their lives to drug overdose last year. We must reauthorize ONDCP to ensure that America's young people have access to treatment, both for substance use disorders and other mental illnesses, so they do not end up overdosing or going to prison for committing drug-related crimes. More than 60% of children who experience depression do not get the treatment they need, which exposes them then to the temptation to use dangerous substances to self-medicate in the absence of the mental health support networks that could actually see them through to safety. We have to reauthorize your office to halt the flow of fentanyl into our country. Thanks to the work of ONDCP and the entire administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized nearly 245,000 pounds of illicit drugs at the southern border, including 21,000 pounds of illegal fentanyl from March 2022 through February 23. Because we now have a coordinated all-of-government response, we're seizing more fentanyl before it invades our communities, and we're ensuring that law enforcement agencies have the tools they need to arrest illicit drug traffickers. We are disrupting the criminal cartel networks that operate from China to Mexico and have denied nearly $2 billion to the manufacturers and traffickers. Under ONDCP's leadership, the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program is working effectively, and in 2022, we saw a return on investment of $82 for every dollar put into the program. The office is working with our Homeland Security agencies to ramp up the use of high-tech device drug detection technology along the southern border, including installing new non-invasive scanners to catch trucks entering with fentanyl into the country. These new technologies appear to be working in dramatic fashion because fentanyl seizures are up nearly 400% along the southern border, and 90% of illicit fentanyl is now being caught at ports of entry and vehicle checkpoints. Earlier this month, your office released the nation's first response plan for fentanyl adulterated with xylazine. After designating the substance an emerging threat, ONDCP would not have been able to make this designation without new authorities granted to you during reauthorization in 2018. Because of the new designation, ONDCP can coordinate a rapid response to the drug by surging resources to state and local entities combating the threat in real time at street level. We cannot efficiently address the addiction and illicit drug control problems we face without discussing both supply and demand. While blocking fentanyl, methamphetamine, and other dangerous drugs from entering America is crucially important, we must also address the prevalence of untreated mental illness and rampant drug use, which create a market for these drugs in the first place. And significantly, we must also ensure that people who experience drug overdose can get access to the emergency medications they need to save their lives. Thanks to the bipartisan, bicameral work of this committee and others in Congress, the naloxone and opioid overdose reversal medication is set to be available over the counter in just a few weeks. And thanks to the good work of your office, more of our schools and workplaces have overdose reversal medication readily available. We must continue our work to ensure these medications remain affordable and accessible, where they can mean the difference between life and death for our constituents. Dr. Gupta, I look forward to hearing from you today about your critical work, and I thank you for joining us for this hearing as we work to reauthorize your office. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. We're all interested in finding out the origins of the COVID-19 epidemic to make sure that such a nightmare never happens again to us, and we need the facts. Some people clearly want to politicize the question. Some people think that the finding that it all started with a lab leak would somehow absolve Donald Trump of his lethally reckless response to the pandemic. Of course,
His response was dangerously dysfunctional, regardless of how it got started. And his own advisor on COVID-19, Deborah Birx, said that we lost hundreds of thousands of American lives because of the flaws in the response. But even if the virus came from a lab, as indeed it could have, we don't know that yet, that would only deepen Donald Trump's culpability, because he was the one who repeatedly and enthusiastically praised China's early handling of the pandemic and assured us that he was working closely with President Xi on the response to it. So let's just get the facts straight and leave all the political myth-making aside. Now, we've heard claims repeatedly that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins set up the February 1st, 2020 conference call as part of a plan somehow to suppress the lab leak theory. But the committee majority's own June 2023 subpoena to Dr. Anderson says that it was Dr. Farrar who organized the conference call. Well, which is it? Dr. Anderson, it's my understanding that the conference call was indeed set up by Dr. Farrar so top scientists could discuss SARS-CoV-2 genomic features and whether those features could illuminate the origins of the virus. Is that correct, that it was set up by Dr. Farrar?
That is correct.
Okay. Dr. Farrar provided the agenda and the roster of attendees via email. You can see in the top box here in red the agenda, and in the bottom box in red the roster of attendees. In the agenda, Dr. Farrar assigned himself the role of introducing and defining the focus of the call, setting up desired outcomes, and establishing next steps afterward. Neither Dr. Fauci nor Dr. Collins were assigned roles on this agenda. Dr. Gary, it looks like this was in every material respect Dr. Farrar's call. Is that how you remember it?
It is how I remember it.
And what contributions did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins make, or did they mostly just listen?
Well, they did mostly just listen. They had very little to offer on the science. I think they were there to gather information.
Okay, now, Dr. Anderson, you said you began yourself with the initial hypothesis that there had been or may have been a lab leak, but you ended up not believing in that theory. Why? How did you change your mind?
I think it's important to understand that we're talking about early hypotheses here on which our thinking over time evolved. And that then led to the conclusions published in a peer-reviewed paper. I would like to point out that this timeline of 3 days, I don't know where that's coming from. The paper was published on the 17th of March, 2020. That's 45 days after this conference call. What's important to understand is that the thinking evolved from initially thinking that this could have been engineered to relatively rapidly discount that idea as being inconsistent with the available evidence. However, the lab leak theory itself, or the idea of a lab leak, can be many different things, and our continued evolution of that then followed that I was quite convinced that maybe it was cultured. And then from there, eventually realized that actually that is also unsupported. And that's what led to the conclusions in proximal origin.
But I have your paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, in which you write, our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus. Did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins pressure you to come to this conclusion or to suppress the lab leak theory?
They did not. That is fully a conclusion of the authors on the paper. Okay.
Now, one of the things I admire in what you've been saying is that you follow the scientific method. You say in the conclusion of your paper, although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not a purposefully manipulated virus, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here. In other words, we fundamentally don't know, but have there been papers following your original paper that have caused you to revise the view that you have now and to go back to your original hypothesis?
No, but I will say there has been additional data and analyses, which obviously we have taken all of those into consideration. However, these early conclusions remain to this day.
Okay. Well, let's move on to an email that you sent to your co-authors. You wrote, and this has been I think, much misunderstood. Our main work over the last couple of weeks has been focused on trying to disprove any type of lab theory. Now, you explained in your opening statement that you meant pursuing the scientific process by which you have an hypothesis which stands unless it's disproven. Is that right? Is that what you meant by that?
That is correct. I'm referring to the concept of what's called falsification, as Chairman Wenstrup mentioned too. Yes.
The falsification of a theory. Yes. All right. So has there been any attempt, to your knowledge, to censor any papers that would contradict the conclusions that you arrived at here? Or put it differently, you mentioned in your opening testimony that Dr. Fauci had encouraged you to write a paper about the lab theory if that's where the evidence took you. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm not aware of whether papers has been censored specifically focused on the lab leak. I will say again, if you look at the scientific evidence, it all points in one direction, which is the single market in the middle of Wuhan in China as the starting point of this pandemic. There are many papers out there that have described potential lab leaks, which are typically using sort of gods of the gaps type of analogies, where you're trying to say that the data is not perfect, so everything remains still possible, and that's something we agree with. As we specifically say in the paper, you cannot disprove or prove any of the hypotheses of the origin. That was true at the time, and that's still today true.
Well, I just want to commend you for following the scientific method here, for being open to all new evidence and all new data, and not succumbing to a series of political polemics and attacks. Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. I yield back to you.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown. It looks like your name. Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The American people have lost track of your supposed investigation of President Biden. Or is it an investigation of his son, who does not and has never worked at the White House, or another family member? We can't even follow which investigation we're discussing today. Is it the FBI, the IRS, XXX, or something new? I know the American people are confused because we're all confused what we're doing here. Nothing this majority has claimed about the president or his family has merit. No wonder the folks back home are tuning out of this confused mess. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have shredded all their credibility in this committee. They simply grasp at straws that do not exist. In this Congress so far, we've held more hearings on gas stoves than gun violence, and culture wars than kitchen table issues. So let's talk about the real two-tiered justice system, the one in which big corporations pollute the air we breathe, and the big banks cause meltdowns with their negligence, and not one person is held criminally liable. They're certainly not called by the majority to sit before this committee. Or, Mr. Chairman, what if we talked about the other unspoken two-tiered justice system in this country, the one where people of color are subject to a deliberately harsher system at every turn, from policing to prison to parole? In this country, a black person is 5 times more likely to be stopped without due cause than a white person. And black defendants are 25% more likely to be held pre-trial. Meanwhile, the twice indicted former president is out campaigning around the country and didn't even have to post bail. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans sit behind bars waiting for their day in court. These are the types of lived experiences we should be addressing in this oversight committee. This is the real two-tiered justice system, and it's the justice system Democrats are trying to fix after 4 years of Donald Trump's misuse. Congressional Republicans, however, are working to make these inequalities worse through their efforts to defund the IRS and other Democratic priorities included in the Inflation Reduction Act. So, since my colleagues claim to want stricter IRS enforcement, you would think we would at least agree on giving the IRS its proper funding. So let me conclude by asking a simple question, Mr. Shapley. Yes or no? Do you know the rate at which Black taxpayers are audited as compared to taxpayers who are not Black?
No, I don't know.
Well, the answer is Black taxpayers are audited at 2.9 to 4.7 times the rate of non-Black taxpayers. Another question for you, sir. Yes or no? Will this hearing help alleviate the racial disparity in the rates of the IRS audits? No.
That's not the topic.
Thank you, and with that,
I move the gentleman to yield.
I will yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
No, thank you kindly and for your excellent questioning and statement there. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee, when he was here, invited us to believe that the U.S. Attorney for Delaware had changed his tune or changed his story. But when you look at the letters he actually sent, he didn't change his tune at all. He said the exact same thing every time and even expanded the answer to be perfectly clear. In his June 7th letter, he says, I've been granted ultimate authority over this matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges and for making decisions necessary to preserve the integrity of the prosecution consistent with federal law, the principles of federal prosecution, and departmental regulations. In other words, it's up to him. It's up to the U.S. Attorney. Then, in June 30, the letter to Chairman Jordan, he says, second, in my June 7th letter, I stated, quote, I have been granted ultimate authority over this matter, including responsibility for deciding where, when, and whether to file charges, etc. Unquote. I stand by what I wrote and wish to expand on what this means. And this gets to the heart, I think, of what we're doing here today. As the U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, my charging authority is geographically limited to my home district. If venue for a case lies elsewhere, common departmental practice is to contact the U.S. Attorney's Office for the district in question and determine whether it wants to partner on the case. If not, I may request special attorney status from the Attorney General pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 515. Here I've been assured that if necessary, I would be granted Section 515 authority in the District of Columbia, the Central District of California, or any other district where charges could be brought in this matter. Okay, and it is the difference, as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez was saying, between special counsel and special attorney, which might explain the confusion or the disagreement here. In any event, the U.S. Attorney for Delaware had all of the authority he needed to bring whatever charges he wanted, wherever he wanted, and he is the witness for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back to the gentleman.
I would like to be clear that he was assured that authority. He was assured.
Yes, he was, and he said he was assured the authority.
And he is limited within Delaware.
Well, right, but that's just the rules.
Delaware.
You're just restating what the rules are. That's what he explained. You're not a lawyer, right? You don't work in the Department of Justice, correct? He's explaining what the rules are.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Chairwoman McClain, and Chairman Comer, also for being here for this important hearing. While the hearing itself is focused on hemp, I do think it's part of a sweeping rethinking of cannabis policy that's going on across the country. And earlier today, I'm proud to say that Congresswoman Mason and I introduced our bipartisan Cannabis Users Restoration of Eligibility Act, or the so-called CURE Act, or at least we hope people will call it the CURE Act. Our bill would remove prior marijuana use as an obstacle to people getting hired in the federal government or passing the federal security clearance process. And so it would allow for people who've been denied security clearance on the sole basis that they had once used marijuana, either legally as part of a medical marijuana or recreational marijuana state, or unlawfully in college or whatever, that these people would be able to get their security clearance reviewed again, and that no longer could be used to nullify their opportunity to be hired in the federal government. This change is imperative, and it's long overdue. I learned of the problem because of a constituent who is a distinguished scientist and doctor who was about to get hired to a sub-cabinet level post in the Biden administration, but who failed the security clearance because he accurately and faithfully reported on his security clearance form that he had used medical marijuana because of a chronic back condition. And then he was immediately disqualified, even though they had already told him they were going to offer him the job. He was told he could no longer get the job because he had told the truth about having used medical marijuana to treat a medical condition. And then when we began to look into this, there are, well, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are disqualified from even being able to apply for positions they're qualified to hold, and thousands of people that we know of who've actually gone through the process and then suddenly run into the professional guillotine of a marijuana question on the security clearance form. So I want to thank Ms. Mace for her collaboration and cooperation on this bill. We look forward to moving it through this committee with the help, I hope, of Chairman Comer, who I know has asked some good questions about it, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to arrive at a good common sense bill that all Americans would be able to get behind. Now, turning back to the federal rules related to hemp and its derivatives, it's important here again that we take a common sense approach to these regulations. The FDA released a statement earlier this year explaining that current regulatory frameworks for foods and supplements are not appropriate for cannabidiol or CBD, one of the biggest hemp derivatives. The FDA explained that the regulatory frameworks may not be sufficient for managing risk and conducting appropriate oversight for CBD products. And I agree with my colleagues that we need reasonable regulation of the hemp and hemp derivative marketplace to protect consumers and to ensure that good actors in the hemp industry can grow their businesses and we can have a legitimate and flourishing market in hemp. But we need to make sure that the regulations make sense. A vast world of hemp derivatives is flourishing beyond just CBD. Among them are newly developed synthetic cannabinoids, including delta-H THC, which can have intoxicating effects when consumed. Without regulation, companies can synthesize these intoxicants from legal hemp and evade regulatory scrutiny in federal marijuana laws, sending products to market without proper testing, labeling, or other safety precautions. Hemp derivative products can come in all sorts of different forms. They cannot be easily or always categorized simply as food or supplements. These products can be oils, tinctures, vape pens, and cigarettes, and even cosmetics and skincare. The FDA realistically cannot regulate the entire world of hemp and its derivatives without additional research authority and resources. So I hope we can work with our colleagues to figure out the proper path forward, and with the assistance of today's expert witnesses, on regulating hemp and its derivatives so that we can protect the American people and provide a more effective framework for the regulation of a potentially strong industry. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskins. I'm pleased to introduce our witness panel today.
Committee, Mr. Raskin from Maryland, 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly for the time. I confess arriving late, which is perhaps the explanation. I'm a bit puzzled about what's going on here because the COVID-19 cost us nearly 1.5 million people in the country. It was calamitous to the public health and a terrible shock to the economy and the society. President Biden's vaccine program, according to the Commonwealth Fund, saved 3 million lives and 18 million hospitalizations for serious effects from COVID-19. And so I'm just surprised that the tenor of this hearing is to attack I think the very selective cases in which there were vaccine mandates, for example, for public health workers, for people in the military, and a handful of other populations like that. I suppose the first question is it constitutional? And I think my colleague from North Carolina dealt with that. I mean, if you just go to the website for your local school system and look and see what shots your kids have to get before you enroll them in kindergarten or 7th grade or 3rd grade. I just looked at ours, tetanus, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, polio. Is anybody making the claim? I'm happy to yield for 3 or 4 seconds. Is anybody making the claim that these are unconstitutional? Okay, because none of them have ever been struck down on constitutional grounds. So we're not talking about a violation of due process liberty or even what's left of it after the Supreme Court's decision striking down Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey. I mean, that, of course, was a catastrophe for the idea of due process, privacy, and liberty interests against government mandates. But I've not heard an argument that it's unconstitutional. Is it good for the public health? It's hard to see how it couldn't be good for the public health, for example, to have public health workers vaccinated, or people in the armed forces who already have to get all of these other shots also to get another shot for COVID-19. So my last colleague asked the question, well, did the COVID-19 mandates, and I'm surely the image of mandates went way beyond what the reality of the mandates were, given that they were geared to very specific subsets of the population. But I think a bigger question is, did all of the anti-COVID-19 propaganda undermine people's faith in public health authorities? I mean, when Donald Trump urged everybody to get hydroxychloroquine, or floated the idea of just injecting yourself with bleach, or just said that magically COVID-19 was going to disappear overnight, or saying, don't worry, the Chinese government is doing a great job, they're doing a magnificent job, and on 36 different occasions praising the work of the Chinese government. You can check it out online, sir. And I'd be very happy to send you all of the tweets and the statements that President Trump made praising President Xi and his magnificent work on COVID-19. I think that probably had a lot more to do with undermining people's confidence in public health. But Dr. Lynch, let me ask you, do people have a free exercise religious right not to follow a vaccine mandate, as a public health worker in the military, for example, or any secular law that they think burdens their religious freedom?
I'm not a legal scholar, but I can speak to the process, and that is that when I look at this in our own system and people would submit religious requests for accommodation, there was no question as to sincerely held religious beliefs, and I think that's a common approach. The question is, can I make you as safe as someone who is vaccinated? And the answer in healthcare settings, and I think in many other settings, is no.
And I think it's an excellent way of thinking about it, because the Supreme Court, Justice Scalia, in the lead, has consistently rejected the idea that you have a free exercise right to opt out of, for example, marijuana laws if you're Rastafarian, or peyote laws if you're Native American Indian and part of that religion. Your religious free exercise rights don't give you the right to opt out of a generally applicable universal secular law that's not adopted for the purposes of religious coercion or intimidation. But we've made a voluntary accommodation for people, saying if you really don't want to do this in the school context in a number of states, then you don't have to do it. But of course, we see major outbreaks of diseases among the Amish, for example, or Orthodox Jews in New York and certain populations when they refuse to engage in certain vaccines. So I think that we're in the right place here, which is we invest in the vaccines, we get out real education against all of the propaganda as much as we can, and then we give people a voluntary right to opt out where we think we can afford to do that, and they benefit from everybody else's herd immunity, as we hope all of us will. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. And I was glad that my colleague, Mr. Goldman from New York, was able to answer some of the surprising things that we heard from our esteemed colleague, Ms. Mace, right before we had our break. It's very clear that Joe Biden is, that there's no evidence that has turned up over the last 7 months that Joe Biden is guilty of any criminal wrongdoing, any high crime and misdemeanor, much less prostitution, bribery, money laundering, or any of the crimes that were set forth in that laundry list that Ms. Mace offered at the end. So I do hope she will clarify that. Let's see, Ms. Wayne, you're here as the Assistant General Counsel of Johnson & Johnson. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And Johnson & Johnson paid $5 billion out in the opioid litigation and $4 billion in the talcum powder litigation. Is that right? Those numbers roughly correct?
Congressman, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. So are you here to complain about meritorious lawsuits being brought by consumers in cases like these, or frivolous and meritless cases being brought by consumers?
Congressman, an excellent point. We're not here to talk about limiting aggrieved consumers' access to justice. We're here to talk about transparency, regulation, disclosure around third-party litigation funding, which has an effect of actually diluting the claims that have merit with the influx of meritless lawsuits.
Okay, so you have no problem with the litigants who went to court in the opioid cases or in other mass toxic tort cases, the BP oil spill or the talcum powder case or so on?
Congressman, as a lawyer,
Yeah.
I believe in access to justice.
Gotcha. And there were no Rule 11 sanctions that your company sought against any of the litigants in those cases, right?
The ones that you mentioned, Congressman?
Yes.
Not as far as I'm aware. In the
Okay.
mass tort context, it's actually extremely different. Because we have no access to information regarding the thousands of claims brought against us, because plaintiffs aren't required to actually produce evidence of product usage or injury alleged from the product, we're essentially hamstrung from using Rule 11 to bring sanctions on those individual cases. We're also hamstrung in many cases from filing 12b6 motions, because that motion practice is usually suspended in the MDL process.
So you're saying you can't move to dismiss in a class action lawsuit?
Not a class action, Congressman, right? We're talking about multi-district litigation, which is a different animal.
Yeah.
Multi-district litigation, the aggregation of thousands of claims. Typically what we see are judges suspending motion practice, 12B, 12E, the usual discovery practices.
Yeah. Okay, well, that might be something interesting to look at, but to my understanding, anybody who brings vexatious, frivolous, or meritless litigation can be sanctioned by the courts. And, but I appreciate your candor in saying that that was not the case in the opioid litigation or in the talcum powder case.
What I said, Congressman, is that we believe in access to justice. So
Yeah.
those who brought those cases had their day in court. We don't stand in the way of that, of course.
Right.
And as I mentioned earlier, we don't believe that the talcum powder cases have merit. We believe that that is actually all driven by third-party litigation funding.
All right, fair enough. Well, maybe we should stop there because we're just going to disagree about that. And obviously, the settlement speaks for itself. One of our colleagues, actually several of our colleagues raised this issue, but one of them asked whether the Chinese government might have used intellectual property law or lawyers to achieve power over the U.S. government and to undermine American society. And I think I found at least one good answer to this question, and I'd like to submit for the record this November 6, 2018 Associated Press article headlined, "China Grants 18 Trademarks in 2 Months to Donald Trump and Daughter." In the early days of the Trump administration, Donald Trump and his daughter Ivanka got 18 trademarks from the Chinese government that she had been unable to get before, and there were lots of allegations about conflict of interest and influence peddling in the scheme. So I'd like to submit that for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gosar.
All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. but they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear. This isn't partisan warfare America's seeing today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American. Now, some people think the members of the GOP caucus aren't interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight. But I see a method in the madness. A week ago, Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown, quote, is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions on 91 different felony and misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough to keep him from having to go before a jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the Wicked Witch of the West, Trump's followers in the House now carry his messages out to the world: shut down the government, shut down the prosecutions. But the cult master has another command for his followers, which brings us here today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social media account and said we should be impeaching President Biden. Kevin McCarthy said we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion, directly or indirectly, this impeachment inquiry was a result of President Trump's pressure. So we move from a Trump-ordered government shutdown to a Trump-ordered impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits completely empty-handed with no evidence of any presidential wrongdoing, no smoking gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump, but that's exactly what has not happened here because they don't have the votes, because dozens of Republicans recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title of the hearing is The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph Biden. And yet, they present us no basis at all today, even after 8 months of investigation. They've invited 3 witnesses to testify. Not one of them is an eyewitness to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness about any of the events related to Ukraine and Burisma. Not one of them has participated in the 8 months of investigation in which our distinguished chairman has publicly boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, "Every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months, we've gotten 100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury." That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided, and not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden. We've received 2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation, and still we found no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. If the Republicans had a smoking gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden. All they can do is return to the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump launched 5 years ago, the Burisma conspiracy theory, a fairy tale so preposterous that one of its main authors, Lev Parnas, has now disowned and repudiated it. This is the theory that Vice President Biden, global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th post about President Biden, saying, look, the guy got bribed. He paid people off, and he wouldn't give $1 billion to Ukraine unless they, quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort, Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it, rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner. Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early 2016, Republican senators Ron Johnson, Rob Portman, and Mark Kirk wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing corruption in his country and urging him, quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later, in 2018, as President Trump saw Biden as a strong rival in the 2020 election, he worked with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor. A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man. Giuliani and Parnas searched high and low to find anyone who would endorse their contortions about Biden. Their failing crusade culminated in the infamous phone call that then President Trump made to Ukrainian President Zelensky, in which Trump threatened to withhold hundreds of millions of dollars in economic, strategic, and military security assistance to Ukraine unless Zelensky embraced their ridiculous fabrication and falsely advertised to the world that Ukraine was investigating Joe Biden. This shakedown became the basis for the first House impeachment of President Trump. Giuliani's big lie has been thoroughly debunked by multiple sources. As Congressman Buck, a former chief of the criminal division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Colorado and a member of the House Freedom Caucus said, and I quote, there is in fact no evidence that Shokin was engaged in an investigation of Burisma or that Joe Biden's role in his firing was in any way connected to Burisma. He continued, what's missing, despite years of investigation, is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice-impeached president who's recently been found in court to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people, to making criminal hush money payoffs, to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and trying to overthrow our presidential election. That offense in 2021, whose related crimes have resulted in hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted, led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive bipartisan vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I wonder how many of my esteemed Republican colleagues here, who all voted against impeaching Donald Trump if they were in the House at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime and misdemeanor that has not even been defined yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas, the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. Attorney and Mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that, or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I now yield to Ranking Member Raskin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to our witnesses for being here today, especially Professor Clark, who flew all the way from St. Louis on short notice. Mr. Chairman, I spent my recess traveling across America. I was in 10 states, including your beautiful Kentucky. And one thing I found is that all over America, people are in an uproar over the money that billionaires are spending to influence justices on the United States Supreme Court. Americans see that personal gifts to justices from right-wing billionaire sugar daddies like Harlan Crow and Federalist Society dark money expenditures are fundamentally perverting judicial ethics and undermining justice and the rule of law. Now, apparently responding to the national outcry over this ethics crisis on the court, our colleagues have called a hearing today about the influence that wealth exerts on the justice system, but they've gone off on a surprising and bizarre tangent. The problem, they say, is not the way the public is harmed when billionaires bankroll the private lives of ethically challenged Supreme Court justices. The real problem is that giant corporations are harmed when Americans injured by toxic torts or environmental crimes receive contributions from donors to help them bring personal injury or class action lawsuits. In other words, while Supreme Court justices are jetting all over the world on fancy private family vacations paid for by right-wing billionaires or collecting hefty cash gifts from those billionaires for their personal museums and family members' private school tuition payments, the GOP says the real problem in our legal system is that too many victims of corporate wrongdoing are finding access to the courts in the first place. Now, we say justice is blind because the Greek statue for justice wears a blindfold. In solving cases, justices are supposed to be blind to wealth and poverty, personal friendship, and political affiliation. A poor person who has never met a judge must be treated the same by the courts as Harlan Crow, the real estate tycoon chum of Justice and Mrs. Clarence Thomas, who had a case before the Supreme Court and who has given the Thomases lavish personal gifts like week-long luxury travel on his super yacht and private jets and generous money payments for family tuition over a period of 20 years ever since Thomas joined the court. A collector of not-so-fine art created by dictators who actually owns and displays 2 paintings done by Adolf Hitler, Mr. Crow donated $105,000 to the Yale Law School in 2018 for another painting he desires, writing a check to the, quote, Justice Thomas Portrait Fund. But Justice Thomas isn't unique. He's just emblematic of the collapse of legal ethics across the street. Justice Alito took a long fishing trip with a hedge fund magnate who's had business before the Supreme Court 10 times in the last 15 years. Neither justice recused himself in the relevant cases or made any relevant, timely disclosures. Justice is supposed to be blind to the blandishments of money and class power. It's only supposed to see the facts and the law, but in the Roberts Court, judicial vision is clouded everywhere by dollar signs and luxury power trips. The facts and the law are barely visible when it comes to the rights of workers trying to organize a union, or poor women seeking abortions, or consumers injured by adhesion contracts and corporate ripoffs. Justice is a rich man's game in this court of billionaires. The Bill of Rights has mostly been left in the dust. On the Roberts Court, justice is indeed blind, but only to ethics itself. It is deaf to the pleas of women and working people, and it is dumb in its refusal to see how it has destroyed its own legitimacy in the eyes of the public. It is certainly not mute, however, as Justices Alito and Thomas vociferously defend their jet-setting lifestyles in shockingly intemperate terms. If we're going to return to equal justice under law, as it's written over the entrance to the Supreme Court, if we're to make justice blind to the wealth and the identity of the parties in the courtroom, then our justices must be held to the highest ethical standards. And yet, amazingly, the justices are not even subject to the basic code of conduct for United States judges that all other federal judges are subject to. The 9 justices are, in fact, not bound by any ethical standards at all, much less the comprehensive ethics code that applies to all the other judges. Their decisions can affect or destroy the rights of all Americans, but the justices refuse to abide by any written ethical code. They decide on their own if their work is impaired by a real or apparent conflict of interest, a terrible system which cuts against the key principle of justice that Madison articulated in the Federalist Papers. No man is allowed to be a judge in his own cause, in his own case. The highest court in our land now has the lowest ethical standards. This is the crisis we should be discussing today. But our colleagues have instead called a hearing to assert that it's just too easy to haul corporations into court when they violate other Americans' rights. The third-party litigation funding under attack today is the only way that a lot of victims of corporate misconduct can even get into court. Do our colleagues really want to make it illegal now to receive contributions to vindicate your rights? I could understand if they were saying that all the present federal rules of civil procedure against frivolous, vexatious, and groundless litigation weren't working. I could understand if they were arguing that Rule 11 sanctions against baseless lawsuits needed to be expanded or fortified, but that's not what they're saying. They're not citing any kind of increase in frivolous or meritless litigation, nor are they arguing that current sanctions don't work. Those sanctions are working just fine. No, they're looking for ways to reduce the prosecution of merit-worthy and successful lawsuits against actual corporate wrongdoers. And by pulling the rug out from underneath actual tort victims, they hope to keep plaintiffs from even getting into court. The GOP wants to dramatically reduce accountability and liability for corporations that flood our country with opioids to make obscene profits, corporations that poison our communities with asbestos or lead and other dangerous carcinogens, and corporations that inflict black lung disease, mass oil spills, and other lethal injuries on American communities. Our colleagues seem confused. No one has a right to bribe judges or load them up with fancy gifts, but people do have every First Amendment due process and equal protection right to raise money to make their case in court. The courts are not just there for rich people who can write themselves a big check. This is the same reason people have a right to give and receive campaign contributions for public office, is not just for the independently wealthy. Victims bringing these lawsuits especially those who are low income or unable to work because they're sick or injured, often cannot afford to bring the lawsuits at all without financial help from other citizens. If their lawsuits have no merit, they should be thrown out. But if they have merit, then we should all be grateful that they are working to make society safer by stopping the wrongdoers before they commit more wrongs against society. Many landmark cases establishing the basic rights of Americans have been funded by contributions from outside groups: Brown versus Board of Education, Loving versus Virginia, U.S. versus Windsor. The corporate interests represented on the panel today who are attacking this basic right are here for an obvious reason. They don't like paying damages when their victims prove their rights have been violated in court. Johnson & Johnson has had to pay billions of dollars for its central role in the opioid epidemic, and billions more to tens of thousands of people who develop cancer because of the country's dangerous talcum powder. Mining and offshore drilling companies have had to pay billions for poisoning communities' land and water and causing irreparable harm to human health. Perhaps one of the biggest environmental cases in the history of the United States, oil company BP agreed to pay $20 billion for damages caused by the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. One can only regard with amazement the fact that our colleagues are in such a hurry to promote the grievances of these big tortfeasors and wrongdoers that they don't even pause to consider that there are hundreds of millions of dollars in right-wing, third-party litigation financing regularly bankrolling anti-choice, anti-LGBTQ, anti-gun safety lawsuits, among many others. Well-funded right-wing networks like the Pacific Legal Foundation, the Koch Network, the Judicial Crisis Network have poured hundreds of millions into remaking America through the courts on issues ranging from attacking public school curricula to opposing compulsory union dues to repealing the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Alliance Defending Freedom and other right-wing groups brought the Dobbs case and are working to eliminate access to abortion for all Americans. That's their right. Our colleagues don't complain about that. In fact, they don't even mention it. Are they willing to sacrifice the rights of their third-party litigation financiers on the right, or are they just not serious about this whole thing and simply looking for another catchy way to distract everyone from Donald Trump's 91 different criminal charges in 4 indictments across the land? Everyone knows that a fish rots from the head down, and everyone knows what stinks to the high heavens in the judicial system today is, alas, the Supreme Court itself. Let's focus on where the corruption of justice is actually taking place today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
This is Ranking Member Raskin of Maryland for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I give my opening statement, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Given that the committee has not been authorized by the full House to conduct an impeachment inquiry, am I correct in assuming that we're obligated to follow the rules of the House, including Section 370 of the Rules and Manual, which prescribe engaging in personalities towards the President?
At ease. Well, considering this is an investigation of Joe Biden, I assume that his name's going to come up.
Right, but the House has not authorized us as an impeachment inquiry, so we're just operating with the general rules. And I think saying that the President lied is considered engaging in a personality. In fact, Section 370 says accusations that the President has committed a crime or even that the President has done something illegal are unparliamentary. And we're operating with the general rules of the House because the House has not authorized.
The Speaker of the House has authorized the impeachment inquiry. It has been authorized.
Okay. All right.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The ranking member, who wants to be recognized? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I believe changing of the rules must require a vote from the full House of Representatives. The rules of the committee.
The chair overrules a point of order. While articles of impeachment are not directly before this committee, we are looking into the potential wrongdoing of the President. Given the unique nature and subject matter of today's hearing topic, these words will not be ruled out of order. So,
okay.
Ranking Member Ashton, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman. We obviously have an honest disagreement about that. If this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas, the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. Attorney and Mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman.
He made a motion to subpoena.
Are they going to table it? I didn't hear a motion to table.
Motion, yeah. Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman. This is on the subpoena of the two key figures, Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas.
Key figures for what?
But in your theory about why President Biden should be impeached, I think
This
they're
is going to
peddling
be an
discredited
informative
lies.
hearing for you, Mr. Raskins, because we were going to present evidence.
What evidence? There's no evidence witnesses.
Well, just,
there are no fact
just
witnesses.
sit back and let the American people see the hearing, and let the American people decide.
All right.
Now, look, you've gone over your time. We're going to have a We're
There's a motion to
going to
table
go
on
by
the
the
floor.
rules here.
Okay.
Okay?
Motion to
And I'm glad you brought the box of bank statements. If we had a box of all the foreign money the Bidens took, it would have reached to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So let's just
A
have
point
this
of parliamentary
hearing.
inquiry.
No, listen. Everybody's going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to present the witnesses. Everyone's going to get a chance. 5 minutes. I'll let the ranking member go way over time in his opening statement, but we are going to abide by the 5 minutes.
There's
We
a
have
motion to table on the
There's a
floor.
motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
Roll call.
There's a non-debatable motion on the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
I want the motion to table. Right. Will the clerk, we don't even have a clerk. Okay. Will the clerk get prepared for the roll call? Mr. Raskins made a motion, and then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table, and it was seconded. So the vote will now be on the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani
And Lev Parnas.
and Les Parnas. All right. Will the clerk take the roll?
No, neither Mr. Giuliani nor Mr. Parnas is in jail now.
Nate. This is the motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner? Mr. Gosar? Ms. Fox? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Higgins? Mr. Sessions? Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace? Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner? Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Donalds? Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry? Mr. Timmons? Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett? Mr. Burchett votes yes. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes aye. Ms. McLean? Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert? Ms. Boebert votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna? Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Burleson? Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton?
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch?
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly?
Nay.
Mr. Connolly votes nay. Mr. Krishnamurthy?
Nay.
Mr. Krishnamurthy votes nay. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume?
Fume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter? Ms. Bush?
Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
No.
Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost.
No.
Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar.
No.
Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman.
Nay.
Mr. Goldman votes nay. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes yes. Mr. Gosar is not recorded. Mr. Gosar votes yes.
How has Mr. Fallon been recorded?
Mr. Fallon is not recorded. Mr. Fallon votes yes.
Okay. Hold for one, let's see.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, a request for regular order.
We're seeking regular order, Mr. Chairman.
We have members en route to vote. How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not yet recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Motion to close the vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Mr. Chairman? How is my vote recorded?
Has Ms. Green been recorded?
Ms. Green is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Timmons is voted aye. Ms. Boebert has voted aye.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Fallon is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Chairman, there was a motion to close the vote, and it was properly seconded.
There is, will the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 20, the nays are 19.
The motion passes to table the Raskin's motion. Now, Chair now recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 25th, 2023, Chairman Comer and I sent the Department of Justice a letter requesting information related to victims of Hunter Biden, specifically women he sexually exploited and then claimed as deductions on his taxes through his law firm. But he never paid those taxes. Not surprisingly, the Department of Justice did not respond. After the DOJ's sweetheart Hunter Biden deal fell apart, by the way, led by the special counsel David Weiss, on September 8th, 2023, Chairman Comer and I again sent a letter to the same DOJ officials asking about victims' rights issues related to Hunter Biden's sexual exploitations. DOJ once again failed to respond. Well, yesterday I found out why they don't want to talk with us. In a new email just released, by the way, from October 2020, could you please display the email? The Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office, DOJ, Tax, FBI, and IRS described evidence they have related to Mann Act violations. By the way, the subject of the email says Mann Act. First, the title, Mann Act. Then it's clear there are charges on the table while the Department of Justice is in hiding from meeting with me. The Department of Justice and IRS email and David Weiss's Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office, the email states there are communications with trafficker number 1 and trafficker number 2, and that Hunter Biden had escorts who traveled across state lines. These women are victims, and the Department of Justice is refusing to protect their rights. Not only that, David Weiss, the now special counsel in charge of supposedly investigating Hunter Biden, has been clearly covering up Hunter Biden's crimes since before the 2020 election. which is undoubtedly election interference. David Weiss is complicit and must be removed from the special counsel. We also have more information we subpoenaed. Let me give you an even better example based on an interview with one of Hunter Biden's victims with law enforcement. It says here that the victim, Hunter Biden's victim, stated that Biden told her that his father was the vice president and asked to Google search his name. Hunter Biden's victim stated she told Biden she was not interested in Google searching his name and just wanted to be paid. Hunter Biden's victim stated that Biden then showed her a picture of his father with President Barack Obama. Don't forget his father was vice president then. Hunter Biden's victim stated after she was shown the aforementioned picture, who was the vice president of the United States with the president of the United States, Barack Obama, she became afraid. After Hunter Biden's victim left the location, she arrived back at her apartment and told her friend, who she was just with, Hunter Biden's victim stated that her friend told her, "You have no idea who you're dealing with." These women were terrified, terrified. He used his father, Hunter Biden used his father, the vice president of the United States, to threaten his victim, who he had just trafficked for sex. And the Department of Justice refuses to speak to me? Hunter Biden needs to be held accountable for his sexual exploitation of women. And we've shown more evidence. We've shown evidence. This is what it looks like. This is what Mann Act violations look like.
Mr. Chairman?
I reclaim my time.
I'd like to challenge the use of this
Hunter
exhibit
Biden
under
should
Clause
be
6
held
of Rule
accountable.
17.
It is sad that my
Point
Democrat
of order.
colleagues
Point of order.
pretend to care about women's rights while allowing Hunter Biden to exploit women. This is a shame. But let's talk about...
Chairman, there's a parliamentary challenge before us.
The point of
Mr.
order.
Chairman, point of order.
Who's the point? And we'll stop the clock for you, Ms. Green.
Mr. Chairman, our colleague from Georgia has introduced before pornographic exhibits and displayed things that are really not suitable for children who might be watching. And
bathing suit's not suitable, Mr. Raskin?
Well, I'm saying I would like the member to be instructed to not introduce any pornography today, at least without running it through
A
the chair
bathing
first.
suit is not pornography,
Well, we
Mr.
can't
Raskin.
see it from down there, so you didn't make it available to the minority before you started.
Seen it before. It's on the internet. It's everywhere.
You are submitting a naked woman's body.
This is a bathing suit. This is a bathing suit.
And it has not been clear before this committee.
All right.
Glasses on. Do you wear them
Okay.
or not? It's a
I have
bathing
contacts in, thank
suit.
you.
Oh, congratulations.
All right. Chair, ask Ms. Green to proceed.
Now let's talk about more evidence the Democrats have denied that's turned out to be true. We all know Joe Biden is the big guy. And we confirmed that Hunter Biden was lobbying his father. Here's another example that was just released yesterday. This is from a timeline from one of the IRS whistleblowers and quotes an email between Vuk Jeremic, a Serbian politician, and Hunter Biden. Did you have a chance to talk with the big man? He's receiving my prime minister on Wednesday. Please let me know if you think that what we discussed back in D.C. can be mentioned in the meeting. My domestic strategy, how I proceed in dealing with my government, very much depends on whether it happens or not. This is a conversation between Hunter Biden and Vuk Jeremic. This is called influence peddling. This is how Hunter Biden was selling his father's political power and influence. And this is a perfect example. This is evidence right here. I'd like to remind everyone that this is the beginning of the impeachment inquiry, where we're casting a wide net and finding every single person, whether it's last administration, the administration before that, and whether it's the current administration, that has covered up the crimes of the Biden family, and we will continue pulling more
We're
evidence
54 seconds
forward.
over, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll let Mr. Goldman go over 30 seconds. So we owe you 20 seconds to Mr. Moskowitz, it's your lucky day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gerhardt, has there ever been an impeachment process launched in the middle of a government shutdown?
No.
Well, why did the Office of Legal Counsel opine that there must be a vote of the full House before a committee launches into an impeachment investigation? Why did Speaker McCarthy insist on it and in fact say that there would be one in this case?
I think the Office of Legal Counsel said that, at least in part, because an impeachment inquiry is deadly serious. It is, again, just about the most serious thing any House committee ever undertakes. And one safeguard against a committee acting on the basis of just, let's say, the party membership is to ensure that the full House is behind the impeachment inquiry.
A dozen of our colleagues on the Republican side have already called for impeachment. I'm struck by the fact that of the 4 expert witnesses brought together today, not a single one of them argued that a sufficient quantum of evidence exists today to justify the impeachment of President Biden. Is there any precedent in our country for launching an impeachment inquiry absent evidence of wrongdoing by the president?
No. And in fact, I would just point out that with Richard Nixon and Bill Clinton and President Trump in 2019, the full House authorized those impeachment inquiries.
Lev Parnas sent us a letter in which he said, it was addressed to Chairman Comer, in which he said, the narrative you are seeking for this investigation has been proven false many times over by a wide array of respected sources. There is simply no merit to investigating this matter any further. And he says, please abandon this effort to investigate the Bidens, which is nothing more than a wild goose chase. And he was Rudy Giuliani's right-hand man, gallivanting all over the world to try to put together a case back in 2019 that Joe Biden had done something wrong. Do you agree that, given that the evidence we've looked at over the 8 months comes down to this discredited Burisma conspiracy theory, we should hear from those responsible for concocting the story in the first case, in the first place, specifically Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani?
Absolutely.
What did you think about the fact that the very first act of the committee in its impeachment investigation was to reject the idea of subpoenaing Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani, who are at the heart of the story that's the basis for impeachment?
I think if there's going to be an investigation into the president, all the evidence, that is to say, all the participants, anyone that has knowledge, should be spoken to.
We have lots of colleagues on this committee and off the committee who've called for the impeachment of Joe Biden, who also voted against impeaching Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union. And hundreds of people have gone to jail in subsidiary acts under the umbrella of that insurrectionary process. Now, can you come up with a theory that it would allow someone to say, I am going to vote to impeach Joe Biden for offenses unstated and evidence unknown, but I will oppose and vote against the impeachment of Donald Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the Union, which is something that concurrent bipartisan majorities voted for in the House and the Senate?
I cannot, and I might just add as a law professor that one of the things I suggest to my students in trying to assess the constitutionality of any governmental action is to take the names out, switch the names or switch the political parties and see if the outcome is the same.
So if Joe Biden had incited a violent insurrection against the Union and said, you go and fight like hell, and if you don't, you won't have a country anymore, would you consider that in the ensuing mayhem and chaos
Absolutely.
To be an impeachable event?
Absolutely.
Or not? To your mind, in applying the law to the facts, have you seen any evidence that Joe Biden has done anything remotely comparable to what Donald Trump did, which earned him his impeachment in the bipartisan vote of the House?
I have not, and I also just might add, with all due respect, I heard the phrase Biden family many, many times, but I don't know who the Biden family is. I don't know who's being referenced when people talk about the Biden family.
Thank you, Professor Gerhardt. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for unanimous consent to introduce Lev Parnas's July 18th, 2023 letter to you and to me and to the rest of the committee into the official record of this proceeding.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes the chairman of the House.
I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Raskin.
Well, thank you kindly, Ms. Norton, for that. Mr. Comer referred to a 2019 wire to Hunter Biden while President Biden was not in office. He was a private citizen, so of course was Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden has never held public office. Mr. Smith referenced a DOJ email from 2020 during the Trump administration. So, Professor Gerhardt, I mean, what do you make of the idea of impeaching a president while he's in office for something that his son did or may have received when the president wasn't in office?
It's not consistent with the American legal system. Just imagine if the names are switched. Just imagine if this was Jared Kushner, or one of President Trump's sons.
Mr. Smith talked about $20 million that he thought Hunter Biden had received and put in the names of different family members. I think the Washington Post has debunked that as recently as this weekend, saying it was like 8 or 9 million. But let's say it were 20 million. That's 1% of the $2 billion that was brought back by Jared Kushner from Saudi Arabia to a company that Jared Kushner created the day after the Trump administration ended. But assuming there were no other evidence, would it be fair to attribute that $2 billion that Jared Kushner pocketed with the $25 million management fee every year that Jared Kushner pocketed, would it be fair to attribute all of that to Donald Trump because it's his son-in-law?
No, not without any evidence actually showing the president knew it.
Yeah. So,
or approved it.
Because the principle of American law is that people are responsible for their own conduct and not the conduct of their adult children. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, and to the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
Raskin, I got one more for you on oversight. Your oversight colleagues on the Republican side just sent a letter to Secretary Blinken saying that they're formally launching an investigation into potentially compromised members of the State Department who have been used to negotiate with Iran in the past. What do you make of oversight looking into this?
Well, but I haven't seen the letter. Obviously, I'm curious to see it, but I would encourage my Republican colleagues to focus on addressing the chaos within their conference and figuring out a speaker so we can get back to work.
Do you have concerns about Robert Malley? That's specifically the administration official that the Republicans are looking at. He was used, I guess, with the Biden administration to negotiate a potential Iran nuclear deal going forward. Do you have any concern about his appointment to that position?
I haven't seen what they're talking about, but I have great confidence in the Biden administration. I have very little confidence in the Republican conference, unfortunately.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We need to stand. The cameras have to be behind the stand. Now, we don't have enough stand tones for these guys.
Mr. Raskin, can you come speak to the full camera?
All right.
What is your message ahead of the speaker's vote today?
Hakeem Jeffries is a super effective and efficient leader, and we have unanimous support for him within the Democratic caucus, and we're going to be voting for Hakeem Jeffries. Jim Jordan is not without political talent, as you can see from his astonishing run for Speaker right now, but he is a MAGA extremist who is in direct contact with Donald Trump on a continuous, constant basis. He's anti-choice, he's anti-environment, and so it would basically cement the transformation of the Republican caucus into a pro-Trump MAGA party.
Do you think there's a chance of a bipartisan coalition today?
Well, I think if this doesn't work with Jim Jordan, yes. I mean, and we certainly promote and favor a bipartisan solution to this. I think that Hakeem Jeffries would be somebody that the Republicans can work with. He's true to his word. He's super well organized. He's legislatively prolific. So, that's our solution. But if they find it indigestible to vote for a Democrat, there are lots of Republicans that I, speaking for myself, could support. I would think that Liz Cheney would be the natural compromise candidate. She was the chair of the Republican conference, the number 3 person
in their hierarchy, and if if they couldn't vote for Liz Cheney, that would be a hell of a statement about the condition of their party.
Sir, do you have any regrets about taking this vote 2 weeks ago to boot McCarthy if Jordan's going to be that much worse?
Oh, we didn't take any vote to boot McCarthy. We voted for Hakeem Jeffries, which is what we did 15 times back in January. So our position has been consistent throughout. There's a civil war taking place within the Republican Party and caucus, and that civil war might just turn into a purge of any moderates. It's starting to look like there's a, excuse me, it's starting to look like there is a consolidation of the party around Trump and around the MAGA wing. So I think the GOP right now might be the POT, the party of Trump.
But you did vote to oust McCarthy, and now we're in a situation where Jim Jordan very well could be Speaker by the end of the day.
So again, our position's been consistent throughout. We're for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. We're for the Democratic majority in America, which believes in pro-choice, which believes in reasonable gun safety laws like the universal violent criminal background check, that believes that science is real and climate change is a major threat to our society. We need to get back to work for the American people, and that's where the Democratic caucus has always been, and that's where we are today.
In terms of bipartisan coalition, though, you mentioned Liz Cheney as a potential person that you would like to see Republican support. She's not in office. Is there a person in office that, or currently in Congress on the Republican side that you would support for Speaker?
Sure, but there are several of them, but I wouldn't want to spoil any of their chances by stating their names publicly. I mean, it seems as if any bipartisanship on the part of Republicans becomes a disqualifying factor in the eyes of the MAGA wing. So I'm hoping that cooler heads will prevail, but it would be a very extreme statement for them to choose Jim Jordan as the Speaker. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Now recognizes Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Chair McLean, for calling the hearing, and also Ms. Porter and Mr. Mfume for their thoughtful remarks today. Look, the American people want a tax system that is simpler, fairer, and more responsive. And I wish that we could have hearings on each of those. I mean, just to take a look at simplicity, for example, I've lived in foreign countries where they don't have a multi-billion-dollar business in H&R Block and all of these companies that are trying to help people understand their taxes. And most people's taxes, 90% of the people's taxes could be done in 15 minutes or 20 minutes, which is what it's like in countries around the world. We should be having a hearing about why we have a $10 billion a year plus business in helping people do what the government should be helping them do instead. But what we've got is one more hearing to beat up on the IRS as part of the program to deconstruct the administrative state, as Steve Bannon promised at the beginning of the Trump administration, and we're right in the throes of it. One can only regard with amazement that any member of the Republican Party today would lecture the commissioner of the IRS about efficiency or organization or anything else. Look at what the Republicans are saying about the Republicans today on Capitol Hill as we live through all of the reverberations of the Chaos Caucus. So, the world is burning around us. We're fiddling. We don't have a strategy. That's Representative Steve Womack, Republican from Louisiana. We're fractured, says a member of this committee, Representative Anna Luna from Florida. It's not a normal majority, says Representative Tom Cole, Republican of Oklahoma. Here's Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the Republicans. This conference is absolutely broken. Here's Kevin McCarthy, who used to be Speaker before he was deposed by the Republicans. This is embarrassing for the Republican Party. It's embarrassing for the nation. Here's Representative David Joyce from Ohio, who probably sums it up best. We're a party that can't govern. Here's Representative Troy Niels from Texas. We're a broken conference. Representative Tom Emmer said if it were a family, quote, we'd be the most dysfunctional family on the face of the planet. Here's Representative Austin Scott, who ran briefly for Speaker in the speakership sweepstakes taking place right now. It makes us look like a bunch of idiots. And Representative Mark Alford from Michigan, another Republican, we are a ship that doesn't have a rudder right now. So it would be great if we could actually get a Speaker of the House and a functioning House of Representatives so we could deal with these issues. Now, the implementation of the IRA shows that providing adequate resources to the IRS dramatically improves services to our people and the effectiveness of the overall mission. In the 2023 filing season, IRA investments allowed the IRS to create and adopt digital tools to process tax returns more efficiently. The agency greatly improved in-person service, service over the telephone, and online customer service. But we know a lot more needs to be done. I have a constituent who came in to see us in August. He and his wife had filed their taxes in April. They got their refund from the state of Maryland in 2 weeks. After 5 months and multiple attempts to get the IRS to send their tax refund, they still couldn't get it. They reached out to my office in desperation, and we were able to work with the taxpayer advocate to make it happen. But nobody should have to go through that experience of bureaucratic lethargy and frustration like that. But we know that you're making improvements. It's moving in the right direction, but you're writing against a background of decades of deliberate underinvestment. Well, the IRA is also making administration of the tax system more equitable. You're hiring experts who can audit and enforce tax laws against big corporations and ultra-wealthy filers who've been able to get away with a lot before that. Commissioner Werfel, how has the IRA allowed IRS to crack down on tax cheats? Is the investment the American people have made paying off in terms of the money we're getting back?
It is, Ranking Member Raskin, it absolutely is. And we are putting the money to work today to take a variety of different steps. We're increasing the number of audits on our largest corporations using analytics that we've invested in to make sure that we select the right corporations that are the highest risk of shielding income inappropriately. We've increased the number of audits on complex partnerships, something that GAO has pointed out, how anemic our partnership audit rate is. And again, we're using invested new tools and analytics to make sure that we're understanding the types of trends necessary to know where those complex partnerships are that are actually evading taxes, so we improve the efficiency of our audit. And as mentioned earlier, we've launched an effort to get back taxes from millionaires and billionaires. And we've identified 1,600 high priority targets, if you will, of millionaires and billionaires. And we've already collected in the early months over 100 million in back taxes. All of that is IRA money being put to work. And as you mentioned, on the services side, we have a lot of work to do. Building block by building block, we are making changes to our services to make that story that you told a thing of the past.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All over the world, there are people in prison right now for having been accused of and found guilty of violating blasphemy, heresy, or apostasy laws, which are, of course, unconstitutional in America. In 2020, the House passed a resolution, which I'd introduced, denouncing the blasphemy, heresy, and apostasy laws and calling for this to be a central plank in U.S. foreign policy to free religious prisoners and to strike these laws down. Do all of you agree, maybe we can just go down the line, that these laws are a threat to religious freedom and human rights all over the world? Ms. Tyler?
Yes.
Dr. Mubbs?
Yes.
Dr. Patterson?
Yes.
And Mr.
Yes,
Curry?
I absolutely
okay.
agree.
And does anybody want to say a quick word about what their group is doing to try to overturn these laws? Would you perhaps, Ms. Tyler, take a sec?
Yes, so BJC did endorse your legislation, Mr. Raskin, for H.R. 512 to send the signal to the State Department to prioritize countries getting or not enforcing their blasphemy laws, because 1/3 of countries around the world do have blasphemy laws, although not all of them enforce them. I think a point that is important to make is that blasphemy laws don't only hurt the religious freedom of religious minorities in those countries, but also co-religionists, because it tries to enforce a single view of a religion.
They do indeed. I'm going to have something to say about that. Religious freedom in our country means two things. Our framers rebelled against centuries of religious warfare, wars between the Catholics and the Protestants, every bit as vicious as wars between the Shia and the Sunni today. They rebelled against holy crusades, inquisitions, witchcraft trials, you name it. And they came up in our Constitution with two parts of religious freedom: free exercise that every citizen has, and also no establishment of religion. The government can't establish religion, and these two values stand best when they stand together. They reinforce each other. Just very quickly, does everybody agree that we need to be promoting both of these values in our foreign policy? Ms. Tyler?
Yes, and beginning at home.
Thank you. Dr. Mopes?
Yes.
And Dr. Patterson?
Yes, with a caveat that we could imagine societies where a vast part of the majority are part of one religious orientation, and where they have free exit, where they have free exercise for the common people, for other citizens from religious minorities, and yet they may, due to their history, religion, and it being a large majority, where there may be favorable treatment towards one religion, but where religious minorities could freely practice.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about what you just said. That sounds to me like setting a predicate for religious persecution. Just because a large majority of people believe in a particular religion doesn't give them the right to legislate that and compel against other people, right?
What I'm talking about is countries that may be on a historical trajectory towards increasing religious liberty over time, particularly smaller countries that have a large religious population that's pretty homogenous.
Okay. Mr. Curry?
I would agree with your statement.
Thank you kindly. All right, well, look, I belong to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. I've adopted numerous prisoners of conscience. I would challenge and encourage all of my colleagues to do what I've done. Sometimes if you feel like you're not able to move a huge institution like the U.S. Congress, you can save somebody from spending the rest of their life in prison. I adopted a religious prisoner in Pakistan, Abdul Shakur. It was an 82-year-old bookstore owner who the Pakistani government had imprisoned for heresy, simply for religiously subversive thoughts, allegedly, and we got him out. And he's a Muslim himself, but he practiced the Ahmadiyya faith. I advocated for the release of Kanchok Sepal, who's a Tibetan writer who created a website promoting and celebrating Tibetan culture. Chinese authorities sentenced him to 15 years in prison. He was released just last year, 13 years into his sentence. So for those of you who really believe in religious freedom and understand how persecution is a danger to people all over the world, colleagues, you can do something by joining the Lantos Human Rights Commission and adopting religious prisoners of any faith, because every faith is being discriminated against and persecuted somewhere, and our job is to try to champion the American value of religious toleration for everyone of any religious belief or no religious belief at all, because that's part of religious freedom too. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I'll yield back to you. Give you the right to have an insurrection, and yet Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15 gives Congress the power to call forth the militias from the states in order to suppress insurrections. Check out the Treason Clause, which says this is the only place in the Constitution where a crime is defined in the Constitution. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. Is it possible that the Second Amendment gives you the right to levy war against the Union, and yet it is treason under the Constitution to do so? So one of those interpretations doesn't make sense. Here's the Republican Guarantee Clause. The U.S. shall guarantee to every state in the Union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and against domestic violence. Now, is it possible the Second Amendment gives you the right to wage domestic violence against the government, and yet the U.S., under the Republican Guarantee Clause, must guarantee to the people of the states protection against domestic violence? And that provision was adopted very specifically in the framers' reaction to Shays' Rebellion, where the founders said that the republic can't work if everybody thinks they can have a violent rebellion every time they disagree with the decision of elected leadership. And I could give you several more, but let me just show you this one. This is my favorite, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which says basically that nobody who's elected to office and swears an oath to support or defend and uphold the Constitution, who violates that oath because they've engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the Constitution, shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again. So how is it possible that all of my colleagues are saying that the meaning of the Second Amendment is you've got a right to overthrow the government if you think it's acting tyrannically, and yet that's the explicit reason for barring people from ever holding federal or state office again? Now, against all of this authority, they read in invisible ink a provision into the Second Amendment, which simply says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. A well-regulated militia. Well, what does that mean? Look at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 16. Congress shall have power to provide for organizing, arming, and disciplining the militia, and for governing such part of them as may be employed in the service of the United States, reserving to the states, respectively, the appointment of the officers and the authority of training the militia according to the discipline prescribed by Congress. So, no, the Proud Boys are not the militia. The Oath Keepers are not the militia. The Ku Klux Klan is not the militia. The militia is a well-regulated militia, which the Supreme Court has repeatedly said means well-regulated by the government. So I think this is the central mythology and fraudulent dogma of the NRA and today the GOP, which needs to be exploded. The reason that they say we can't have a universal violent criminal background check endorsed by 90% of the American people, the reason why we can't have a ban on AR-15 assault weapons used against our people in schools and Walmarts and churches and grocery stores is because they've got a right to overthrow the government. No, you don't have a right to overthrow the government in America. And when I point this out to them, and my colleagues have seen this in the Oversight Committee or the Judiciary Committee, they only have two things to say. One, they say, well, Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, which was a great slogan during the American Revolution. It's not in the Constitution, of course. And in any event, Patrick Henry was an anti-federalist who voted against the Constitution. So why should we turn to him to interpret the meaning of all of these provisions in the Constitution? And then they say, finally, and this has more surface plausibility, well, what about the American Revolution itself, the Declaration of Independence, which says, you know, when in the course of human events the government turns tyrannical, you've got a power to break away from it. Absolutely right, you do. Thomas Jefferson wrote those words, but he didn't cite the British Constitution or the Magna Carta for that. He invoked natural law. Everybody has under natural law a natural right to rebel against tyrants and oppressors. But if you think, for example, the 2020 presidential election was an exercise in tyranny, like what King George and the Parliament were doing against the colonists, and you want to overthrow the government, well, you've got the natural right to try and do it. But if our officers, through their bravery, and our leaders are able to stop you, then you're going to be arrested and you're going to be prosecuted. And like Stuart Rhodes, the Yale Law School graduate, head of the Oath Keepers, you're going to go to jail for 19 years because you don't have a right under our Constitution to overthrow our Constitution. If you think you want to step outside the Constitution and the rule of law and try and do it, well, you can try and do that, but at that point you're setting yourself at war against the Constitution. So this is all about us restoring the rule of law in America. And now I yield to my friend, the great Maxwell Frost from Florida, who's been organizing around this for a long time. Mr. Frost, you are recognized for your opening statement.
When Chair now recognize you or the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we've seen some very strange indeed bizarre bedfellows jumping in together in this cause. We got some people who started out by saying they want to dismantle the FBI brick by brick and destroy the agency. Our distinguished colleague, Mr. Jordan, seems to have made a career of trying to disassemble the FBI. He wants the FBI headquarters in Huntsville, Alabama, apparently. And then we've got some disappointed applicants from Virginia who are trying to attack the whole administrative process by which they were entered into it in the first place back in 2014, as Ms. Carnahan just explained. So why don't we try to get back to the law here and what the administrative process really is? Because the administrative process came up with a very clear result, that the Greenbelt site that was chosen by the Site Selection Authority has the lowest overall cost to taxpayers, number one. Number two, the Greenbelt site is the most transit accessible site due to its short walking distance to the metro and commuter rail. It offers the greatest opportunity for the government's investment to positively affect the Washington region through sustainable and equitable development, and so on. There are 5 criteria set forth, and the Site Selection Authority chose the Greenbelt site. Now, my friend Mr. Jordan and Mr. Conley pounced on the deliberations of the panel. So what we need to look at is, well, what's the relationship between the panel and the Site Selection Authority? Now, if I understand you correctly, Administrator Carnahan, back in 2014, the panel then unanimously advanced 3 sites, all of which were in Maryland. But the Site Selection Authority overruled the panel in their language. Of course, it's not an overruling because it wasn't a decision in the first place. It's just a recommendation. But the Site Selection Authority said, thank you for your advice. I'm going to add one more candidate from Virginia, which is the Springfield site, and then we're going to advance that to have all 3 looked at. Then the panel comes back and says, well, we happen to like the Springfield site, but the Site Selection Authority, which is charged with your decision-making power over this exclusively, and everybody agrees that's what the process is, says no, the Greenbelt site is the one that conforms to these 5 criteria. Now, we've got to have some way of making these decisions, otherwise the Congress of the United States is going to be involved in every occasion in which you're making a decision about where to place a federal agency or department. How often does this process take place with a panel and a Site Selection Authority? Is that a rare occasion, or does that happen frequently?
So thanks for that explanation, Congressman. Most site selections are not of this great of interest, frankly, to Congress.
It's a headquarters, and people. It's a headquarters,
so
right?
For a headquarters like this is a very normal process where there is a panel of some type that makes recommendations and an ultimate decider who is the Site Selection Authority.
Yeah, and then sometimes the Site Selection Authority agrees with the panel. Sometimes it disagrees with it. It disagreed when Springfield, Virginia was put into the competition, and then the Site Selection Authority disagreed with it again when it decided that Greenbelt was the way to go. Well, what about this idea that there's somehow some kind of conflict of interest in the Site Selection Authority, because the Site Selection Authority worked for WMATA, which is an agency that serves Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C., or that there's some kind of conflict of interest because the Site Selection Authority has a career in government and became the deputy mayor, not of Greenbelt, Maryland, but of the District of Columbia. Do you see a conflict of interest there?
No, sir, and we fully vetted Ms. Albert's relationship with Ramada when she joined GSA, and subsequent to the FBI director bringing up concerns, we had legal counsel look through that again and found no conflict. These, as you said, are public entities with no interest, financial interest in any way.
All right, I want to apologize to you that this hearing, which should really be about how we can serve the taxpayers of America better, has been derailed for a whole coalition of partisan, political, and parochial purposes today. But in any event, you're doing a good job, and thank you for sticking with the administrative process and with the rule of law such as it is. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.